Good evening, time travelers. Close your eyes for a second and let the calendar roll backward all the way to February 29th, 1888, 11:47 p.m. You're standing on the corner of Broadway and 14th Street, Manhattan. The air carries the sharp bite of coal smoke mixed with wet wool and the faint, sweet tang of horse manure steaming on cobblestones. Gas lamps hiss softly, painting everything in trembling amber halos. Carriages rattle past at a leisurely clip, their iron-rimmed wheels singing against the stones. It's late winter, but the day was almost mild. People dared to leave their overcoats unbuttoned. Now the temperature is plunging faster than anyone expected. Look up. The sky has turned the color of old pewter, thick and low, as if the clouds themselves are leaning down to eavesdrop on the city. Something big is negotiating up there, and it isn't asking permission. Before we step any further into the white dark, do me a favor. Smash that like button if you feel the chill already, and subscribe so you never miss a night like this. Drop a comment. Where in the planet are you right now? And what's the clock saying? I read every single one. All right, lower the gas a little. Let the room fade. Out on the harbor, the bell buoys clang with a slower, heavier rhythm, as though they sense what's coming. The East River mirrors 1,000 flickering lights from Brooklyn and the ferries that still haven't given up on the last crossing of the night. Deckhands curse under their breath as ropes stiffened with ice.
On shore, newsboys fold their leftover papers into triangles and stuff them inside their jackets for warmth. In the tenements along Cherry Street, mothers bank the kitchen stoves with the last scoodle of coal and whisper, "Just a little snow, nothing more." Nobody knows yet that two titanic weather systems are racing toward each other like duelists on a fog-covered field. One beast, born over the warm Gulf Stream, is hauling moisture thick enough to drown a city. The other, a Canadian hammer, is dropping temperatures 20 degrees in an hour. Their collision point? Right above your head. The brand new U.S. Signal Service, only 18 years old, has telegraph stations from Portland to Pensacola. But messages crawl along wires at the speed of a tired clerk's fingers. Barometers in Washington dipped so low yesterday that the needle nearly fell off the dial. Yet the warning that left at 4 p.m. is still bouncing between relay offices in Philadelphia. By the time it reaches Lower Manhattan, it will be irrelevant.
Midnight creeps in. The first flakes arrive, fat and lazy, melting the instant they touch a warm cheek. You flick one off your sleeve and grin. March snow always feels like nature's joke. A lamplighter on 23rd Street pauses beneath his ladder, tilts his head, and mutters, "Well, I'll be damned." The flakes are no longer melting, they're sticking. Within minutes, the sidewalks wear a thin white glove. Inside the Astor House saloon, old stockbrokers nurse brandies and laugh about a dusting. On the elevated trains, conductors stamp their feet and tell passengers, "We'll be moving slow tonight, folks. Rails are frosting." Nobody panics. New York has seen storms before. But out over Staten Island, telegraph operators lean closer to their instruments. The wires are singing an eerie, high-pitched whine. St. Elmo's fire for the electrical age. Tiny blue sparks dance along the copper. Messages fragment into bursts of static. Pressure, falling, phase, 0V. Then silence. Ice has armored every line from here to Albany. Back on the street where you stand, the world is undergoing a metamorphosis in real time. The brownstones across the avenue dissolve behind a moving veil. Footprints you made 10 minutes ago are already gone. The wind finds its voice. Low at first, almost conversational, then sharpens into a blade that slices between buildings and steals your breath. A beat cop in his heavy wool helmet pauses under a lamp. His mustache is crusted white. "Best get indoors, friend," he says, not unkindly. "This one's got teeth." You nod, tip your bowler, and watch him disappear into a tunnel of swirling snow. By 1 a.m., the city's heartbeat is faltering. The last horse car on Bleecker Street gives up. The animals refuse to pull. Their driver unhitches them and leads them away by the bridle, their hooves clopping uncertainly on a street already 6 inches deep. Overhead, the elevated trains grind to a halt between stations, leaving passengers stranded 30 feet above the abyss. In a cold water flat on Rivington Street, a father stuffs Yiddish newspapers, yesterday's forward, into the gaps around his window frame. His wife fills every pot with water because the standpipe in the hall will freeze solid by dawn. Down in the cellar, the janitor shovels the last of the coal into the furnace and whispers a prayer that it lasts until Tuesday. You, meanwhile, have reached your own doorway on West 19th. You pause on the stoop. The silence is unearthly. No hooves, no hawkers, no drunken song from the corner saloon. Only the wind, moaning like a living thing, and the soft, relentless hush of snow devouring the city one layer at a time. You brush the accumulation from your shoulders, already 4 inches in 40 minutes, and step inside. Behind you, the storm closes the door on 1888's last ordinary night. Tomorrow, this will be remembered as the Great White Hurricane. 55 inches of snow. Winds clocked at 80 miles per hour on Block Island. 200 dead in New York alone. 400 across the Northeast. Telegraph and train networks paralyzed for a week. A city that thought it had tamed nature, forced to its knees by a blizzard that rewrote record books still used in 2025. But right now, at 1:17 a.m., March 1, 1888, you shut the door, hang up your coat, and have no idea that you're living inside history's most perfectly disguised catastrophe. You shut the door behind you, kick the snow from your boots, and the latch clicks like the closing of a coffin lid. Inside, the parlor clock keeps its stubborn tick-tock, the only proof that time hasn't frozen solid. The tabby on the rocking chair opens one golden eye, decides the world can end without her help, and goes back to sleep. Outside, the wind has discovered a new register, a low, bone-deep moan that climbs into a scream and then drops again, as if the sky itself is learning how to roar. You draw the heavy drapes, telling yourself brick and mortar can still win against whatever is gathering out there. You think of the people who have no drapes to draw,
The milkmen already harnessed at 1 a.m., their horses snorting steam into the dark. The elevated train motormen who kissed their wives goodbye for the night shift. The Staten Island ferry captain who promised his deckhand one more run, then we tie up. They are all tiny sparks drifting toward a white furnace. Across the Harlem River, a locomotive on the New York and Harlem Railroad gives one lonely whistle as it thunders over the high bridge. The sound reaches you thin and mournful, then vanishes, swallowed by a gust that rattles every pane in the house. By sunrise, that train will be a frozen sculpture, its passengers burning seat cushions to stay alive.
Down on Bleecker Street, a half-frozen violinist snaps his case shut. Teufelswetter, he spits in German, devil's weather, and disappears into an alley that will be his tomb by noon. Even the rats have voted with their feet. Not one whisker twitches along the baseboards tonight. 2:17 a.m. The thermometer nailed outside the drugstore on 6th Avenue reads 6 degrees Fahrenheit and still diving. It will bottom out at -3 degrees Fahrenheit before the sun bothers to show up. The snowflakes have shrunk into needle-sharp grauple that peppers your face like birdshot when you dare to crack the door. A newsboy, 12, maybe 13, drags his canvas sack through drifts already knee-high on a man. His lips are blue, but he's still humming After the Ball Between Chattering Teeth. Historians will never learn his name. He is one of the 200 New Yorkers who will not see Monday. In a tidy brownstone on East 37th, city editor Charles Chapin scribbles in his diary by candlelight. The silence is unnatural. The air feels evacuated, as though the storm has sucked the soul out of the streets. That diary, leather cracked and pages foxed, now rests in the New York Historical Society, one of the only voices that survived the night intact. You can't resist. You open the window 2 inches. Instantly, the room fills with the smell of the open Atlantic, salt, iron, and something electric. The wind rips the curtains from your hand and slaps your cheek with ice. Somewhere above, a loose signboard tears free and cartwheels down the block like a drunken ghost. You slam the sash and lean against it, heart hammering. Sleep comes in fits. Each time you drift off, a gust shakes the building hard enough to jolt you awake. The last sound you register is a rhythmic banging, someone's shutter 3 stories up, ripping itself to pieces. Then nothing. 5:42 a.m. You wake to a light in the room that isn't light at all. A cold, sourceless glow, the color of a corpse candle. For one confused second, you think the sun has risen behind frosted glass. Then you pull the curtain. There is no sky. There is no street. There is only a boiling, churning wall of white that presses against the pane as if it wants in. The glass bows inward with every gust. You half expect it to shatter and pour snow across the bed. The storm has grown a voice overnight, a deep, relentless howl, threaded with shrieks that rise and fall like a pack of wolves circling the house. You rest your palm on the window. The cold burns. Your breath blooms and vanishes. Downstairs, the front door is drifted shut to the knob. When you force it open 6 inches, a miniature avalanche tumbles across the rug. 2 feet of snow in the vestibule alone, and still falling so thick you cannot see the house opposite. You step back, slam the door,
and feel the walls shrink. The ceiling lowers, the room is suddenly a coffin with wallpaper. The stove has eaten every lump of coal you own. The fire crouches, sullen and orange, throwing off just enough heat to keep the tea kettle from freezing solid. Every breath you exhale hangs in the air like cigar smoke before it drops in glittering crystals. From somewhere far away comes the frantic clang of a bell. Maybe the ferry still trying to cross the bay. Maybe Trinity Church towers swaying in the gale. The sound warps and stretches until it no longer resembles anything human. You are sealed inside a snow globe that a furious god has decided to shake forever. Meteorologists in 2025 still argue over the anemometer readings from that morning. The official U.S. Signal Service cup anemometer on the Equitable Life Building pegged a gust of 84 miles per hour before the instrument tore loose and vanished into the blizzard. Block Island logged 81 miles per hour sustained. Either number qualifies as hurricane force. The term nor'easter hadn't been coined yet, but that's what this was. A Category 1 hurricane wearing winter's clothing. Barometric pressure bottomed out at 28.93 inches in New York Harbor, the lowest ever recorded in the city until Superstorm Sandy 124 years later. The storm surge drove walls of water up the East River, freezing solid the instant they retreated. But all you know, standing there in your stocking feet while the kettle hisses its last, is that the world you knew has been erased. The city that never sleeps has been gagged, blindfolded, and buried alive. And the snow is still falling. The beast outside has no name yet, only a pulse. Warm Gulf air, heavy as wet silk, climbs 20,000 feet and slams into a Canadian ice wall moving south at express train speed. Where they kiss, the sky gives birth to something biblical. Atlantic moisture pours in like gasoline on a bonfire. By 7 a.m., the storm has grown its own weather inside the weather. Thundersnow that flashes blue across the rooftops. Lightning that forks through blizzards and freezes mid-crack. In a red brick house on Dean Street, Brooklyn, an amateur meteorologist named Walter K. Hale ties a crimson silk ribbon to his chimney before dawn. He wants a marker for posterity. By 10 a.m., the ribbon is a memory swallowed by 48 inches of snow. When the thaw finally comes 2 weeks later, the ribbon is gone forever, snapped off and blown clear to Queens, some say. The house still stands in 2025. The ribbon is urban legend. You shuffle to the rear window, desperate for any scrap of horizon. Nothing. Only a living alabaster fog that pulses like cream stirred by an invisible hand. The wind is no longer wind, it is architecture. Solid columns of air that punch the building and retreat, punch and retreat. Inside that roar, you catch splintered noises. Crack! A telegraph pole on Fifth Avenue surrendering like a rifle shot. Boom! The deep body blow of a cornice shearing off a 6-story building. A single, panicked horse scream that rises, cuts off, and never finishes. Down in the tenements of the Five Points, entire families crowd into one room because the hallway is -10 degrees Fahrenheit and dropping. They burn stair banisters, piano legs, the landlord's eviction notices. The air turns acrid with green wood and printer's ink. A little girl on Eldred Street
ties her mother's scarf across her nose and mouth so the frost won't bite her lungs. Her cough sounds like tearing paper. Up on the 9th Avenue L, train number 41 is a frozen sarcophagus. The motorman abandoned the controls at 4 a.m. The third rail is coated in 2 inches of ice. Inside the cars, 50 passengers pass a single flask of rye and take turns smashing seat cushions into the pot-bellied stove someone pried loose. They will be there for 36 hours. 2 of them will lose fingers to frostbite before rescuers tunnel through on Tuesday. Out in the Narrows, the ferry Observer is locked in ice 300 yards from the Staten Island slip. Her captain keeps ringing the bell every 90 seconds so the crew doesn't lose hope. The sound drifts across the bay like a funeral knell, reaching Brooklyn as a faint, metallic heartbeat. You stand in your kitchen, candle cupped in both hands, feeling the weird shame of being warm while the city dies by degrees. You picture the milkman who left his stable on West 17th at 3 a.m. His wagon was found upside down on 8th Avenue, horse still in the traces, both frozen solid, eyelids wide with surprise. You picture patrolman Philip Mahoney, last seen guiding a lost family toward a church on 28th Street. His body will be discovered in April, upright against a lamppost, helmet still strapped on, one arm forever pointing the way home. The death toll will be printed as over 400, but that is a polite lie told by newspapers that stopped counting when the morgues overflowed. Rural hamlets in Connecticut burned their records for heat. Corpses surfaced in June hayfields, still clutching handbags or lunch pails. The storm killed quietly and kept its own counsel. Yet even now, at the height of the rage, beauty leaks through the cracks. Cast iron balconies on Broome Street wear bridal veils of rime. Every fire escape is a crystal cathedral. The Brooklyn Bridge, only 5 years old, has turned into a harp of ice. The wind plucks its cables and the whole structure sings in a minor key you can hear clear to Manhattan. Thump, thump, thump. Someone is on your roof. You freeze. A neighbor trying to clear the chimney flue before carbon monoxide claims another family? You shout upward. Hello, you all right? But the storm eats your voice and spits it out as snow.
The mantle clock keeps its aristocratic tick, indifferent to the apocalypse. Tick, tick, tick. As if daring the century to keep its promises. Modern scholars argue over the real killer. Was it the -3 Fahrenheit wind chill that stopped hearts in minutes? Was it the 50 to 80 mile per hour gusts that hurled grown men 30 feet into drifts? Or was it the collapse of every system the Gilded Age trusted? Telegraph, steam heat, horse cars, ferries, all strangled at once. The answer is yes, all of it. The blizzard didn't just break the city. It exposed the city as a paper giant. Knock, knock, knock. The wall between you and Mrs. O'Donnell next door. Your secret code, 2 for alive, 1 for help. You rap back, knock, 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 and picture her smiling through chapped lips, her orange tabby wedged under the ironing board like a furry hot water bottle. Another hour dissolves. Sunlight is a rumor no one believes anymore. You light your last candle stub. The flame flattens sideways, sucked toward every crack the wind can find. The room smells of tallow, wet plaster, and the ghost of yesterday's coffee. You laugh once, a short, cracked sound, remembering Friday's New York Herald weather column. Fair and milder, with rising temperatures through Tuesday. The storm hears you. It answers by piling another 6 inches against the door while you blink. The house itself is breathing now. Every joist creaks in slow tidal rhythm. The shingles drum a war beat. If you close your eyes, you can almost feel the Atlantic rolling in, wave after wave of whitewater breaking against the bricks. You settle into the horsehair chair, blanket to your chin, and let the half-sleep take you. The dangerous kind where you dream you're warm, dream you're walking downtown, dream the bells of Trinity are ringing for Sunday service.
Outside, the great white hurricane keeps its ancient appointment with the city, patient as glaciers, hungry as wolves, and absolutely certain of victory. Monday, March 12, 1888, 7:03 a.m. You surface from a dream of open windows and lilac breeze into a silence so complete it feels like drowning in cotton. The stove is a cold iron corpse. Your breath hangs in silver balloons that drift downward and shatter on the quilt. When you touch the window pane, the frost snaps like thin toffee under your nails. Pull the curtain. There is no opposite building. There is no street. There is only a pale, glowing cliff of snow that rises past the second-story sash and leans against the glass as if listening to your heartbeat. The city has been unmade and replaced with something lunar. You try the window. It laughs at you. Ice has welded it shut tighter than any locksmith. A single flake, fine as table salt, sneaks through a hairline crack and melts on your wrist like a tear. Downstairs, the front door might as well be the gate to a pharaoh's tomb. You throw your weight against it. The drift on the other side answers with a dull, stubborn thud. 48 inches of hardened snow have turned your brownstone into a buried seed. You are not alone in this. Every doorway from the Battery to Harlem is soldered shut. Every family is an island in a white archipelago. The telegraph lines that stitched the nation together lie in glittering heaps from Portland to Richmond. Porcelain insulators smashed, copper wires coiled like dead snakes. For the first time since 1837, New York cannot speak to Boston. The stock exchange might as well be on Mars. Up on rooftops, the stubborn ones are already at work. A retired sea captain on West 69th lashes a crimson tablecloth to his chimney. A school teacher on Rivington Street rigs bed sheets into semaphore flags. 2 short flutters for "We have coal," 3 long for "Send bread." No one is sure the messages are seen, but arms keep waving, because hope is lighter than despair and easier to lift against the wind. You think of the world before wires, how a single storm could shrink the planet back to the size of whatever you could shout or see. 2 doors down, old Mr. Lindquist might be freezing beneath his army blanket, and you would never know. The thought sits in your stomach like a stone. Temperature? The official thermometer on the roof of the Equitable Building froze at -9 degrees Fahrenheit and then cracked clean in half. Wind chill tables do not exist yet, but sailors on the tall ships in the harbor know the truth. Exposed flesh goes numb in 90 seconds, black in 5 minutes. Whatever the mercury says, it is cold enough to murder.
Somewhere, a chimney coughs, thin gray smoke threading upward like a prayer flag. You smell it before you see it. The sweet, bitter perfume of someone else's survival. Jealousy flares. then shame. You kneel, coax the stove with yesterday's Police Gazette and a chair leg you've been saving for this exact betrayal. The kindling catches with a grateful pop, and suddenly the room has a pulse again. You fill the kettle with snow scraped from the windowsill. When it boils, the tea tastes of iron and ozone, as if the storm itself has been distilled. Steam ghosts rise, sketching faces on the ceiling. Your mother, the newsboy from Saturday night, the horse that used to pull the 14th Street omnibus. Out in the streets that no longer exist, the snow came in brigades. First a gentle brigade, then a screaming one, then a silent one that simply never left. On Montague Street in Brooklyn, Dr. Jeremiah O'Leary stepped off his stoop at 8:15 a.m. to answer a maternity call. He made it 12 feet.
They dug him out on Wednesday, still upright, medical bag frozen to his glove, spectacles coated in hoarfrost like lace. Yet the city, even buried, refuses to die prettily. At night the drifts glow, rose, pearl, corpse blue, lit from below by gas lamps entombed under 6 feet of crystal. A minister's wife on Madison Avenue wrote to her sister in Philadelphia, a letter that traveled by sled, then train, then another sled. The heavens have fallen in shards of diamond, and God has lit them from within so we may not despair. On Bleecker and MacDougall, a baker named Vincenzo tunnels outward like a badger. By Tuesday afternoon, he has carved a white catacomb from his shop to the curb. Customers crawl single file on hands and knees, emerging inside the oven-warm store, dusted in sugar and snow. He keeps a ledger. March 13, sold 47 loaves, 19 through the ice hole. A Harper's Weekly artist will sketch the tunnel later that week. The engraving still hangs in the Tenement Museum in 2025. You sit by your reborn fire, cup cradled in both hands, listening to the house settle deeper into its grave.
Creak, groan. A soft, continuous sigh as another inch packs itself against the roof. The storm has gone polite again, almost tender, the way a cat plays with a mouse it has already decided to kill. Somewhere out there, a boot sole scrapes over crusted snow, once, twice, then silence. Someone is still trying to get home. You press your forehead to the cold pane and whisper the only prayer left. Let them make it. Let us all make it. The snow does not answer. It simply keeps falling, patient as debt, beautiful as forgiveness, and absolutely certain that time is on its side. Tuesday, March 13th, 1888. Sometime between night and whatever comes after night when the sun gives up. You wake with your cheek glued to the wallpaper by your own frozen breath. For one heartbeat, you think the harmonica next door is still playing. But no, it's only the wind worrying a loose tin gutter, squeezing out the same 3 mournful notes over and over, like a dying soldier's mouth organ. Press your ear to the plaster. Nothing. Then, faint as a heartbeat under snow, 2 soft knocks. You answer with 2 of your own.
The wall between you and Mrs. O'Donnell is the last telegraph line still working in North America. You were living inside the moment that rewrote America's relationship with the sky. In Washington, red-faced congressmen are already shouting about the Signal Service's failure. By June, weather will be yanked out of the Army's hands and civilianized. By 1891, storm warnings will fly as colored flags from every harbor from Eastport to Galveston. By 2025, children will learn the blizzard of '88 the way they learned Pearl Harbor. the day the nation realized the atmosphere could kill faster than any army. But right now, you only know that your coal scuttle holds 6 lumps and the bread has turned to stone. You pace the 4 corners of your prison, candle stub trembling in a Chianti bottle. Light slides across windows that no longer deserve the name. Each pane is a blind eye crusted shut by 2 feet of snow. Somewhere above, a roof surrenders with a cannon-shot crump that rattles your teeth. You picture an avalanche of shingles and rafters pouring into someone's parlor like frozen Niagara. Inventory: half-loaf rye, hard as mahogany. 3-ounce salt pork gone gray. 1 candle, 2 matches, 6 coals. 1 harmonica you don't know how to play, but press to your lips anyway, just to feel something vibrate. Out in the countryside, cattle stand in rows like white statues, snow to their bellies, eyes frozen open. Farmers who laughed at city slickers now chop holes in barn roofs to drop hay to animals they can no longer reach. The line between tenement and prairie has vanished. Everyone is simply meat, trying not to freeze. Time has liquefied. The clock insists it is 9:14, but that feels like a prank. Minutes stretch like taffy. An hour can age a man 10 years. A survivor on East 10th will write, "Tuesday lasted 40 days and 40 nights. The calendar lied." Some people break. A banker on Gramercy Park is found rocking in his cellar, reciting stock prices to sacks of flour. Others knit the hours into something almost beautiful. Neighbors rap Morse code through walls. SOS wasn't invented yet, but they invent it anyway. Children turn coal scuttles into sleds and race across buried parlors while mothers laugh through cracked lips. You rebuild the fire with the leg of a chair you once swore was mahogany. The varnish blazes blue and sweet, smelling of Sunday dinners and better days. Snowmelt tea tastes of iron and chimney soot, but it is hot, and hot is a miracle. Outside, the city has become Antarctica with brownstones. Fifth Avenue is a canyon whose walls glitter rose gold when a stray shaft of sunlight finally stabs through. Chimneys poke up like periscopes of drowning submarines. Here and there, a brave soul has tunneled upward through his own roof and stands on a white peak, blinking at a sun that looks close enough to touch, yet warms nothing. On West 83rd, a butcher named Otto digs a chimney trench straight down through 4 feet of snow, emerges like a groundhog, and roars with laughter that echoes for blocks. Someone answers with a cheer, then another. For 5 minutes, the Upper West Side sounds almost human again. You hear scraping overhead, slow, deliberate. A shovel? A rescuer? You climb onto the table, bang the ceiling with the poker. "I am here!" The scraping stops, then resumes, closer. A muffled voice, thick with German. "Hold tight, friend! Almost through!" Tears freeze on your cheeks before they can fall. By noon on this endless Tuesday, Manhattan looks like a relief map of the Alps made by a drunken god. Wall Street is a luge run. Central Park's sheep meadow has swallowed an entire herd of hansom cabs. Only the horses' nostrils show, steaming like volcanoes. Milk wagons lie on their sides like dead beetles. Yet the baker on Bleecker still sells loaves through his ice tunnel. And customers crawl to him on bleeding knees, because warm bread is worth more than gold. Evening arrives without permission. The wind drops its weapons and simply breathes, slow and tidal. Silence falls so complete you can hear the snowflakes land. Far across the river, a single bell begins. St. Michael's, maybe, or the ferry still locked in ice, tolling the hour no one can name. The sound drifts over the buried city, like warm oil poured on wounded water. You lie on the rug beside the stove's last glow, one hand on the harmonica, one hand on the wall that still answers your knocks. The house creaks around you, a wooden ship settling into coral. Tomorrow the sun will come back angry and bright, turning every drift into a mirror that blinds the city. Tomorrow men with ropes around their waists will tunnel street by street, knocking on doors that open onto tombs or miracles.
Tomorrow, New York will rise shivering and broke and furious and utterly, gloriously alive. But tonight, there is only the soft crackle of the last coal, the slow heartbeat of the wall beside you, and the bell across the water telling every buried soul the same quiet truth. You are not forgotten. Hold on. Morning is coming. Wednesday, March 14, 1888. The morning the world forgot how to move. You wake to the smell of someone else's house burning. Not the sharp crackle of a hearth, but the slow, greasy smoke of a stove that has eaten its own chimney. Somewhere 2 blocks west, a family has lost the fight against carbon monoxide. You will never know their names. Press your ear to the wall. Silence answers. Thick, cotton-stuffed silence. Mrs. O'Donnell's harmonica has gone quiet. You knock twice. No reply. Your fist leaves a white print of frost on the wallpaper. Outside, the storm has put on a new mask. Sunlight so bright it feels like punishment.
You claw the window open 4 inches, and the glare stabs straight into your brain. The city has vanished and been replaced by a desert made of knives. Every surface throws backlight hard enough to blind. Snow dunes rise 15-20 feet high where streets used to be. The brownstone opposite is only a roof with a chimney sticking out like a snorkel. 6th Avenue is a white canyon whose walls shimmer pale rose and corpse blue. Down in that canyon lies the baker's bell. When the thaw comes, Vincenzo will dig straight down through 8 feet of snow and find his milk wagon perfectly preserved, horse still in traces, driver folded forward as if praying to the dashboard, both encased in translucent ice. He will close the bakery for 3 days and never speak of it again. You force the back door.
It opens with a sigh, exhaling a miniature avalanche across the kitchen floor. Cold pours in like liquid metal. You step onto what used to be your stoop and sink to the waist instantly. The snow bears your weight for 1 second, then gives way with a soft whump that dumps you chest deep. You laugh, actually laugh, because the alternative is screaming. Voices drift across the rooftops, thin and metallic, as if spoken through tin horns. "Hello, the Blue House. Coal here, 2 buckets for a loaf. Anyone seen Patrolman Doyle?" The city has moved upstairs. Ropes stretch from chimney to chimney like clotheslines strung across the Alps. A woman in a red shawl slides down a plank bridge from her 2nd-story window to her neighbor's, carrying a coffee pot like a priest with holy water. On 10th Street, a policeman has lashed a length of stovepipe between 2 tenements and shouts through it in a voice that booms like God's own megaphone. "Mrs. Flanagan, your daughter's safe at the convent. Repeat, safe." Someone answers with a cheer that echoes for blocks.
The old New York. Sidewalks, shop fronts, deadlines, stock tickers has been canceled. In its place, a vertical village where 2nd-floor windows are front doors and rooftops are town squares. Children tunnel between houses like prairie dogs. A priest on 23rd Street celebrates Mass on a flat roof, congregation kneeling in snow up to their hips, the host raised against a sky so blue it hurts to look at. You tie your only bedsheet to the chimney and wave it like a surrender flag that means the opposite. Within minutes, a rope sails across the gulf between buildings. Attached is a tin cup containing 3 lumps of coal and a note in pencil. "Stay warm, friend," by J. McSweeney, 214 W 19th. You cry without noticing until the tears freeze on your cheeks. The silence that follows the storm is not peace. It is the silence of a battlefield after the guns stop. Telegraph clerks sit at their sounders, tapping phantom messages into wires that end in broken porcelain 30 miles north. Wall Street is a white plain with a single set of footprints leading to the sub-treasury door and none coming back. The ferries are locked in ice so thick you could drive a locomotive across the Hudson if any locomotive could move. Rural New England has simply disappeared. In Saratoga, only church steeples and weather vanes mark where villages used to be. A farmer in Vermont spent 6 hours digging with a frying pan to reach his neighbor, emerged black with frostbite, and found the man sitting on a hay bale calmly smoking. They shared a jug of cider without speaking, then crawled back into their separate tombs. Back in the city, you actually climb, out your own window using a ladder made from your bed frame. You stand on your roof for the first time in your life and see Manhattan transformed into a glittering mountain range. Smoke curls from 1,000 chimneys like signal fires from a lost civilization. Far downtown, the Brooklyn Bridge towers rise out of the snow sea, cables humming in the wind like harp strings. Someone has tied a pair of red long johns to the highest flagpole on the Equitable Building. They flap once, twice, then hang limp. The city's way of saying, "We are still here." You shield your eyes and look east. The sun is a white coin hammered flat against a sky the color of a fresh bruise. It gives no warmth, only light, enough to see how completely the world has been rewritten. You whisper the only prayer that fits. Let the digging start soon. Let the bells ring again. Let tomorrow be a day when doors open outward instead of inward. Far below, buried under 15 feet of snow, a milk wagon bell gives one last, muffled tinkle, as if the horse itself is reminding the city it still has a pulse. You tie yourself to the chimney with your belt, sit on the shingles, and wait for the sound of shovels. The great white hurricane has had its say. Now it is New York's turn. Thursday, March 15th, 1888. The first day the sun is allowed to win. You open your eyes to the sound of water torturing wood.
Drip, drip, drip. Each droplet lands on the tin plate you placed under the leak at 3 a.m., a tiny, perfect bell counting the seconds since the world decided to thaw. You crawl to the window and scrape a porthole in the frost. Manhattan is bleeding light. Icicles the length of swords hang from every cornice, flashing like chandeliers in a palace abandoned mid-ball. The snowbanks glow peach and rose where the sun touches them, as if the city has been set on fire from the inside. Outside your door, your actual door, not the window you've been using for 3 days, someone is singing. A man's voice, raw but defiant, carries the chorus of Sweet Betsy from Pike across the rooftops. Others join in, off-key from every direction. It is the first time since Saturday that New York remembers it has lungs. You step onto the balcony, and the air hits like champagne, cold enough to sting, clean enough to make you dizzy. The snow is knee-deep here, waist deep there, 20 feet deep where yesterday's drifts decided to become mountains.
Across the avenue, Mrs. O'Donnell stands on her own roof in a scarlet shawl, waving both arms like a shipwrecked sailor who has finally spotted a sail. She is alive. You wave back until your shoulders ache. Down in the street that isn't a street anymore, a tunnel has appeared. 6 feet high, perfectly round, glowing aquamarine where the sun strikes its walls. A boy pops out of it on a sled made from a baking tray, shrieking with joy. Behind him comes a parade, mothers carrying babies, old men with canes used as ice picks, a baker balancing a tray of rolls on his head like a crown. They are moving house to house through the catacombs they carved while the city slept, trading coffee for coal, gossip for matches, laughter for the simple miracle of another heartbeat. On 23rd Street, a policeman is tied a red tablecloth to a broom handle and marches along the roofline like a color bearer at Gettysburg. Every time he passes a chimney, he bellows, "Roll call! Sound off if you're breathing!" From every direction come answers. Whistles, bells, pots bang together, one operatic soprano belting "Danny Boy" until the whole block joins in.
You climb down your own tunnel, someone dug it while you slept, and emerge into a world turned inside out. The sidewalk is now a ceiling. Shop signs dangle 20 feet above your head like strange stalactites. A hansom cab sticks out of a drift at a 45-degree angle, its horse long gone, its driver's hat still perched jauntily on the roof. At the corner of 6th and 19th, a handwritten newspaper has been nailed to a lamppost that now leans like the Tower of Pisa. The Blizzard Bulletin, March 15th. Printed on a toy press with 2 broken letters. 42 inches on the level, 58 in drifts. Telegraphed to Philadelphia, restored at 4:17 a.m. First train from Albany, expected Tuesday, maybe. Lost. 1 bay mare, answers to Daisy. Found. 1 baby boy, red hair, healthy lungs. Reward for news of Patrolman P. Mahoney, badge 342. Underneath, someone has scrawled in charcoal, "We are cold, broke, and magnificent." A boy, no older than 10, tugs your sleeve. "Mister, you got any coffee? Ma'll trade you half a loaf still warm."
You follow him through 3 more tunnels, past kitchens glowing with stoves, past parlors where grandmothers knit by candlelight, past a doctor setting a broken wrist on a dining table, and emerge into a basement bakery that smells like heaven after apocalypse. The baker, flour in his beard like Santa Claus gone rogue, hands you a roll so hot it steams in the frigid air. "Eat," he says. "The city's awake now." Back on the surface, the digging has begun in earnest. Gangs of men with ropes around their waists attack the drifts like miners hunting gold. Every shovelful thrown skyward catches the sun and explodes into diamonds. Children sled down the mountains they once feared. A brass band, somehow, has assembled on the corner of Broadway and 14th. They play Marching Through Georgia, while the trombonist's slide freezes solid between notes. You pass a wall where someone has painted in lampblack, "We survived the sky falling." Underneath, fresh handprints in every size form a chain that disappears around the corner. By noon, the first telegram reaches City Hall. "Boston sends greetings. Stop. We thought you were dead. Stop. Glad you are not. Stop." The cheer that rises is loud enough to crack ice. You find yourself in a bread line that stretches across 3 rooftops. The woman ahead of you is the same scarlet-shawled neighbor who waved this morning. She presses a tin cup of coffee into your hands. Real coffee, thick as tar, sweet enough to make you cry. "Drink," she says. "We're all millionaires today." Later, much later, historians will argue over death tolls and barometric readings. They will name the storm the Great White Hurricane and pin it to maps with red arrows. They will credit it with birthing modern weather forecasting, underground cables, snowplows pulled by horses wearing leather boots. But on this Thursday, in March 1888, none of that matters. What matters is the sound of shovels singing, the smell of bread rising through ice tunnels, the sight of a city climbing out of its own grave, one human hand at a time. You stand on your roof at sunset. The sky is the color of peach ice cream. Every icicle blazes like a torch. Far below, the streets are still buried, but above them, New York is roaring back to life, raw-throated, half-frozen, and absolutely triumphant. Someone starts singing Auld Lang Syne. By the time the second verse rolls around, 10,000 voices have joined in, echoing off the drifts, bouncing off the sky, shaking loose avalanches of diamonds. Should old acquaintance be forgot? Not today, not ever. The great blizzard of 1888 is over, and New York, battered, laughing, magnificent, has remembered how to be a city again. Friday, March 16, 1888, the day the city learns how to dig itself a new heart. You wake to the sound of the world being born again, one shovelful at a time. Clang, scrape, grunt, laugh. The rhythm is clumsy, human, perfect. Outside your door, a narrow canyon has appeared overnight, shoulder-wide, glistening like the inside of a glacier. Someone has chalked arrows on the ice walls every 10 feet. Left, breadless way. Right, coal 3 doors down. Up, roof for sale, slightly used. You step into the trench and the sun hits you like a standing ovation. For the first time in a week, you cast a shadow.
The street is a war zone of white. Drifts tower 15 feet high, their sides carved into cliffs and caves. Here and there, a horse's nose pokes out like a periscope. A derby hat sits on a snow mound as if its owner simply evaporated. Children have turned the battlefield into a playground, sledding down mountains that used to be sidewalks, building forts out of frozen carriage seats. At the corner of 19th and 7th, a human chain snakes across the intersection. 50 people linked arm in arm, passing buckets of snow hand to hand like a fire brigade in reverse.
The last man in line hurls each bucket upward. It explodes into glitter that drifts down like man-made snow. Someone has tied a bell to the bucket, so every toss rings out. Ding, 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 keeping time for the whole city. You fall in behind a girl no older than 12. She wears her father's overcoat like a ball gown and sings "Drill, ye terriers, drill" in a voice that could shatter ice. By the time the chorus comes around, the entire chain is singing. The snow flies faster. A policeman on stilts, actual wooden stilts, strides above the drifts like a blue-coated stork, shouting directions through a megaphone made from a traffic cone. "Clear to the hydrant, lads. Water mains froze solid. Gonna need every drop when she thaws." On 23rd Street, the Metropolitan Museum has become a refugee camp with better art. Families sleep beneath Egyptian sarcophagi. A little boy sits cross-legged in front of a marble statue of Apollo, sharing his biscuit with the god. "Still cold?" he asks the statue. Apollo, being stone, does not complain. Down in a church basement on Broome Street, Father O'Callahan ladles bean soup thick enough to stand a spoon in. The organist, fingers swollen from frostbite, plays "Nearer, My God, to Thee" so slowly it sounds like a lullaby for giants. Every time the bellows wheeze, steam rises from 100 bowls and meets the music halfway. The last man in line hurls each bucket upward. It explodes into glitter that drifts down like man-made snow. Someone has tied a bell to the bucket, so every toss rings out. Ding, 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 keeping time for the whole city.
You fall in behind a girl no older than 12. She wears her father's overcoat like a ball gown and sings "Drill ye terriers, drill" in a voice that could shatter ice. By the time the chorus comes around, the entire chain is singing. The snow flies faster. A policeman on stilts, actual wooden stilts, strides above the drifts like a blue-coated stork, shouting directions through a megaphone made from a traffic cone. "Clear to the hydrant, lads! Water mains froze solid. Gonna need every drop when she thaws." On 23rd Street, the Metropolitan Museum has become a refugee camp with better art. Families sleep beneath Egyptian sarcophagi. A little boy sits cross-legged in front of a marble statue of Apollo, sharing his biscuit with the god. "Still cold?" he asks the statue. Apollo, being stone, does not complain. Down in a church basement on Broome Street, Father O'Callahan ladles bean soup thick enough to stand a spoon in. The organist, fingers swollen from frostbite, plays "Nearer, My God, to Thee" so slowly it sounds like a lullaby for giants. Every time the bellows wheeze, steam rises from 100 bowls and meets the music halfway.
You shovel until your palms blister, then keep going, because stopping feels like betrayal. A woman you have never seen before presses a hot potato into your bare hand. "Eat," she says. "You're no good to us frozen." Her name is Rosa. By sunset, you will know her children's names, her mother's recipe for stracciatella, and the fact that she once danced with a Prussian count in 1876. The blizzard has made you family. At 3:17 p.m., a cheer goes up from 14th Street to Harlem. The telegraph sings again. One copper wire, spliced together with a pocket knife and prayer, stretches from City Hall to Brooklyn. The first message tapped out is only 7 words. New York, still here, stop. Send coffee, stop. The reply comes instantly. Coffee on the way, stop. Love, Boston. Men throw their hats, those who still have hats, 20 feet into the air. Women cry without bothering to wipe their faces. Children ask if coffee is a new saint. By dusk, the city glows like a jack-o'-lantern carved from ice. Every window that still has glass flickers with candlelight. Every chimney that still stands puffs victory smoke. On Broadway, someone has rigged a makeshift stage out of packing crates. A violinist with 9 fingers saws out "Home Sweet Home" while a crowd of hundreds sways arm in arm, boots crunching in perfect unison.
You stand among them, throat raw from singing, shoulders sunburned from light reflected off a million mirrors of snow. Someone passes a flask of something that burns all the way down and warms you for the first time since March 11. Above you, the sky is the color of the inside of a peach. The moon, almost full, hangs low and smug, as if it knew all along we would make it. A little girl tugs your coat. "Mister," she whispers, eyes wide, "is tomorrow going to be loud again?" You kneel so you're eye level with her. "Yes, darling," you say. "Tomorrow, the city's going to roar so loud they'll hear it in Philadelphia." She smiles, showing a gap where a front tooth used to be, and runs off to tell her mother the good news. Later, much later, you will read the statistics. 55 inches of snow in Manhattan. 400 dead, probably more. $25 million in damage, $1888. 200 miles of telegraph wire down. One city reborn. But tonight, there are no numbers. Only the scrape of shovels slowing to a lullaby. Only the smell of bread drifting across rooftops. Only the sound of 10,000 voices refusing to be buried. You lean your shovel against a lamppost that now stands in the middle of what used to be a street. Someone has chalked across the snow at your feet. We dug our way back to each other. You add underneath, in letters big enough to be read from the next block,
and we'll do it again if we have to. Then you pick up your shovel because there is still a city under there somewhere. And tomorrow the sun will rise on a New York that remembers how to be loud, how to be warm, how to be alive. The great white hurricane is finished. The great human hurricane has only just begun. Saturday, March 17th, 1888. The day the city learned to live underground before it remembered how to live above. You wake inside a sapphire. The light that sneaks through your window has traveled down a tunnel of snow so pure it turns every pane into stained glass. Somewhere, a church bell tries to ring and gives up halfway, the sound muffled like a fist in cotton. Outside, Manhattan has become a honeycomb lit from within. You dress in every sweater you own and descend the ice staircase someone carved while you slept.
Each step is a perfect cube of snow, glowing turquoise in the morning. At the bottom, you step into Frost Street. Population 412, elevation -6 feet. Admission, 1 smile or 1 joke, whichever you can spare. The avenue that used to carry carriages now carries voices. They bounce off the snow walls and arrive at your ears a heartbeat late, giving every conversation a dreamy echo. A sign made from a broken crate hangs overhead. Welcome to the lower city. No rent, no politics, no snow above the knee. Children have turned the tunnels into kingdoms. A 10-year-old king in a potato sack crown guards the intersection of 19th and Frost, exacting tolls in marbles and crusts of bread. His prime minister, a girl with icicles in her braids, keeps the royal ledger on a slate. Tax paid, 3 jokes, 1 harmonica solo, 1 warm sock, left foot. You pass a bakery that exists entirely below street level. Mrs. Moretti has sawed a perfect rectangle through her shop ceiling and lowered a rope ladder. The smell that rises is illegal in 3 states: yeast, anise, and hope. She sells loaves through what used to be her skylight, now a street-facing window. Each customer crawls in on hands and knees, emerges crowned with flour, clutching warm bread like contraband sunshine. Further down, a policeman has established the subterranean precinct. His desk is a barrel, his gavel a frozen haddock. He keeps order by reciting limericks. Violators are sentenced to sing, "There once was a man from Nantucket," until the walls stop laughing. At the corner of Frost and Broadway Alley, 20 men have carved a cathedral. They sawed through 8 feet of snow with nothing but handsaws and a ladle stolen from a boarding house kitchen. The vaulted ceiling glitters with frost feathers. Someone has hung a lantern from an umbrella rib. It swings gently, painting golden halos on every face. Inside, a violinist with frostbitten fingertips plays simple gifts so slowly that each note arrives like a heartbeat. 50 people sit on overturned buckets, eyes closed, breathing in unison. When the last note dies, no one moves. The silence is so complete you can hear the snow settle. A boy crawls past you dragging a red wagon filled with messages sealed in ginger ale bottles. He charges 1 penny per delivery, or 1 good story. His bestseller is a note that simply reads, "To whoever finds this, I am alive and I love you." He has delivered 312 copies so far. You reach the junction where the Uptown Boys supposedly tunneled straight into Finnegan's Pub. The rumor is true. A perfect archway, carved with pocket knives and prayer, opens into the saloon's cellar. The bartender stands on a crate pouring whiskey into teacups
because every glass is frozen solid. He greets each new arrival with the same toast. To the moles of Manhattan, may we never see daylight again. Above their head, the elevated railroad has become the city's nervous system. Engineers walk the tracks with red flags, shouting coordinates down to digging crews below. Roof collapse at 312 West 22nd, 3 souls inside. Minutes later, you hear the rhythmic thump of shovels racing toward the sound of a muffled voice. By noon, the tunnels stretch for miles. They have names now. The Catacombs, Lower East Side. The Ice Veins, Chelsea. Lover's Lane, a narrow passage where sweethearts meet because it's the only place parents can't follow. Someone has chalked a map on a wall near 14th Street. It looks like the subway system 50 years early, drawn by a drunk angel.
At 2:43 p.m., a cheer ripples through every corridor. The first horse-drawn snowplow, 6 Percherons in leather boots, clatters down a cleared stretch of Broadway. Children run alongside throwing snowballs that explode against the beast's flanks like white fireworks. The driver rings a cowbell and shouts, "Make way for civilization!" By dusk, the lanterns come out. Hundreds of them. Tallow, whale oil, kerosene, one brave soul using a candle stuck in a turnip. The tunnels glow like the inside of a nautilus shell. Shadows dance on ice walls tall enough to touch the sky you can no longer see. You find yourself in a circle of strangers who feel like family. Someone passes a flask of something that tastes like fire and forgiveness. Someone else starts singing Danny Boy, and every voice in the tunnel joins, rising and falling like a single lung. When the last note fades, a woman you've never met kisses your cheek and whispers, "We breathe together." Later, you will learn that on this single day, 217 people were dug out alive. You will learn that the tunnels saved more lives than all the hospitals in Manhattan. You will learn that Mrs. Moretti's bakery sold 4,312 loaves in 72 hours and never wrote a single bill. But tonight, you only know that your hands are raw, your heart is full, and the city has moved underground to remember what it means to be warm. You crawl back through Frost Street, past the sleeping king in the potato sack crown, past the violinist now sawing out Over the Waves for an audience of 3 cats and 1 drunken policeman. You climb your ice staircase, close the door on the sapphire world, and fall asleep to the sound of 1,000 shovels still singing beneath the city. Tomorrow, the sun will melt the roofs.
Tomorrow the tunnels will weep themselves into rivers. Tomorrow Manhattan will stand up, stretch, and pretend it never learned to live on its knees. But tonight, 6 feet below the streets that no longer exist, New York is the warmest city on earth. Sunday, March 18th, 1888. The day the ocean remembered it was stronger than ice. A low, mournful boom rolls across the city just before dawn. You sit bolt upright in bed, heart hammering, certain the world is splitting open. Then you realize it is only the tide returning to argue with the ice. You dress in every scrap of wool you own and follow the sound downhill toward the harbor, climbing snow ridges that steam in the early sun like sleeping dragons. The East River has become a battlefield between water and winter. Great plates of ice, the size of city blocks, groan and buckle, shoved upward by the Atlantic's slow, relentless fist. Each collision sends a shudder through the ground you feel in your teeth. Crack! Boom! A long, dying sigh as another sheet surrenders and flips skyward, revealing black water underneath, like a wound. Along the waterfront, the city looks like a shipwreck in reverse. Ferries lie on their sides, half swallowed. A 3-masted schooner sits upright in the middle of South Street, its bowsprit tangled in a warehouse roof.
Sailors move across the frozen decks like ants on a wedding cake, chipping away ice with axes and crowbars. Every blow rings out. Ting, 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 bright and desperate against the deeper heartbeat of the tide. You reach the edge of the ice and stand beside a customs officer who hasn't slept in 5 days. His beard is a sculpture of salt and frost. He points to a patch of open water no wider than a city block. "That's new since yesterday," he says, voice raw. "By tomorrow, the whole damn river might be angry again." Out beyond the battery, the schooner, Mary Ann, drifts like a ghost. Her sails are shredded lace, her rigging glazed thick as glass. A week ago, she was bound for Lisbon with a cargo of cotton and dreams. Now she is a tombstone for 7 men whose names the sea has already forgotten. Her logbook, pried open by a brave harborman, ends mid-sentence. Winds rising fast, snow thicker than smah. A sudden crack splits the air. A slab of ice the size of a brownstone church rears up 20 feet, then crashes down, sending a geyser of black water skyward. Men cheer as if the ocean itself has scored a point against winter. On Pier 29, a crowd has gathered around something impossible. A whale, a 60-foot finback driven inland by the storm surge, now lies frozen halfway up Water Street. Its eye, still liquid, still shining, stares straight at the sky it will never swim under again. Children poke it with sticks. A photographer balances on a crate, trying to capture the moment before the creature becomes legend. You walk north along the waterfront, past ships that look like they've been dipped in sugar and left to harden. The Charlotte May, a packet boat out of Liverpool, is locked so tight in ice that her crew has sawed a doorway through the hull and hung a sign. Boarding house, hot rum, 10 cents, no questions asked. A sailor with a face like old rope offers you a tin mug packed with shaved ice and something that burns all the way down. "To the river," he toasts. "May she never freeze again." By noon, the tide has won a narrow channel. Black water snakes between the floes, steaming where it touches the sun. Gulls wheel overhead, screaming like they've just remembered how to fly. A boy on a homemade raft, 2 doors lashed together with bed sheets, poles himself across the open water, shouting, "The sea is back! The sea is back!" People line the piers and cheer him on as if he's Columbus. At 2:17 p.m., the first steam whistle in 6 days splits the sky. The ferry Chancellor, freed by a gang of men with picks and prayers, backs slowly out of her icy cradle. Her paddle wheels churn slush the color of café au lait. Every church bell in Manhattan answers at once, a ragged, joyful riot of sound that rattles windows from here to Brooklyn. You stand on the pier with 1,000 strangers who feel like family. Someone passes a flask. Someone else starts singing, "Roll, Alabama, roll." By the time the second verse rolls around, the entire waterfront is roaring the chorus, voices carrying clear across the water to New Jersey. Later, historians will argue over wind speeds and death tolls. They will name the storm the Great White Hurricane and file it neatly between the Johnstown Flub and the Galveston Hurricane. They will say it birthed modern forecasting, underground cables, and the first snowplows pulled by horses in leather boots. But on this Sunday in March 1888, none of that matters. What matters is the smell of salt cutting through 6 days of coal smoke. What matters is the sight of black water moving again, stubborn as hope. What matters
is the sound of a city remembering it was born on an island, and islands always return to the sea. You watch the Chancellor round the battery, her whistle screaming like a kettle that is finally boiled. Behind her, the ice begins to break up in earnest, great cracks zigzagging across the harbor like lightning frozen mid-flash. Somewhere out there, the Marianne gives one last shudder and slips beneath the surface, taking her unfinished sentence with her. You turn your face into the wind.
It smells of tar and thaw and tomorrow. The great white hurricane has had its say. Now the Atlantic gets the last word. And the last word is simply this: we are still here. We are still moving. We are still free. Monday, March 19th, 1888, the day the city started telling itself back to life. You wake to the smell of bread and the sound of stories. Someone is knocking, not the frantic rap of rescue, but the gentle, deliberate knock of neighbors who have decided the world is safe enough for visiting. You open the door to find Mr. Lindquist from 3B, cheeks wind-burned, eyes shining like a man who has seen the edge and walked back laughing. He presses a loaf into your hands, still warm, wrapped in a page of yesterday's world that declares in 72-point type, "Blizzard over, city lives." Mrs. Moretti says the ovens are hot and the stories are hotter, he grins. Come before the children eat everything that isn't nailed down. You follow him down the ice staircase that is already weeping itself into slush. The tunnels have become streets again. Walls sagging, ceilings dripping, floors turning to rivers of diamonds. Every doorway is hung with a flag, a dish towel, a child's red mitten, a lady's silk stocking fluttering like surrender in reverse. The bakery on 19th has become Grand Central Station for the human soul. 50 people are packed inside a room meant for 12.
Mrs. Moretti stands on a crate, flour in her hair like snow that forgot to leave, ladling coffee thick as tar into tin cups that pass hand to hand like communion. In the corner, a circle has formed around Old Man Kowalski, the retired cooper from Broome Street. He is telling the one about the cat frozen mid-leap above a fence on Rivington. The cat hung there for 3 days, tail straight as a ruler, whiskers stiff as wire. On the 4th day, the sun came out, and the cat dropped, alive, into a snowbank, shook itself, and strolled away like nothing happened. The room explodes. A nurse counters with the baby born in the pizza oven on Mulberry Street. Mother swearing in Italian, baker swearing in Neapolitan, baby arriving pink and yelling loud enough to thaw the pipes. A boy no older than 10 claims he saw an entire horse-drawn omnibus lifted clean off Bleecker Street and set down gently on a rooftop, driver still holding the reins, passengers still reading their newspapers upside down. The prize goes to Mrs. Delaney, the midwife from Hell's Kitchen, who swears on her mother's grave that she delivered twins in a horse car stranded on the 3rd Avenue L, one boy, one girl, and named them Blizzard and Thaw.
The room roars so loud the icicles outside shiver loose and crash like chandeliers. You find yourself telling your own story about the night you knocked on the wall and Mrs. O'Donnell answered with 2 knocks and a harmonica solo of Danny Boy that lasted until the coal ran out. When you finish, a stranger presses a fresh roll into your hand and says, "That one's going in the book." Across town, in every church basement, school auditorium, and firehouse, the same miracle is happening. People who survived alone are now refusing to be alone again. They sit knee to knee on pews and potato sacks, trading tales like currency. The milkman who tunneled 3 blocks to deliver 1 bottle to a newborn. The priest who held mass on a rooftop for a congregation of 400. The host raised against a sky so blue it hurt.
The pickpocket who spent 3 nights returning wallets because even thieves need neighbors in weather like this. At the Stormhouse Tavern on Pearl Street, the owner has nailed a sign above the bar. Free drinks for stories that make the barkeep cry or laugh, preferably both. By noon, the place is standing room only. A dock worker tells how he and 6 others burned whale oil on the deck of the Jenny Lind to melt a path to open water. The ship caught fire and drifted 3 miles, burning like a Viking funeral, yet every man walked away without a blister. The barkeep pours whiskey with tears running down his cheeks and declares it the winner. Someone has started a ledger titled Memories of the Great White Hurricane, Volume 1. It is already 47 pages long, written in pencil, charcoal, and cranberry juice when ink ran out. Entries include March 14, heard my own heartbeat louder than the wind. March 16, gave my last potato to a child who called me sir like I was a king. March 18, saw the East River break its chains and remembered I was born on an island. Children run through the streets delivering copies for a penny or a smile. One page circulates with a single line in a child's careful cursive. The snow was very tall, but people were taller. By dusk, the city is drunk on stories instead of gin. On every corner, strangers swap tales like baseball cards. A woman on 23rd Street has pinned a map to a lamppost where people mark where they were when the lights went out. The map is already a constellation of ink blots and hearts. You end the day in the basement of St. Agnes Church, where Father Malone has opened the doors to anyone with a story and an empty stomach. 200 people sit on pews dragged into a circle. A fiddler saws out reels while a grandmother from Sicily teaches a policeman from Donegal how to dance the tarantella on a floor still covered in straw. Someone starts the parting glass. By the second verse, every voice in the room has joined, rising through the stained glass windows that glow blue with the last of the snowlight. When the song ends, no one moves. The silence is soft, full, the kind that only comes when people have decided they will never be colder than they were together. You walk home under a moon so bright it casts shadows sharp as knives. The tunnels are collapsing now, roofs sagging, walls weeping, floors turning to rivers that run downhill toward the harbor. By morning, they will be gone, washed away like a dream that lasted a week. But the stories will not melt. They will be told in tenements and taverns, in boardrooms and classrooms, in letters that travel faster than any train the blizzard ever stopped. Years from now, a child will ask her grandmother what the Great White Hurricane was like. The old woman will smile, eyes crinkling like frost patterns, and say, "It was the week the city forgot how to be strangers." And that will be the truest thing anyone ever wrote about 1888. Tuesday, March 20th, 1888, the day the city remembered it had colors. You wake to a sound you had forgotten existed, footsteps that are not your own. Real, unhurried, ordinary footsteps crunching past your window at 7:30 in the morning. You fling the curtain aside and the world explodes into color. The snow is no longer white. It is rose where the sun touches it, indigo in the shadows, gold where chimney smoke drifts across it like silk scarves. A woman in a scarlet cloak walks down the middle of 19th Street as if she owns the entire avenue. A boy in a green cap drags a red sled piled with firewood. Even the mud beneath the melting drifts has decided to be beautiful, rich, coffee-colored rivers that catch the sky and throw it back in pieces. You dress faster than you have in weeks and step outside. The air smells like every season at once. Wood smoke winter, wet earth spring, salt sea summer, and something sharp and metallic that belongs only to this moment. The street is a carnival of return. A milk wagon, actual wheels, actual horse, clatters past with a bell that sounds like church on Easter morning. The horse is sway-backed and ancient, but its eyes roll white with triumph. The driver stands in the seat, waving his hat like a cavalry charge. Children run alongside shouting, "Milk's back! Milk's back!" as though the man is carrying the Holy Grail in glass bottles. On the corner, Mrs. Moretti has set up an outdoor oven made from a washtub and bricks. She is selling hot cross buns for a penny or a story, whichever you have more of. A line stretches 20 deep. A policeman pays with the tail of the frozen cat again. Mrs. Moretti pretends to believe him for the 100th time and hands over 2 buns. Everywhere, animals are reclaiming their citizenship. A black and white dog, nobody's and therefore everybody's, trots down the avenue with a ham bone longer than his body, tail held high like a battle standard. Pigeons explode off rooftops in silver clouds, wheeling so close you can hear their wings clap. A rooster, drunk on daylight, crows from the top of a hansom cab that still hasn't been dug out. Someone has tied a blue ribbon around its neck. It looks like the mare of chickens. At the stable on 18th Street, Old Man Riley is leading out horses one by one. Each animal steps into the sunlight as though it has never seen it before, ears pricked, nostrils flaring, coats steaming.
He brushes them down right in the middle of the street while a crowd watches in reverent silence. When the last mare, a chestnut with a white blaze, nuzzles his shoulder, the crowd breaks into applause loud enough to rattle icicles off the eaves. You find yourself at the Stormhouse Tavern, which has spilled out onto the sidewalk. The owner has dragged every table into the slush and is serving coffee laced with yesterday's whiskey. A sign reads, "Today's special, hot drinks, warm stories, cold feet welcome." A fiddler you last saw playing for soup now saws out Gary Owen, while a dozen men dance a clumsy jig in boots still caked with snow. Their shadows stretch 20 feet long across the melting drifts, tall as giants. Someone has painted a mural on the side of a half-collapsed stable, a giant white wave curling over the city, and beneath it, hundreds of tiny figures holding hands. Underneath, in letters still wet, "We were the wave too." By noon, the streets are rivers. Children float paper boats made from blizzard bulletins. A boy launches one labeled USS Thaw and cheers when it sails straight into a puddle the size of a small lake. Old women sit on stoops knitting, their needles flashing like swords catching sunlight. Every face you pass is sunburned from reflected light and smiling like they've been paid a year's wages in daylight. At 2 p.m., the first streetcar in 9 days clangs down 8th Avenue. The motorman rings the bell non-stop, as if he can't believe it still works. People line the tracks cheering so hard their voices crack. Someone throws roses, actual roses, rescued from a florist's greenhouse and half frozen but still red as sin. They land on the roof and stick there, a crimson crown for the city's return. The snow walls have shrunk to knee-high ramparts, revealing cobblestones that gleam like wet piano keys. Every doorway is a stage. Mrs. O'Donnell stands in hers, wearing a curtain for a cloak, a colander for a hat, and the kind of smile that could melt steel. She is selling genuine blizzard bonnet pins, tin snowflakes on safety pins for a penny each. A line of women snakes down the block, clutching their coins like rosary beads. Across the avenue, Mr. Goldstein, the tailor, has set up shop on the sidewalk. His sewing machine sits on an upturned barrel, foot pedal pumping like a heartbeat.
He is turning army blankets into coats, tablecloths into scarves, and one very confused lace curtain into the warmest shawl Chelsea has ever seen. Each finished piece comes with a free story. This one kept a family of 6 alive on Broome Street, 2 knocks for yes, 3 for more coal. A boy runs past shouting the day's exchange rates. 1 funny story equals 1 hot potato. 1 true confession equals 1 cup of coffee. 1 song in tune equals 2 rolls with butter. The Stormhouse Tavern has gone fashion forward. The owner has hung a sign, "Today only, free drink if you're still wearing the same underwear from March 12. No proof required, we believe you." Inside, a woman is modeling the latest look. 3 petticoats, 1 horse blanket, and a smile that says, "Try me." She calls it Blizzard Chic. Harper's Bazaar will copy it next winter and pretend they invented it.
By 9 o'clock, the streets are a patchwork runway. A banker strides past in a fur coat made from his wife's parlor rug. A newsboy sports gaiters fashioned from Police Gazette pages, headlines still visible, great white "her" across his shins. Children wear barrels like hoop skirts, racing each other while their mothers laugh so hard they have to lean on lampposts. At the corner of 6th and 20th, Old Man Kowalski has opened a Blizzard Museum. Admission, 1 laugh. Exhibits include the legendary frozen cat, actually a very cooperative tabby wearing a wire frame. A teacup still glued to a saucer by fairy ice. 1 genuine tear from a Wall Street broker preserved in a thimble. The line stretches to the river. Commerce is inventing itself faster than the city can thaw. A pushcart sells storm-aged milk, bottles buried in snowdrifts for a week, and now guaranteed fresh or your nickel back. Another offers blizzard quilts, each square cut from a different survivor's coat, stitched together with stories instead of thread. A bookseller whose entire shop was entombed in ice now sells volumes by the pound. Take home a little of the storm that tried to take us. You buy a quilt square from a girl with fingers still raw from sewing by candlelight. It is patched from a policeman's coat, a baker's apron, and what might be Mrs. Moretti's best tablecloth. She charges you 1 true thing. You tell her about the night you heard Mrs. O'Donnell play Danny Boy through the wall until the harmonica froze mid-note. The girl writes your name on the square in laundry pencil. Knock twice if you're still here. By noon, the first streetcar in 10 days clangs down 8th Avenue wearing a wreath of evergreens someone tied to the front like a victory laurel. The motorman rings the bell non-stop, as if music alone can keep the ice from coming back. People cheer from rooftops, from doorways, from the middle of the street where they have no business standing. At 2 p.m., the mayor, looking like a man who has slept in his office for a week, declares Blizzard Dress Day official. Anyone wearing something improvised from the storm gets free coffee at any saloon in the city. By 2:07, the streets are a riot of horse blankets, burlap sacks, and 1 very dignified gentleman in a stovepipe hat made entirely of newspaper. You end the day in Mrs. Moretti's bakery, which has become the unofficial headquarters of the new fashion. The walls are papered with sketches, coats with 20 pockets, boots lined with yesterday's sun, a wedding dress made from parachute silk and hope. Mrs. Moretti pins a tin snowflake to your collar and declares you certified survivor, 1st class. Outside, the sun sets pink and gold on a city that has decided to wear its scars like medals. Every patched coat, every mismatched mitten, every curtain shawl fluttering in the thaw wind is a love letter to the storm that tried to kill them. You walk home under street lamps that flicker on for the first time in forever. Your reflection in a shop window looks like someone who has been remade. Boots wrapped in burlap,
coat stitched from 2 different blankets, scarf that used to be a tape runner, and a tin snowflake pinned over your heart. You look ridiculous. You look magnificent. You look like New York. The great white hurricane is gone, but the city it dressed in survival will never take those clothes off again. Thursday, March 22nd, 1888, the day the city started writing its own resurrection. You wake to the sound of ink being born.
Not the polite scratch of a clerk's pen, but the hungry, wet growl of a printing press that has been starved for 10 days and is now devouring paper like a wolf. The smell drifts up through your floorboards, hot metal, fresh ink, wet wool, and something electric that has no name yet. You open your door and the hallway is already a library. Someone has papered the walls with the morning's first broadsheet, still damp, still screaming in 72-point type. The white hurricane is dead. Long live New York. Underneath, in smaller type, printed on a press that was dug out of a snowdrift at 3:17 a.m. by 6 men, 2 boys, and 1 very determined cat. You step outside and the city is writing itself back into existence. On every corner, children have become publishers. They hawk blizzard bulletins, scribbled on butcher paper. Lost, 1 grandmother last seen wearing a teapot on her head. Reward, hot soup. Found, the moon. It was hiding behind the Equitable building. For sale, genuine storm silence, bottled fresh, 1 nickel. At the Stormhouse Tavern, the owner has replaced the bar with a communal table the size of a wagon. It is covered edge to edge with paper. People write standing up, sitting down, lying across it like cats. Ink bottles pass hand to hand like communion cups. The sign above reads, "Leave your story or take one with you. No one leaves empty-handed." Mrs. Moretti has turned her bakery into a scriptorium. Every customer who buys a loaf must first dictate 1 sentence to the boy with the charcoal stub. March 14. I knocked on the wall and the wall knocked back.
The sentences are pinned to a clothesline that stretches from oven to door, fluttering like prayer flags made of flour and hope. On 23rd Street, M. Pierre Dubois, photographer, madman, genius, has set up his camera on a roof. He is taking portraits for free. Each person stands against a backdrop of half-melted snow and holds whatever saved them: a harmonica, a frozen cat, a child's mitten, a single tin cup. The glass plates crack in the cold, but the images survive. Ghostly, radiant, eternal. You find yourself in the basement of the Mercantile Library, which has become the unofficial archive of the apocalypse. Volunteers sort thousands of scraps. Love letters written on grocery lists written on love letters. A child's drawing of a house with smoke shaped like a heart. A single page that reads, "I burned my diary to stay warm. If you are reading this, I made it." Someone has started a ledger titled, "We Were Here." It is already thicker than the Bible. Entries are written in every language spoken in Manhattan, and a few that haven't been invented yet. March 15. Heard my neighbor sing Danny Boy through a stovepipe. I answered with 2 knocks and 1 tear. March 17. Gave my last potato to a boy who called me sir like I was a king. March 19. Watched the East River break its chains and remembered I was born on an island. By noon,
The streets are ankle-deep in stories. Children slide down snowbanks on sleds made of frozen headlines.
A boy sells genuine blizzard ink, soot mixed with melted snow, for a penny a bottle. It freezes in the vial and has to be thawed over a candle before you can write, which feels exactly right. At 2 p.m., the first mail coach in 12 days rumbles down Broadway. The driver stands in the box ringing a bell and shouting, "Letters! Letters for the living and the dead, both delivered free today." People run alongside, sobbing, laughing, waving envelopes that smell of candle smoke and desperation. You add your own page to the clothesline at Mrs. Moretti's. March 12, I thought the world had ended. March 22, I am writing this on paper that was once a grocery list for turnips. The turnips never arrived. The world did. Evening finds you on the roof again, the same roof where you once waved a bedsheet like a drowning sailor. Now it is dry enough for a party. Someone has dragged up a piano that survived by being too heavy to freeze. Someone else has brought a fiddle made from a cigar box and hope. They play After the Ball, and every voice in Chelsea joins in, rising over the rooftops, drifting across the harbor, reaching Brooklyn before the echo does. Below you, the city is a constellation of tiny fires, each stove, each candle, each heart, burning just bright enough to prove the darkness lost. You open the notebook you bought for a nickel and a smile. The first page is already smudged with soot and thaw water. You write, "We were buried for 9 days. We dug ourselves out with shovels, with songs, with stories sharp enough to cut ice. We learned that silence is only scary when you think you're alone in it. We learned that warmth is not temperature. It is the distance between two ants that decide not to let go." You underline the last line twice, the way the boarding house lady underlined the earth, reminding everyone who was in charge. Then you close the book, tuck it inside your coat next to your heart, and join the singing. Because the great white hurricane is finally, truly, completely over. And the story of how we survived it has only just begun. Friday, March 23rd, 1888. The day the city remembered what day it was. You wake to the sound of time starting again. Not the polite tick of your mantel clock, which gave up the ghost sometime around Tuesday week ago, but the wild, sloppy, glorious music of a city that has decided to be late for everything and doesn't care. Drip, crash, splash, creak, shout, laugh, drip again. You throw open the window and the air hits you like champagne left in the sun, sharp, sweet, and a little drunk. The temperature has jumped 20 degrees overnight. The snow is committing suicide in broad daylight, leaping off roofs in wet avalanches that sound like applause. Below your window, Mrs. O'Donnell is dancing, actually dancing in the middle of 19th Street. She has traded her curtain cloak for a dress the color of robin's eggs, and is twirling so hard her boots send up fans of slush. Every time a slab of snow thunders down from a cornice, she throws back her head and laughs like a girl who has just been told the world is hers. You dress in the first clothes that aren't patched, mismatched, or made from upholstery and run downstairs. The streets are a riot of thaw. Broadway has become Venice, if Venice were built by drunk giants. Rivers race along the gutters, carrying entire civilizations, a child's wooden horse, a lady's parasol, 3 issues of the Police Gazette, and one very confused trout someone swears came from the East River. Every manhole exhales steam like a dragon waking from a nightmare.
At the corner of 14th and 6th, a brass band, 16 pieces, all slightly damp, has set up in a puddle the size of a ballroom. They are playing After the Ball at double speed, as if the song itself is trying to catch up with lost time. People dance in the slush, boots ruined, hearts intact. A policeman directs traffic with a ladle. Union Square has turned into a sculpture garden of collapsing snow. Children pummel the last surviving drifts with sticks, shrieking triumph as each one caves in like a defeated army. Someone has stuck a top hat on a melting snowman and labeled it Boss Tweed, finally brought low. You find yourself in City Hall Park, where a crowd has gathered around the statue of George Washington. The father of his country has been buried to the knees for 12 days. Now, 20 men with chisels and brooms are liberating him inch by inch. Every time another bronze button appears, the crowd cheers like it's the 4th of July. A boy no older than 10 stands on a crate, ringing a dinner bell and shouting the day's news. It is Friday. The date is March 23. We are still in the year 1888.
God save the Republic and pass the coffee. Someone hands you a mug. It is hot, black, and tastes like resurrection. At exactly 11:07 a.m., every church bell in Manhattan decides to ring at once. They are rusty, off-key, and half-frozen, but they manage a ragged, glorious hallelujah that rattles windows from here to Hoboken. Pigeons explode off rooftops in silver clouds. A woman in a scarlet shawl drops to her knees right in the middle of Broadway and sobs into her apron, not from grief, but from the sheer indecent joy of knowing what day it is. By noon, the streets are ankle-deep in history. The snow that once reached second-story windows is now a filthy, glorious mud that squelches like applause under every boot. People walk slower than they need to, as if afraid the ground might vanish again if they move too fast. You pass a shop window where someone has painted in gold letters still dripping, "We are open and we know what day it is." Inside, the owner is giving away calendars, brand new 1888 calendars that no one has torn a page from in 2 weeks. He presses one into your hands and says, voice cracking, "Mark the days you were alive. Every single one." At 2 p.m., the first train in 13 days steams into Grand Central. It is 6 hours late, covered in icicles like a wedding cake left in the rain, and greeted by a crowd of 5,000 who sing Sweet Betsy from Pike until they lose their voices. The conductor steps down, takes off his hat, and bows so low his beard sweeps the platform. You end the day on the Brooklyn Bridge, because you can, because it's still standing, because the ferries are finally moving again, and the city has decided to throw itself a parade. The promenade is packed with people who have walked across just to prove they still can. Below, the East River runs black and free, steam rising where the sun touches it. Above, the cables hum in the wind like harp strings played by a god who has forgiven us. Someone starts singing Auld Lang Syne. By the second verse, the entire bridge is singing. 10,000 voices, raw from crying and laughing and shouting the date at strangers, rise together over the water and drift south toward the sea that tried to swallow us and failed. You stand at the railing, boots soaked, heart wide open, and watch the last sliver of sun paint the city the color of forgiveness. The great white hurricane is over. The thaw has come, and New York, muddy, loud, impossible, alive, has remembered exactly what day it is. Today. And every day after this one is a gift we will never again take for granted.
You wake to the sound of 1,000 heartbeats made of iron. Clang, scrape, grunt, laugh, clang again. The entire block is shoveling in 4/4 time, as if Manhattan has hired an orchestra of sweat and hope to play its anthem of return. You grab the spade that has become your second spine and join the chain that snakes down 19th Street. 50 people linked by rhythm and steam. A baker still wearing his apron stiff with frozen flour. A debutante in diamond earrings and rubber boots. A newsboy whose voice cracked somewhere between Tuesday and forever.
Old man Kowalski conducting the whole affair with a pickle barrel lid for a symbol. Every shovelful thrown skyward bursts into diamonds and lands with a wet slap that sounds exactly like applause. The snow is no longer the enemy. It is the patient. We are surgeons carving arteries through its chest. Each new channel cut lets another pulse of city life rush back in. A pushcart selling coffee thick as tar. A milk wagon whose horse keeps trying to kiss the driver. A little girl dragging a red sled now filled with lilacs someone found blooming under a south-facing window. At the corner of 7th Avenue, Mrs. Moretti has built a snow wall 6 feet high and perfectly smooth. She is painting it with coffee grounds and beet juice. A mural of the storm as a sleeping giant, one arm flung over the city like a blanket. Underneath, in letters tall enough to read from Brooklyn, she writes, "We were warm underneath. Thank you for digging us out." Passers-by add their own lines with sticks and fingers. "Knock twice if you're still here." "My cat sends regards." Turns out neighbors are a renewable resource. By 10 a.m., the first streetcar in 2 weeks clangs its way down 8th Avenue on tracks still half buried. The motorman has tied a dinner bell to the front and rings it like he's announcing the second coming. People line the route 10 deep, cheering so hard their voices crack like the ice beneath the wheels. At 11:11, someone's watch finally agreed with someone else's. The entire digging army on 23rd Street breaks through to 6th Avenue. A tunnel 30 feet long suddenly opens into sunlight, and the cheer that goes up rattles windows from here to Harlem. Strangers hug strangers. A policeman cries into his helmet. Mrs. O'Donnell plays Gary Owen on her harmonica until the mouthpiece thaws and she has to warm it in her armpit between verses. You find yourself in a human chain passing buckets of snow, hand to hand toward the river. The last man in line is a fireman with arms like bridge cables. Every time a bucket reaches him, he hurls it into the Hudson with a roar that scares gulls into the next county. The river is black and greedy, swallowing every offering as if it too wants to forget. At noon, the mayor, still wearing bedroom slippers under his overcoat, declares Shovel Day official. Anyone who digs for 4 hours gets a free dinner at any saloon in the city. By 12:03, every saloon is out of food, and the digging has doubled. Someone starts singing, "Drill, ye tarriers, drill." By the second verse, the whole west side is singing. By the third verse, even the snow seems to sway in time. At 3 p.m., a miracle happens on 14th Street. An entire block is declared officially open. No snow higher than a man's ankle from Broadway to the river. People walk down the middle of it just because they can, arms outstretched like tightrope walkers, laughing at the sheer indecent joy of solid ground. You end the day on your roof, the same roof that was once an island. Now it is connected to every other roof by bridges of packed snow and pure stubbornness. Someone has strung lanterns between the chimneys. They sway in the thaw wind like paper moons. Below, the
The city is a lacework of light and water. Every cleared street glows amber under the gas lamps.
Every remaining snowbank glitters like it's sorry for what it did. You lean your shovel against the chimney, the same shovel that has carried coal, dug tunnels, and now carved arteries, and listen. The sound is no longer the wind's scream. It is the slow, steady, magnificent heartbeat of a city that learned how to bleed snow and decided to bleed life instead. Clang, scrape, grunt, laugh, clang again. Tomorrow there will be more digging. The day after that, even more. But tonight, for the first time since March 11th, you know exactly what time it is. It is time to be alive. And every shovel in Manhattan is keeping perfect time. Sunday, March 25th, 1888. The day the city learned how to mourn while still digging. You wake to silence so complete you think the world has ended again. Then you realize it is Sunday. The shovels have stopped. Even the thaw has paused to listen. You step outside and the city is holding its breath. Broadway is open from 14th to 59th, a black ribbon of mud and memory. The snow walls have shrunk to knee-high ghosts, their edges soft as candle wax. Every lamppost glows with a flame someone lit last night and refused to let die.
At the corner of 23rd and 6th, the piano still stands. Someone has draped it in black bunting stolen from a theater. On top sits a single white lilac and a mason jar filled with nickels, dimes, and one gold locket no one has claimed. A note in a child's handwriting is pinned to the keys. Play softly. The dead are sleeping under the snow. People come alone or in pairs. They do not speak above a whisper. A woman in widow's weeds lifts the lid and plays 3 chords of Nearer My God to Thee. The sound floats down the avenue like snow that has forgotten how to fall. A man in a fireman's helmet takes off his hat and holds it over his heart until the last note dies. You walk south, past shops that have put black ribbons in their windows, beside hand-lettered signs. We are open, we are sorry, we are still here. At Union Square, the statue of George Washington now stands completely free. Someone has placed a wreath of pine and newspaper roses around his neck. At his feet lie 400 small white stones, one for every name the papers have printed, and 100 more for the ones they never will. A priest in a threadbare cassock reads the names aloud. His voice cracks on every third one. When he reaches Mary Elizabeth O'Rourke, aged 7, a woman near the front folds like a broken marionette. 2 strangers catch her before she hits the ground. No one tells them to. They just do.
You keep walking until you reach the East River. The water is the color of steel and forgiveness. A boy is skipping stones across the surface. Each one lands with a sound like a period at the end of a very long sentence. On the pier, a hand-painted sign reads, "For those the snow kept, light a candle tonight and leave your window open." By dusk, every window in Manhattan glows, not gaslight, candlelight. 10,000 small flames trembling against the dark like the city itself is learning how to pray. You light your own candle and set it on the sill. The flame paints your room gold.
Outside, the thaw has started again, softer now, almost courteous. Each drop that falls from the eaves sounds like a name being forgiven. You open the notebook you have carried since the first night. The pages are warped with meltwater and hope. You write, "We dug for 12 days straight. We found streets, pianos, horses, and each other. We also found the shape of what was missing. Tonight, the city is quiet enough to hear it. 400 empty chairs at 400 tables. 400 songs that will never be finished. 400 mothers who will set one less plate forever." You underline the last line, then add,
But tomorrow, we will set 500 plates, because that is what survivors do. We make room for the missing by feeding the living. You close the book, blow out the candle, and leave the window open. Somewhere across the rooftops, a harmonica begins to play Shenandoah. Another joins in, then another. By the time the moon rises, every street in the city is singing the same slow, heartbroken, hopeful lullaby. The great white hurricane is over. The thaw is complete. And New York, scarred, singing, still digging, has learned how to carry its dead in its arms while marching toward morning. Monday, March 26, 1888, the day the city learned to carry its dead in its pockets. You wake before the sun to the sound of one candle still burning. It is the last of the 7 Mrs. O'Donnell placed in her window, one for each night the storm raged. She is standing on her stoop in her nightgown and boots, snuffing them out one by one. When the final flame dies, she whispers something you cannot hear, then crosses herself and goes inside. The street smells of melted wax and wet iron. You dress in black without meaning to. Every coat you own has turned the color of mourning somewhere between soot and thaw. Outside, the city has learned a new language, the language of half-mast flags, of black ribbons tied around lampposts like mourning bracelets, of doors left ajar so the dead can find their way home if they need to.
Broadway is open, but no one hurries. People walk in the middle of the street because the sidewalks still belong to the snow. Every puddle reflects a sky that looks too blue to be decent. At the corner of 23rd and 6th, the piano is gone. In its place stands a small wooden cross wrapped in a child's red scarf. Someone has carved 407 names into the planks, one for every soul the papers finally admitted to. A mason jar at the base is filled with nickels and tears frozen halfway down the glass. You keep walking south until you reach the little church on Greenwich Street. The doors are open. Inside, every pew is full, and every windowsill holds a candle still burning from last night. Father Malone stands at the altar reading names the way other men read stock prices, slowly, carefully, as if a single misspoken syllable might erase someone forever. Patrick Joseph Kelly, aged 34, milkman, last seen on West 17th. A woman in the third row makes a sound like a door closing inside her chest. When the list ends, no one moves. The silence is so complete you can hear the candles drinking their own wax. Then a boy, no older than 10, walks to the front carrying a school slate. On it, in chalk, now smudged and ghostly, are tally marks. 407 lines. He turns the slate to the congregation so everyone can see, then gently erases one mark for every soul named. When he is done, the slate is blank. He lays it on the altar like an offering and walks back to his mother. Outside, the gravedigger is waiting. Mr. Daniel Shea, who no longer digs holes, but makes doors for the earth. He tips his cap to you and says, voice rough as burlap.
Morning, friend. We're planting good people today. You're welcome to walk with us. The funeral procession is small and enormous at once. 7 coffins on a single sledge, pulled by 2 black horses wearing blankets stitched from American flags. No band, no flowers, they would freeze before they reached the cemetery. Only the sound of boots on slush and 700 people breathing in perfect unison. At Greenwood Cemetery, the ground is still iron. The grave diggers have built fires in barrels to soften the earth. Each coffin is lowered with ropes made from clotheslines and prayers. When the first one touches bottom, Mr. Shea speaks the line that will outlive him. I make doors for the earth to welcome her children home. Someone starts, Nearer my God to thee. By the second verse, every voice in the cemetery has joined, rising over the half-melted drifts like smoke that refuses to forget where it came from. You walk home at twilight. The city has learned to mourn in motion. A woman ties a black ribbon around a lamppost and keeps sweeping. A newsboy sells papers with the death list on page 1 and whistles Sweet Betsy from Pike between shouts. A baker slides a tray of warm rolls into the oven and names them Remembrance Buns, half price for anyone who knew a name on the list. Every window you pass holds at least 1 candle. Some hold 7. Some hold 1 that will never be blown out. You reach your building and find Mrs. O'Donnell on the stoop again. She is holding a small bundle wrapped in newspaper. Inside are 7 stubs of candle wax, still warm.
For your window, she says. 1 for every night we thought the world was ending. Light them when you're ready, or don't. The dead don't mind either way. They just like knowing we remember which nights they missed. You take the bundle upstairs and set it on the sill beside your own candle, still unlit since Friday. Then you open your notebook for the last time. You write, We dug for 12 days and found our streets. We mourned for 7 nights and found our dead. We will light candles for 407 winters and find each other again every time the wind howls too loud. You close the book, strike a match, and light all 8 candles, 7 for the storm and 1 for tomorrow. The flames dance like small defiant hearts refusing to be buried. Outside, the city is quiet enough to hear snow forgive itself for falling. The great white hurricane is over. The thaw is complete. And New York, scarred, gentler, candlelit, has learned to carry its dead the way it once carried shovels, not as weight, but as warmth. Tuesday, March 27th, 1888, the day the city decided never to be buried again. You wake to the sound of hammers singing, not the frantic banging of rescue, but the steady, deliberate heartbeat of a city that has stopped digging graves and started digging foundations.
You open your door, and the hallway smells of sawdust and coffee and tomorrow. Down on 19th Street, Mr. Goldstein, the tailor, has traded his sidewalk sewing machine for a chalkboard the size of a door. He's drawing a picture of Manhattan upside down, skyscrapers growing downward into the earth, roots of steel and wire, while above ground the streets stay clean and calm. Underneath, he writes in letters tall enough to read from the elevated, "We will build over the snow, under the snow, through the snow, but never again in it." A crowd has gathered. Someone passes a flask. Someone else starts singing John Brown's Body, and the whole block joins in, substituting the lyrics, "The wires are marching underground, glory, glory, hallelujah." At City Hall, the mayor,
finally wearing proper shoes, stands on the steps beside a model of the new underground telegraph system. It looks like a child's toy, wooden poles painted white lying on their sides, copper veins running beneath the streets like secret rivers. He holds up a single cable still wrapped in ice from the storm and says, voice cracking, "This will never hang in the wind again." The crowd cheers so loud, the pigeons forget how to fly. On Broadway, the Stormhouse Tavern has become headquarters for the committee to never let this happen again. The sign now reads, "Free beer for ideas."
Free ideas for beer. Inside, a bricklayer sketches reinforced chimneys on a napkin. A glassblower designs windows thick enough to stop a cannonball. An Irishman with a brogue you could spread on toast proposes doors that open both ways, so the snow can't decide for us. Every idea is pinned to the wall with a dagger made of frozen telegraph wire. Mrs. Moretti arrives with a tray of rolls shaped like tiny subway cars. She pins a note to each one. Eat this and remember the city that bakes together, never freezes alone. By noon, the first underground cable is being laid on Pearl Street. A trench 6 feet deep runs straight through what used to be a mountain of snow. Children drop notes into the hole before the dirt goes back. To the future, we were cold so you wouldn't have to be. At 3 p.m., the elevated trains start running again. The first one is draped in banners. The blizzard is dead. Long live the subway. People ride just for the sake of motion, waving out windows at strangers who wave back like they've known each other since birth. You end the day on the roof, where this whole story began. The city spreads below you in patches of mud and possibility. Every street that was once a grave is now a promise. Every lamppost that once guided rescuers now points toward tomorrow. Someone has chalked across your chimney, in letters still wet, "We dug our way out. Now, we dig our way forward." You take the last candle stub Mrs. O'Donnell gave you, light it, and set it on the ledge. Then you open your notebook one final time. You write, March 11, the sky fell. March 27, we caught it and turned it into roots. We will build taller. We will dig deeper. We will wire the city beneath its skin and raise it above its fears. We will never again be prisoners of the snow. We will be its architects. You close the book, tuck it inside your coat, and blow out the candle. The smoke rises straight and true, the way telegraph wires will run from now on. Below, the city hums with hammers, with laughter, with the sound of 10,000 people who have decided the future will be warmer because we remember how cold the past could be. The great white hurricane is over. The thaw is complete. And New York, muddy, loud, unbreakable, inventing itself one buried cable at a time, has just begun. 137 years later, when the wind howls too hard and the snow starts to fall sideways, old men in subway cars still tell children, listen, this is nothing. In 1888, the sky itself tried to kill us. We answered by building a city that lives underground when it has to and reaches for the stars when it can.
So button your coat, hold someone's hand, and remember, every tunnel you ride through was dug by people who refused to be buried. That's who we are. That's who we'll always be. April 15th, 1888.
The day the city finally let the snow go. You wake to birds arguing on your windowsill. They are shouting about territory, about worms, about the sheer nerve of being alive on a morning that smells like green. Outside, the last patch of snow, a stubborn little island under the north side of Mrs. O'Donnell's stoop, has surrendered. It is the size of a dinner plate and shrinking fast, edges curling like paper held too close to a flame. You step into the street barefoot because you can. The cobblestones are warm, real, honest spring warm. Mrs. Moretti is planting crocuses in a half barrel that used to hold blizzard flower. She looks up, cheeks sun pink, and says the words the whole city has been waiting to say. It's over. It's really, truly no going back over. Across the avenue, Mr. Goldstein has taken down his chalkboard. In its place hangs a new sign, painted in careful gold letters. Goldstein and Sons Tailors to Survivors, established 1888, the year we learned to dress for anything. Children chase each other through puddles that reflect a sky so blue it looks freshly invented. A boy has tied a red ribbon to a stick and runs with it like a banner that reads, "We won!" At the Stormhouse Tavern, the owner has replaced the "Free Beer for Ideas" sign with a simpler one. Thank you for not freezing. Inside, the walls are covered with the original napkins, reinforced chimneys, inward opening doors, subway sketches. They have been framed under glass like holy relics. You walk to the river because you promised yourself you would. The East River runs fast and dark, carrying the last shards of ice out to sea like messages no one needs to read anymore. A ferry blows its whistle, 3 short blasts that mean nothing except, "I'm back." On the Brooklyn Bridge, someone has painted in careful white letters across the roadway, March 11th to 27th, 1888. We were cold, we were kind, we were enough. You stand in the middle of the span and close your eyes. You can still hear it if you listen past the gulls and the horns and the children laughing. The faint, perfect echo of 10,000 shovels keeping time. When you open your eyes, the city spreads before you in every direction. Muddy, noisy, imperfect, alive. And for the first time since the sky fell, you do not look up to see what might come next. You look around at what already has. 137 springs later, a little girl on the subway asks her grandfather why the tunnels are so deep. He smiles, the same smile Mrs. O'Donnell wore when she blew out her 7th candle, and says, because a long time ago, the sky tried to bury us. We answered by digging down far enough to hold hands with tomorrow, and we never stopped holding. The train rushes on, lights flickering like candles that refuse to go out. Above ground, crocuses bloom in every crack of concrete, quiet purple reminders that even the hardest winters keep their promises. The great white hurricane is gone. But every March, when the wind turns sharp and the sky lowers its shoulder, New York remembers. We were cold once. We were kind once. We were enough. And we always will be. May 3, 1888. 6 weeks after the sky tried to end us. You keep one candle stub in a tin box on the mantel. It is the 7th Mrs. O'Donnell gave you, the one you never lit. Tonight you take it out for the first time since March. The city is loud with spring, windows thrown open, babies crying,
a hurdy-gurdy playing After the Ball, off-key but happy. Somewhere a girl is learning to ride a bicycle and shouting every time she wobbles. Somewhere a boy is kissing his sweetheart under the first lilac of the season and forgetting the world exists. You strike a match. The flame catches, small and perfect, the same size it was the night the storm began. You carry it to the open window. Below, 19th Street is washed clean. No snow. No tunnels. Only wet cobblestones shining like they've been polished by angels. Mrs. Moretti is closing her bakery, humming. Mr. Goldstein locks his door and tips his hat to a policeman who tips back. A stray cat, the one everyone swears was frozen mid-leap, strolls across the street like he owns the block. You hold the candle high enough for the breeze to find it. Then you blow. The flame bows, flickers, and goes out. Smoke rises straight and true, the way it did the night you promised the future would be warmer. You watch it disappear into a sky so blue it looks like the storm was only a dream someone woke up from laughing. Somewhere below, a child asks, "Mama, will it ever snow like that again?" And the mother answers the way every mother in New York will answer for the next 137 years. "Yes, darling. But when it does, we'll knock twice, and the wall will knock back." You close the window. You do not lock it. You never will again.
Hello, everyone. Tonight, we're stepping straight into the iron grip of a medieval English winter, the kind that bites the instant your lungs draw breath. You're standing on the frozen fringe of a small village, somewhere in the Midlands, maybe around the year 1350. The temperature has already plunged well below what we'd call 0 Fahrenheit, and the air itself feels like a blade against any patch of uncovered skin. Every roof is armored in thick white frost. Long icicles hang from the eaves like crystalline daggers, catching the last weak glimmers of twilight. Under your feet, the snow has hardened into a crust that cracks with every cautious step. The sun vanished hours ago, taking almost all color and hope with it. For a second, you let yourself imagine trying to sleep through a night that can easily fall to -25 or lower. Without serious preparation, you wouldn't wake up. People here have been perfecting that preparation for centuries.
If this is the sort of deep dive you love, consider giving the video a thumbs up and hitting subscribe, but only if it's actually your kind of thing. And if you feel like it, drop a quick comment telling me where in the world you're watching from and what the clock says on your end right now. Lower the lights a little, settle in, and let the cold start climbing your legs as we move deeper into the village. Everything here happens slowly, deliberately. Sound carries unnaturally far in this dry, knife-sharp air. The faint scrape of a shovel against packed snow,
the muffled cough of a child inside one of the cottages, the distant lowing of livestock huddled in a barn. Most of all, you notice the smell. Thin, sweet wood smoke threading its way between the crooked little houses. By the late 14th century, large parts of England had already been stripped of mature woodland. Royal forests were protected for the king's hunting, and what was left for common people was often young coppice or scrub that burned fast and gave little heat.
Fuel was not just precious, it was a constant anxiety that colored every single winter evening. You stop in front of a low, single-story peasant house. A faint orange glow leaks around the edges of its wooden shutter. The wind rattles it hard enough to make the whole frame shudder. You ease the door open just enough to slide inside, and the relative warmth hits you like a soft slap. It's still bitterly cold by our standards, maybe 40 degrees Fahrenheit at best, but after the outside, it feels almost luxurious. A small central hearth smolders more than it flames. The fire has been nursed all day to stretch the logs as far as they'll go. A heavy iron pot hangs over it, and the steam curling up carries the dense, comforting smell of barley, leeks, dried peas, and whatever herbs they could still find. Probably a thick pottage that will be tomorrow's breakfast and lunch, too. Everyone moves with exaggerated care, because every time the door opens, the temperature inside plummets. Cold air pours across the floor like water.
Close to the fire, on a patch of cleaner rushes, lies a small bundled object, a rough linen pouch tied with twine. Inside are things that seem bizarre to us: a couple of dried toads, a hagstone with a natural hole, a few hawk feathers, maybe a scrap of parchment with a charm scribbled in Latin no one here can read. These little winter talismans were common. People believed they warded off the frost spirits, or at least gave the household something to hope in when the night felt endless. The family starts the careful ritual of going to bed. First, the fire must be banked. The householder drags a wooden rake, or sometimes just a flat stick wrapped in rag through the ashes, pulling a blanket of gray over the glowing embers beneath. Done right, those coals will stay alive until dawn, ready to be teased back into flame with a breath of bellows and a handful of kindling. Done wrong, and the whole household wakes to a stone-cold hearth and the terrifying job of borrowing fire from a neighbor who might not have any to spare.
Surviving records are frustratingly quiet about exact tools. Some archaeologists think many families simply used their hands, protected by thick rags. But the stakes were always the same: keep the heart of the house beating through the darkest hours. You glance at the walls while they work. They're wattle and daub, supple hazel rods woven between the oak uprights, then packed with a wet mix of clay, straw, chopped reeds, even animal hair or dung for binding. Once it dries, it sets hard, but it's never perfect. Wind finds every crack. Over the years, the household has stuffed moss, old rags, and handfuls of sheep's wool into the worst gaps, but you can still feel the drafts sneaking through, stroking the back of your neck like ghostly fingers. In a modern house, we measure insulation in R values. Here, the only metric is whether your fingertips go numb before morning. Every patch, every daubed handful of mud, every desperate scrap of cloth rammed into a hole is a quiet act of defiance against a season that has killed stronger people than these for less. And the night is only just beginning.
Your lungs pull in a slow, deliberate breath, and the air inside the cottage tastes of old smoke, damp wool, and the faint sour sweetness of rushes that haven't been changed since Michaelmas. It's not pleasant, but it is intimate. 8 or 9 people, 2 dogs, maybe a cat curled on the crossbeam. Everyone's warmth and stink and quiet breathing mingle into a single living cloud that hovers just below the soot-blackened rafters. The cold outside is a predator. In here, the shared heat of bodies is the only wall that still holds. A teenage boy glances toward the shadows where you stand. His eyes linger a second longer than politeness allows. In January, strangers are rare. Nothing travels except ravens and rumors. The paths are empty. The well is half a mile away and glazed with ice, and every soul who can stay indoors does. Winter shrinks the world to the size of one small room. You sink back against the wall, letting the weight of your own clothing settle.
The tunic is thick cotton gray wool, the hose beneath it another layer of the same, and over everything a heavy cloak still stiff from the frost it carried in. The weave is coarse enough to rasp your neck when you turn your head, but it traps air like a living thing. People wore layer upon layer. Linen shift against the skin, wool tunic, wool gown. Sometimes a sheepskin jerkin turned fleece inward if the family was lucky. Heat came from what you kept next to your body, not from the room itself. Close your eyes and listen. Cold does something strange to sound. It strips away softness. A joint in the roof beam cracks like a musket shot as frost forces the green oak apart. Somewhere a shutter whistles on its leather hinge. A child whimpers once, then is hushed against its mother's breast. The tiny pop of a settling ember sounds almost like speech. These are the lullabies of a medieval winter night, sharp, honest, and impossible to ignore. You draw one last lungful of the thick, eye-watering air and step back through the door.
The night hits you like a mailed fist. The temperature has dropped another few degrees while you were inside. Your teeth ache instantly, and the moisture on your eyelashes turns to tiny needles of ice. Snow squeaks underfoot as you follow the narrow, trodden path between the houses. Overhead, the sky is a black bowl, hammered full of stars so bright they seem close enough to cut. Every cottage you pass leaks a thread of dull orange around its shutters. Those shutters are thin deal boards, sometimes no more than a finger's thickness, and the wind finds every seam. Yet people still manage to sleep. Part of the trick was surrendering to darkness itself. Close the shutter, hang an old blanket or a spare cloak across it, pull the wool up over your ears, and let the night become a heavy quilt that presses the warmth down around you. You ease open the latch of the next house and slip inside. This room is poorer.
The hearth is little more than a ring of stones in the middle of the floor, and the fire has already collapsed into a nest of dull red embers no bigger than a man's fist. A woman in her 30s kneels beside it, moving with the unhurried grace of someone who has done this every night of her adult life. She drags a broken wooden spade through the ashes, heaping a pale gray mound over the coals. One careless scoop too much, and the heart of the fire did smother. Too little, and the heat will bleed away before dawn. Everything depends on the next few minutes. No matches, no lighter, no second chances. Before the 13th century, most villages relied entirely on carrying fire from house to house in covered pots or on slow-burning tinder. Even after flint and steel became more common, striking a new light in the black pre-dawn cold was a gamble that could waste an hour and still fail. Keeping the embers alive was not tradition, it was necessity.
Behind her, the rest of the family waked in silence. Someone murmurs, so low you almost miss it. 3 logs for the morning, no more. The words land like stones in still water. 3 logs. That has to warm water, boil pottage, and bake the daily bread before the next night comes. Scarcity is not an abstract concept here. It is measured in arm lengths of split oak and counted every evening like rosary beads. The woman finishes her careful burial of the fire. She sets the spade aside, wipes her hands on her apron, and only then allows herself a small, tired exhale that fogs briefly in front of her face. In this house, as in every other, the long vigil against the dark has officially begun. In some corners of England, they burned peat cut from the mossy moors. In others, squares of dried turf stacked like bricks beside the door. When even that ran short, they gathered cowpats or horse dung, shaped them by hand, and left them on the wall to dry until they were hard as shale.
The smell when they caught it was rank and clinging, but no one complained. Heat was heat, and heat was the thin margin between waking and not waking. There's an odd scrap of lore that surfaces in a few manor court rolls. Certain households swore that dung from cattle grazed on wild thyme or fennel burned hotter and cleaner. A farmer might watch his herd all summer the way a winemaker watches grapes, hoping the beasts cropped the right herbs so January would be a fraction less brutal. Inside this cottage, the last real flame has already surrendered. Only a small heap of embers pulses like a dying heart. Shadows lunge and retreat across the walls each time the glow flares. The cold has not given up. It slides along the floor in slow, patient currents, licking at your boots, curling around your calves the way smoke curls upward. You crouch near the stones and rub your hands briskly. Even here, no more than 4 feet from the coals, the air is barely above freezing.
On the worst nights, with a north wind screaming across the fens, the temperature inside could fall to within a degree or two of the outside air. Archaeological digs and abandoned hamlets have found frost patterns on the inside faces of shattered pottery. The mercury, if they had had any, would have frozen solid. A young girl lifts an iron kettle the size of a helmet and sets it on the edge of the ashes. Just enough warmth seeps through the metal to take the bite out of a handful of water for tomorrow's face washing. Full baths were a midsummer memory. In January, a rag dipped in lukewarm water was celebration enough. The family begins arranging the bed, if the word even fits. A low platform of boards, a thick pad of straw, 2 threadbare wool blankets, and every spare cloak in the house. They know the precise spot on the floor where the heat pools best, 2 body lengths from the hearth and directly beneath the smoke hole where the rising warmth lingers longest. Children are steered there first, rolled like kittens into the middle.
Adults ring them in a deliberate circle, knees drawn up, backs curved outward, forming a living wall that traps the day's last gift of warmth. One by one the tallow lamps are pinched out. Wax and wick were too dear to waste on sleep. Darkness collapses over everything, thick as felt. Now the only light is the dull ruby heartbeat under its blanket of ash. A single log shifts. The embers brighten for a breath, then sink again. Someone clears a throat. A baby snuffles, finds a thumb, and quiets. The small sounds feel enormous in the stillness. Up in the rafters, a hen clucks once and rearranges her feathers. Many families brought a few chickens inside on the bitterest nights, sometimes even a pregnant ewe or a newborn calf if the byre was too exposed. Every beating heart added a degree or two. Every exhaled breath was another coin in the bank against dawn. The roof beams speak in low groans as frost squeezes the oak a little tighter. The sound is slow, inevitable, almost mournful.
You rest your back against the wall and feel the boards shiver each time the wind shoulders the house. You draw a careful breath. The air tastes of soot, damp straw, warm animals, and the faint iron tang of extreme cold. It is not comfortable, but it is alive, and that is the point. These people did not just endure winter, they negotiated with it every single night. Would the coals hold? Would the youngest child's feet stay warm enough to keep circulation? Would the shutters hold against a gust that could rip them clean off their leather hinges? Sleep was never passive. It was strategy, choreography, communal engineering. You let your eyelids drop and simply listen. The soft wheeze of the old man in the corner, The faint rustle of straw as someone turns, the slow, steady breathing of 8 people and 3 chickens, all trying to outlast the same enemy. The fire sinks lower, the cold waits, patient as stone, just beyond the circle of bodies. And somewhere in that delicate balance, the long medieval night goes on.
You stay crouched by the hearth until the last coal dulls to the color of dried blood, then to a whisper of rose-gray ash. Only then do you stand, joints creaking like old timber, and push the door open once more. The night outside is a different creature altogether, still, sharp, and merciless. The cold snaps at your face so fiercely that the skin across your cheekbones stings as if it's been slapped. You pause on the threshold and let the shock of it roll over you, just long enough to remember what the cottagers are up against. A single human body radiates about as much heat as a large candle. Alone, that candle gutters fast. Together, many candles can light a room. You follow the packed snow path toward a low, steady murmur of voices and the occasional ripple of laughter. Rare, precious sounds in January. A broader, better thatched house looms ahead, its door ajar just enough for a blade of gold to escape. You ease inside. The difference is immediate and startling. The air here is almost mild, perhaps 50 degrees Fahrenheit, maybe more.
The hearth helps, but the real furnace is the people. 3 families, maybe 20 souls in all, packed companionably into one long chamber. Shoulders touch shoulders, knees brush knees. Every slow exhale adds another thimbleful of warmth to the common pool. This was no rare emergency measure. Across much of northern Europe, from the Alps to the North Sea coast, winter bundling was routine in smaller villages. Manorial records, coroner's rolls, even saints' lives casually mention households doubling or tripling up when the frost set in hard. A single larger fire, one thick roof, and the combined body heat of neighbors could raise the temperature 5, 8, even 10 degrees above what a lone family could manage. It was simple thermodynamics wrapped in everyday hospitality. You watched them build the night's nest. Armfuls of straw dragged from the corner, 2 thin mattresses of patched wool, every cloak and blanket the family's own heaped into a single wide island. Children are steered to the center like the yolk of an egg. Adults form the protective white around them.
Heat rises and is held there, reflected back down by the low thatch, captured again by the layers of wool and living skin. The smell is dense: wood smoke, boiled cabbage, wet dog, lanolin-rich wool, the unmistakable tang of bodies that bathed last in September. Yet somehow it feels comforting rather than rank. It is the smell of survival, of life refusing to surrender. An older man with a beard like frost-crusted moss notices you hovering and lifts one corner of a heavy blanket in invitation. You step over outstretched legs and sink into the edge of the nest. Someone presses a folded cloak into your arms. It is still warm from the person who wore it all day. You pull it around your shoulders and feel the instant bloom of trapped heat against your chest. A woman on your left, her hair braided tight against the night's chill, leans close enough that you catch the faint scent of wood ash in her clothes.
"In the blackest cold," she murmurs, "we sleep skin to skin if we must. No shame in it. The frost whites can't find purchase when folk keep one another warm." She smiles, teeth white in the dimness. "My granny swore that if you can wedge yourself between 2 hearty sleepers, one on each side, you'll never take the cough, and the night hag won't ride your chest. We call it lending fire round here. Borrowing heat, lending fire, call it what you like. Warmth was a communal resource, passed hand to hand like bread. You lower yourself onto the rustling straw. It prickles through every layer of cloth, but the trapped air beneath the top blanket is already body warm. Someone shifts to make room. A small calloused foot accidentally nudges your calf and stays there, sharing its pulse of heat without apology. At the far end of the room, the hearth settles into a low, contented breathing of its own. Shadows sway across the rafters like slow waves. A girl of 7 or 8, nestled deeper in the pile, whispers drowsily to no one in particular. And the bear was made of snow, but when I hugged him, he turned into feathers and flew away. Her voice trails off into the soft chorus of breathing that now fills the space. 20 separate rhythms slowly braiding themselves into one. You close your eyes and feel the temperature climb another degree, simply because no one here is facing the night alone. Outside, the wind howls its frustration against the thatch. Inside, the small human furnace burns steady and bright. The child's mother smooths a stray lock of hair from the girl's forehead, murmuring something too low to catch. The gesture is automatic, tender, ancient. Outside, the wind keeps prowling, rattling the shutters like it's trying every latch in the village. In here, though, the cold is held at bay by nothing more complicated than 20 human bodies and one large, shaggy dog. You ease your shoulder a fraction closer to the man on your left. He simply shifts to make room, the same way you'd move a cup so someone else can set down a jug. Nobody asks permission. Nobody needs to. Personal space is a luxury no one can afford when the night is 20 below. Your next breath comes slower, deeper. You feel the gentle tide of everyone else's breathing. Inhale, pause, exhale, until the whole room seems to rock on the same quiet rhythm. It's almost hypnotic, a living, low-frequency hum that you can sense in your ribs. A rough calculation drifts across your mind. An adult at rest gives off roughly 80 to 100 watts of heat, the same as a bright incandescent bulb. 20 adults, half a dozen children, one dog the size of a small pony, that's easily 2 kilowatts pooled in one low room. No wonder the air feels almost balmy compared to the solitary cottages you left behind. This isn't just neighborliness, it's thermodynamics wearing a human face. Scholars still bicker over how widespread the practice was. The manor rolls and church court records that survive almost always describe lords and wealthy merchants with their private chambers and curtained beds. The peasantry left fewer traces, mostly a passing mention in a coroner's report when someone smothered in the crush, or a gleeful moralist complaining that villagers lay mingled like beasts. So we piece the picture together from archaeology, from seasonal spikes in certain kinds of injuries, from the sheer common sense of staying alive. The evidence is patchy, but the logic is ironclad. The big dog lets out a contented sigh and wriggles deeper between 2 sleeping boys, its flank rising and falling like a bellows. You rest your hand on the straw beside you and feel the warmth radiating up through the mattress. Fresh straw, fluffed every morning with a pitchfork, is surprisingly effective insulation. The hollow stems hold millions of tiny air pockets. People who never heard the word R-value still understood that still air is the enemy of cold. Across the nest, someone hooks a spare ox hide over a rope stretched between 2 beams, letting it drop like a curtain around the edge of the group. Another layer, another degree reclaimed from the night. Modern expedition tents use the same principle. A fly sheet to break the wind, a footprint to trap ground warmth, a tight inner skin to hold the sleeper's own heat. The technology here is older than England itself. The talk has mostly died away. A low story about a fox who stole the moon trails off into yawns. Eyelids sag. You let your own eyes close and simply feel the temperature climb, degree by slow degree, until the air under the blankets is almost thick with warmth. Privacy, as we know it, barely existed. You fall asleep with a stranger's hair tickling your ear and another stranger's foot wedged against your shin. Secrets, jokes, nightmares, first kisses. Half the village probably learned the facts of life on nights exactly like this, whispered across a shared pillow while the adults pretended not to hear. The fire gives one last pop, sending a brief bloom of orange across the underside of the thatch. You open your eyes just long enough to see frost sparkling along the rafters like someone scattered crushed glass. The ceiling is so low you could touch it if you sat upright. The room has shrunk to the exact size of the people keeping each other alive.
Somewhere in that small, breathing darkness, you finally let yourself sink. The wind howls on, furious and unheard. Inside the cocoon, the temperature holds steady, and the long medieval winter is, for a few hours at least, defeated by nothing more complicated than closeness. You linger for one last heartbeat inside the breathing cocoon of the communal room, surrounded by the slow tide of shared warmth, then carefully lift the blanket and slide free. Nobody stirs beyond a sleepy sigh or the soft rustle of straw. The big dog twitches an ear, dreams already chasing it across warmer fields. The moment the door closes behind you, winter clamps down again, fierce, possessive, almost personal. Your lungs seize for a second at the shock of it. Frost forms instantly on the wool where your breath touches. You pull the cloak tight and set off, boots punching crisp holes in the moonlit snow. The next cottage sits a little apart, older than the rest, its ridge sagging like an old horse's back. One corner of the thatch has slipped, and the timbers lean together as if they're holding each other upright.
Yet before you even reach the latch, you catch the scent. Sun-dried straw, the ghost of last summer's meadows drifting out to greet you. Inside, a single household is finishing the quiet ceremony of making their bed. There is almost no fire left, just a faint red eye beneath gray ash, yet the room already feels different. A broad, low box bed built against the far wall is being filled the way a baker fills a pie. Arm after arm of fresh, golden straw carried in from the lean-to, tossed, shaken, spread. The father and the older boys work in silence, the way men move when the task is older than speech. Each forkful lands with a soft hiss and settles with a sigh. You kneel at the edge and run your fingers through it. The stalks are hollow, light, still faintly warm from the day's faint sun. Press them and they spring back. Crush them and they trap 1,000 tiny cushions of air. The same dead air principle that keeps climbers alive on Everest kept these people alive in January.
They never called it loft or dead air insulation. They simply noticed that new straw slept warmer than old, and changed it every few weeks the way we change a filter. A girl of 9 or 10 smooths a worn linen sheet over the mound, tugging the corners with fierce concentration. Over that goes a heavy wool blanket the color of storm clouds, then another, thinner one, that once might have been dyed a festive red. The layers transform the prickly base into something almost plush. The grandfather, face creased like old bark, catches your eye and pats the mattress twice, an invitation as old as hospitality itself. You ease yourself down. The straw protests with a crisp, papery crackle, then yields. It is nothing like memory foam. It is better than memory foam in its honest way. The bed shapes itself around your shoulder blades, your hips, the small of your back, forming a shallow nest that cups you the way a hand cups a flame. Warmth rises almost at once from the compressed stalks beneath. You understand immediately why box beds were built with sides, and sometimes even a sliding wooden door. Once you're inside, your own heat has nowhere to escape.
The old man leans close enough that you smell wood smoke in his beard. Some folk, he says in a voice like dry leaves, slip lavender or sweet woodruff between the bunches. Fleas hate it, dreams love it, and the bed smells of June when the world outside is iron. He taps the mattress again, satisfied, as though the straw itself has just proved his point. You sit up slowly, reluctantly. The straw sighs again, already missing your weight. The fire gives one last flutter, painting the low beams the color of dark honey, then sinks into quiet ember glow. Outside, the wind is rising, testing every seam in the walls. Inside, the bed is ready, a small, bright island of summer, saved against the longest night of the year. You draw a slow breath of warm, straw-scented air, and for a moment you almost lie back down. But the village still has secrets left to show you, and the night is far from finished. You linger a little longer, letting the small, deliberate ritual finish its work.
Bedding here is never just something you lie on. It is something you build, night after night, the way a mason builds a wall or a baker tends a fire. It is the one place where laboring people can still exert control after the daylight is gone. After a short winter day spent breaking ice at the well, splitting frozen logs, or trudging home, bent under a yoke of firewood, this low wooden box, filled with last summer's harvest, becomes the evening's only reward. You brush your palm across the linen sheet again. It is coarse, patched in two places, and has been washed so often in wood ash lye that it feels almost papery. Yet it is priceless. Linen wicked sweat in summer and kept straw dust off the skin in winter. Every household, even the poorest, kept at least one good sheet, because damp straw against bare legs invited chills, and chills invited the cough that never left before spring. The mother gives the top blanket, a heavy, much-mended patchwork of browns and faded russets, one final shake. It settles over the family like a slow avalanche of wool, trapping the day's last heat the way a lid traps steam.
The weight is deliberate. Heavy blankets press warmth back into the body and keep cold air from slipping between layers. Modern weighted blankets are sold as therapy. Here, they were simply survival. Your gaze drifts to the practical edges of the room. A fresh bundle of floor rushes tied with twine, waiting for tomorrow's scattering. 2 clay bottles stoppered with rag, still holding the faint warmth of the fire for anyone who wakes parched. A chipped bowl of shriveled crab apples and sloes, the last sweet thing before Easter. Nothing is accidental. Everything earns its place. The family arranges itself with the ease of long practice. Father takes the coldest side, nearest the wall. Mother slides in beside him. The children burrow into the warm pocket between them like fox cubs. Limbs overlap without apology. The box bed creaks once, a low, companionable groan, then accepts their combined weight and grows quiet. The mother smooths the blanket over a small shoulder and murmurs, "Lie still, little hearts. Let the straw drink your warmth and give it back when the night is darkest." The same sentence, or something very like it, has been spoken in this room every January for longer than anyone can remember.
You picture the hours ahead. Breath by breath, the straw beneath them will climb from cool to body warm to almost hot along the spine and the backs of knees. Moisture will rise and be wicked away by wool. The heavy blanket will keep it all penned in. By the dead of night, this crude nest will be 30, 40 degrees warmer than the air a foot above the mattress. It is not a furnace. It is a slow oven built for people. A coal shifts in the hearth and throws one brief flare across the rafters. You catch the glint of fresh frost already blooming along the inside of the shutter like white fern. Outside, the wind prowls and sniffs, searching for a way in. It will not find one tonight. The old man catches your eye again. "Straw remembers," he whispers, amused. "It flattens, it powders, it has to be born again every Candlemas. You'll find bits of it in your hose come spring, little golden spears stuck to the wool, proof the bed loved you." He chuckles, the sound dry as the stalks themselves.
We used to say the house with the most mice had the warmest straw. My mother would stand at the door and call out, "Come, little sisters, come test our hospitality." If they came running, we knew we'd done the bed proud. Then the laughter fades into a yawn, and he too sinks back into the nest. The fire sinks with him. One by one, the small sounds stop. The last crackle, the last sigh, the last rustle of a child turning over. Breathing deepens, steadies, braids itself into a single slow tide. You stand in the near dark, surrounded by the hush of people who have done everything they can do. The room is no longer a room. It is a seed, buried in wool and straw and human heat, waiting for morning. And for the first time all night, the cold feels very far away. You stand one last moment in the hush of the straw-scented room, feeling the pull of that warm nest even from across the floor. Then you brush the clinging golden flecks from your cloak, offer the sleeping family the smallest of bows, and step out.
The door has barely latched before winter seizes you again. The air is so cold it feels solid, like walking into glass. Each breath stings, then blooms white and vanishes upward into a sky rinsed clean of everything but starlight. You tuck your chin, pull the cloak tight, and follow your own footprints for a few paces before veering toward a faint, honey-colored glow leaking between warped shutters farther down the lane. When the door opens, the first thing that reaches you is not heat, but texture. Thick, springy, almost furry. Wool is everywhere. It hangs in heavy folds from every peg, lies in fat rolls along the walls, drapes across the bench like a living pelt. The whole room feels swaddled. A woman near the hearth looks up from her handcards. Wisps of newly teased wool drift around her like slow-motion snow. She smiles, quiet, tired, but genuine, and tips her head. "Come in, stranger. Shut the night outside." You do, and the difference is immediate. The fire is only a handful of coals, yet the air is soft, almost cushioned. Wool drinks sound and gives back warmth.
It is the medieval miracle fabric. Warm when wet, slow to burn, stubbornly loyal to body heat. England's fields grew sheep before they grew much else for a reason. The bed dominates one wall, a broad box piled so high with blankets that it looks like a small hill wearing a woolen coat. The topmost cover is a vast, dense blanket the color of storm clouds, its edges fringed with use rather than decoration. The father lifts it with both hands the way a priest lifts a chasuble, reverence for something that has kept generations alive. When he lets it fall, it lands with a heavy, satisfying whump that seems to push the cold back toward the corners. The mother presses a folded tunic into your arms. It weighs as much as a hauberk. You bury your face in it. Lanolin, smoke, sheep, safety. This is not fashion. It is insulation you can wear to sleep. In a damp climate where a night's rain can soak through thatch and walls, wool's ability to hold warmth even when sodden was worth more than gold.
A small boy tugs your sleeve and offers up a knitted cap the size of a cooking pot. He pats his own capped head, then yours, insistent. You pull it on. Instantly, your ears stop aching. The top of your head feels cradled. He nods, satisfied, and launches into a proud explanation in the piping voice of someone repeating a lesson learned at a grandfather's knee. Heads where the warmth runs away fastest. Ma'am says it's like smoke up the chimney if you leave it bare. Caps for sleeping, always. He is right. Modern science only confirmed what these children knew by touch. Up to a third of body heat loss on a cold night can pour out through an uncovered head. A simple wool cap was a nighttime lifesaver. You hand the cap back reluctantly. The boy shakes his head. Keep it, stranger, and scampers off to burrow into the wool mountain already claiming his siblings. Every movement in the room is slow, deliberate, energy hoarded the way a miser hoards coins. Blankets are smoothed, edges tucked, bodies arranged like logs in a well-built fire, smallest in the middle, adults forming the outer wall.
When the last candle is pinched out, the only light is a faint red seam beneath the hearth door and the softer glow of wool itself, holding the memory of daylight. You stand wrapped in the heavy quiet, breathing air that smells of lanolin and wood smoke and human effort. Somewhere under all those layers, the family is already generating its own small climate, degree by careful degree. Wool does not shout its protection. It simply refuses to let the cold win. And tonight, once again, the cold will lose. The father gives a low chuckle that rumbles like distant thunder. "Leave your head bare," he says, tapping his own thick cap, "and the frost whites come sniffing. They nibble little holes in your dreams till you wake up tangled and cross. My old dad swore it was true, and he never had a bad night's sleep in his life." The children giggle, half believing, half teasing, the way children always do with stories that sit right on the edge of truth. You watch them finish the careful layering. First a lighter, scratched blanket to lie on, then two heavier ones pulled up to the waist, and finally the treasure, the dark, almost black coverlet that feels like midnight made soft.
It came from the fleece of a single prize ewe, shorn on the first warm day after lambing, spun by lamplight through 3 long winters, woven on a loom the grandmother rocked with her foot while singing the same 3 songs over and over. When the father smooths it across the bed, the gesture is slower than prayer. Your palm rests on the surface and you feel it begin, the slow, deliberate gathering of heat. Wool does not throw warmth at you the way a blaze does. It waits, patient as earth, then drinks every spark your body offers and gives it back richer. 10 minutes from now, the bed will be a quiet oven. An hour from now, it will be the warmest place in the village. You notice the walls again. Rough, undyed cloth is tacked or hung in overlapping folds wherever the wind finds a seam. It billows gently when a gust punches the timbers outside, absorbing the blow like a living lung. Wool on the walls, wool on the bed, wool against every inch of skin. This house has wrapped itself the way a caterpillar wraps a cocoon. The old woman sets her cards aside, rubbing fingers shiny with lanolin.
"We grease the outer cloaks with tallow and a drop of birch oil," she says, wrinkling her nose even at the memory of the smell. "Stinks like a wet dog for a week, but the wet stays out and the warmth stays in. Better a ripe house than a dead one." She does not need to say the rest. Every child here has grown up knowing that the sheep in the fold are not just coin on the hoof. They are nights survived, fevers broken, babies kept alive until spring, kings taxed in wool, lords dressed in wool, merchants grew fat on wool, and peasants slept or died by wool. The whole kingdom ran on the curl of a sheep's back. The room quiets. The hearth sinks to a single ruby eye. The heavy curtains along the wall breathe in and out with the wind's rhythm, soft as a giant sleeping cat. A girl's voice, thick with approaching dreams, whispers, "Don't let the cold creep under the door, Will."
Her brother answers by hooking an arm around her and dragging her closer. Not tonight. Wolves on guard. The last candle is pinched. Darkness folds down, thick and comforting as the blankets themselves. You pull off the gifted cap, hand it back to the boy who is already half buried in the wool mountain, and rise. The old woman lifts a hand in farewell, fingers still dusted with pale fiber like frost. Outside, the night slams into you again, sharp, bright, merciless. But the cold finds less purchase this time. Somewhere under your own cloak, the memory of thick, lanolin-rich wool clings to your skin like a secret. You walk on, breath streaming silver in the moonlight, carrying a small, stubborn ember of warmth that no wind can quite reach. There are still corners of the village waiting, still lessons the winter has not finished teaching. You follow the snow's faint gleam toward the next faint glow, ready for whatever quiet miracle comes next. You follow the moonlit lane until the cottages thin and the path widens. Ahead stands a Hall house, taller, broader, its timbers straight and proud, its thatch thick and neatly clipped. Light, real, golden, unafraid light spills between the shutters in generous ribbons. The door is heavy oak bound with iron, yet it swings open easily, as though the house itself is glad to show what money can buy in January. Inside, the air is soft as fresh milk. A low, steady fire of split ash logs burns on a proper stone hearth, not a circle of river stones in the middle of the floor. The warmth rolls out to meet you in slow, deliberate waves. Your cloak loosens of its own accord. Your shoulders drop as if someone has lifted a yoke. The floor is strewn with woven rush mats over layered wool rugs, bright dyes, geometric patterns, things that would be the pride of any peasant's lifetime. Your boots make almost no sound. And there, against the far wall, raised on a carved oak frame a full 2 feet off the chill earth, sits the Wonder, a feather bed so deep and inviting it looks like a small hillock of snow that has somehow learned to radiate heat. The lord of the house, gown of quilted silk lined with fox, beard trimmed, hands clean, sees where your gaze is landed. He smiles the easy smile of a man who has never banked a fire with his own hands and yet knows exactly how precious this bed is. "Go on," he says, voice low, amused. "Touch it. Most folk only ever see one from the doorway." You step forward and lay your palm on the surface. Your hand sinks wrist deep, enveloped by goose down so fine it feels like warm mist made solid. The feathers shift and sigh, reshaping themselves around the exact contour of your fingers. It is nothing like straw, nothing like wool. It is forgiveness made physical. He rests a hand on the carved post. "My grandfather bought the first sack of down the year the Flanders fleet came to Lynn with 20 more. Took 3 generations of careful plucking to fill it proper. When I marry my daughter, half of this bed goes with her, the other half stays for my son. That's how we measure wealth in winter, by how many nights it can keep the cold from touching spine and soul."
His wife unfolds a linen sheet so fine it could almost be modern percale.
It drifts down like moonlight and settles over the down without a wrinkle. Over that comes a quilt of scarlet and indigo squares. Then the masterpiece, another entire quilt of silk-faced down, light as a thought, yet so warm that the air above it actually shivers. A young servant, barely more than a boy, carries in 3 pillows tied in a clean cloth. He beats them once, twice with practiced snaps. The feathers hiss and plump until each pillow is nearly spherical. From their seams drifts the faint sweetness of dried lavender and rose petals sewn into tiny muslin sachets inside. "For sound sleep and sweet dreams," he says, cheeks pink, "and to keep the moths from feasting." You can almost feel the bed calling. "Lie down," it whispers. "Let the cold argue with someone else tonight." The Lord's wife smooths an imaginary crease and adds, almost shyly, "On the worst nights, we add the bearskin from my dowry, but tonight even the wind knows better than to test this bed."
Somewhere behind the woven hangings that divide the hall, a log settles in the fire and sends up a bright, unnecessary flare. The room is already warmer than any church on Easter morning. You draw a slow breath of beeswax, wood smoke, lavender, and privilege. For the first time all night, winter feels like a story someone else is telling. And the feather bed waits, serene and triumphant, proof that when people can afford to fight the season with money instead of only bodies, they build small heavens right in the middle of the dark. The faint perfume of chamomile and dried rose drifts up from the pillows as the daughter shakes them one last time. It is not the heavy sweetness of a perfumer's shop, but the gentler breath of summer meadows carefully folded away in linen sachets and tucked between feathers. Householders who could afford it believed these scents quieted the mind, warded off unwholesome airs, and coaxed sweeter dreams. After a long day of winter gloom, even wealthy craved that small mercy.
You sit carefully on the edge of the great bed. The mattress receives you the way deep water receives a diver. A slow, silent, complete surrender. No crackle of straw, no coarse tug of wool, only a buoyant hush as the goose down reshapes itself around your weight and then gently pushes warmth back upward. You understand, in the space of one heartbeat, why wills fought over these beds the way knights once fought over castles. The lord of the house laughs softly at your expression. Some priests swear the bed must stand free, away from damp walls, or the feathers knot like old rope. Others insist it belongs against the warmest chimney breast. My father moved it 4 times in one winter before deciding the argument itself kept him awake more than any draught ever could. He lifts his hands. In the end, sleep where you sleep best. His wife sets a long, firm bolster at the head, a feathered cylinder as thick as a man's thigh. It will prop shoulders, block stray gusts that sneak past the bed curtains, and serve as a soft rampart between sleeper and wall.
Their daughter follows with a wolf fur throw, the pelt still glossy after years of careful brushing. She trails her fingers through it the way another child might trail them through harp strings. "When the wind howls hardest," she whispers, "I pull it right over my head and pretend I'm a bear in her den. The cold can't find me then." The final blanket comes from the cedar chest. Heavy Flemish wool dyed a deep moss green, its border worked in tiny embroidered vine leaves. When it settles, the bed is complete. A low mountain of linen, down, silk-faced quilts, wool and fur, an engineered fortress whose only purpose is to defy January. Above it, the tapestry glows in the firelight. A stag forever leaping, hounds forever pursuing. Trees woven so thickly that the wall behind them disappears.
It is beautiful, yes, but it is also a woolen silk shield. Every inch of it steals another breath of warmth from the room and refuses to give it back to the night.
The girl pads to the bed's edge, climbs the little wooden step, and slips beneath the covers. The mound of quilts rises, sighs, and swallows her whole. Only her small face remains visible, flushed and already half dreaming. "Good night, stranger," she murmurs toward the woven forest on the wall. "Keep the wolves away." The fire settles into steady, unhurried burning. Someone will feed it twice before dawn, a luxury no peasant can claim. The room folds itself into quiet, the way the quilts folded around the child. You rise, reluctantly. The mattress tries to keep you. It takes real effort to stand. The Lord lifts a hand in lazy farewell. His wife inclines her head, the firelight catching in the silver threads at her temple. You feel the weight of their kindness settle in your chest like an extra quilt. At the door, you pause, hand on the iron latch. Behind you, the great bed exhales, one soft, collective breath of goose down and warm humanity. Then you step outside.
The night lunges. The wind is a living thing now, edged with new teeth. It rips the warmth from your skin in greedy mouthfuls. Your lungs seize at the shock of it. Yet somewhere under cloak and tunic, against the hollow of your throat, a ghost of chamomile and feathers still clings, a small, stubborn ember carried out from the richest house in the village. You pull the cloak tighter, watch your breath spiral upward like a pale spirit released, and set off again through the glittering dark. There are more doors ahead, more lessons the winter has not yet finished teaching, and the night is still long. You press on, leaning into the wind that tries to shove you backward toward the warm memories you've already collected. The village lane narrows again, and the houses close in like conspirators. One of them catches your eye. Taller than its neighbors, the upper story jutting forward on great oak brackets, so the whole building seems to lean protectively over the lane. A thread of smoke rises straight and thin from a little louver in the roof, as though even the smoke is reluctant to leave.
Inside, the air is quiet, but unmistakably warmer than the open halls you've left behind. The reason reveals itself at once. Set into the thickest wall is a boxed-in sleeping place, a bed built right into the bones of the house. It is beautiful in its simplicity. Thick planks form 3 walls and a low ceiling. The fourth side is open, but screened by a heavy wool curtain dyed the color of blackberries. The whole recess is raised on a low platform, above the cold that pools on the floor, below the smoke that drifts under the eaves. Someone long ago padded the back wall with an old horse blanket and a layer of felted wool. Generations of sleepers have polished the wood with their warmth until it gleams like dark honey. The woman of the house, mending a heel by the low fire, looks up and smiles the small, knowing smile of someone who has never once taken this niche for granted. "My grandam was born in that bed," she says, "and her mother before her. Come, feel it."
You kneel, push the curtain aside, and the space opens like a secret. It is only a little longer than a man lying down, and barely wide enough for 2. Yet the moment you cross the threshold, the world changes. Your own breath bounces back, already warmer. The low ceiling presses the heat downward. The timber walls refuse to let it escape. Within a minute, the little chamber is its own small climate. You stretch out for a moment on the thick straw tick. The wool padding behind your shoulders is body warm before you even settle. It is like being swallowed gently by the house itself.
Some call them cupboard beds, some wall beds, the woman says, stitching steadily. Folk in the next shire name them kists of comfort. Whatever the tongue, they all do the same work. Steal your warmth and keep it for you, the way a good friend keeps a secret. She explains how the design grew from necessity. In a long, low cottage with a central hearth, smoke rises and cold falls. The middle air, neither floor nor rafters, is the only kind place.
Raise a bed into that middle air, box it in, curtain it tight, and a family can sleep almost as warm as lords for the cost of a few days' carpentry. A small boy barrels in, cheeks red from the cold, and dives headfirst into the niche beside you like a terrier into a burrow. He smells of snow and wood smoke. Without ceremony, he wriggles under the blanket, props his carved wooden horse on his chest, and declares, "It hugs you back. The walls do. That's why it's the best." You laugh, quietly so as not to break the spell, and feel the truth of it. The niche does hug. The low ceiling cups the heat of your head. The planks press gently against shoulder and hip, and the curtain falls closed, and the little world is complete. Outside, the wind rattles the shutters like an angry guest denied entry. Inside this wooden womb, the cold can prowl all it likes. It will still be waiting on the wrong side of the curtain when morning comes.
You linger another moment, letting the small boy's warmth and the house's warmth mingle around you, then crawl out with real reluctance. The woman ties off her thread, bites it clean, and gives you a nod that feels like blessing. Somewhere deeper in the night, more doors, more fires, more quiet inventions against the dark are still waiting. You draw the curtain closed behind you, step back into the hissing cold, and go on. You linger a moment longer inside the little wooden womb, breathing the same air the boy has warmed with his laughter. The woman's voice drifts in, soft as the curtain itself. My ma'am swore the walls keep the dreams from spilling out. Said thoughts stay clearer when your head doesn't freeze. She gives the small sideways shrug of someone who has never needed proof. The niche itself is proof enough. Then you crawl out, joints grateful for the stretch, and the boy presses his carved horse into your palm, warm from his grip, smooth as river stone. He's for luck against the snow whites, he whispers, solemn as a knight dubbing a squire.
You tuck the tiny steed inside your coat, right over your heart, and the wood seems to throb once, like a second heartbeat. The curtain falls shut behind you with a motherly rustle. Warmth stays trapped inside, already waiting for the family to slide in later and seal the night away. Outside, the cold is waiting too, but it feels different now, less like a predator, more like a loud neighbor you've learned to ignore. Snowflakes drift down in slow, deliberate spirals, brushing your cheeks with the gentlest of reminders. We are still here, but so are you. You move on. The next cottage crouches lower than the others, its roof steep as a church, its walls so thick with daub that the timbers almost disappear. Strips of old wool rag flutter from the doorframe like prayer flags. When you push through them, the air changes again. This time, the warmth does not come from fire. The hearth is little more than a red eye winking beneath ash, but from fabric. Great bed curtains, thick as rugs, hang from iron rods that span the entire width of the room.
They are drawn 3/4 shut, creating a tent within the house. Inside that tent is another world. A man stands on a low stool, running a boar bristle brush down one of the panels. Dust drifts off in pale clouds. He glances over, unhurried, and beckons you closer with the same motion he might use to invite you to share a cup of ale. Keeps the heat in and the worries out, he says,
patting the heavy weave. Fire dies, curtains don't. You step through the gap he makes for you, and the difference is immediate. The air inside the curtained enclosure is still, almost humid with trapped warmth. It smells of wool, sleep, and the faint sweetness of dried apple stored somewhere beneath the bed. The curtains, undyed russet on the outside, lined with patched remnants of every color the family has ever owned, billow only slightly when the wind punches the walls outside. They swallow sound, swallow cold, swallow everything but the people they were sewn to protect. The bed itself is simple: a low frame, a thick straw mattress, blankets piled like storm clouds.
But the curtains turn it into something else entirely. A room within a room, a ship, a lung. You reach out and touch the nearest panel. It is 2 fingers thick, felted in places, quilted in others, and heavy enough that your arm drops under its weight. 4 generations of patches, the man says proudly. Every tear stitched, every spare scrap added. My wife says it's half the reason we've all lived so long. Her mother swore the curtains breathe with us. He pulls the final panel across, leaving only a hand-width gap for air and light. Instantly, the temperature climbs another degree. You can almost hear the cold prowling on the other side, sniffing at the weave, finding no purchase. You stand inside the soft red darkness and feel what the villagers felt. Not just warmth, but safety. The curtains do not merely block wind, they declare, quietly and stubbornly, that this small circle of air belongs to the family, not to winter. Somewhere inside the folds, a child sighs in sleep. The great cloth lungs inhale, exhale, and the night goes on.
You slip out again, letting the panels fall together behind you like a theater curtain at the end of a play. The man gives you a nod that carries whole winters of gratitude and pride. Outside, the wind howls its frustration, but you smile into it now. You have a carved horse in your pocket, a belly full of remembered warmth, and the knowledge that somewhere behind those thick curtains, a family is sleeping inside a cloth fortress no king could storm. The snow keeps falling, the village keeps its secrets, and you walk on, lighter than before, toward whatever small miracle waits behind the next flickering light. You slip through the gap in the curtains, and the world shrinks to the size of a heartbeat. Warm air, human warm, breath warm, strokes your cheeks like a living thing. The woman is already there, kneeling on the lower mattress, tying fresh sachets of lavender, margarine, and mint along the rod overhead. Each little bundle gives off a cool green scent that pushes back the wool and sleep staleness that gathers in any closed space.
Keeps the air sweet, she says, knotting the last thread, and reminds us summer's only sleeping, not dead. She pats the mattress beside her. You sit, and the heavy curtain falls shut behind you with the soft final thud of a door closing on the rest of the world. Instantly, the temperature climbs. The straw beneath you is still faintly cool, but the wool blankets above and the thick curtain walls have already captured the day's hoard of heat and are giving it back in slow, generous measure. You feel it rise around your shoulders like warm water in a bath. Your fingers find the inner face of the curtain. 3, sometimes 4 layers of densely woven wool, patched and repatched, quilted in places with spare yarn until no needle of wind can find a way through. The stitching is plain but fierce. Thick linen thread pulled so tight it could moor a boat. My mother taught me, the woman says, following your hand with her eyes. Every tear is a door for the cold. Every patch is a promise kept.
She touches a faded square of indigo near the hem. This was her best cloak once. Now it keeps her grandchildren warm. Funny how things travel. The man ducks in, lowering his head beneath the rod. Frames held since my grandsire's day, he says, rapping the oak with his knuckles.
He added an extra rail the winter the great frost killed the apple trees. Said if the house wouldn't stand the cold, the bed must. The wood answers with a low, satisfied thunk. Old, but still proud. He laughs then, a quiet rumble. They say in the next village that a curtain full of holes invites Jack Frost himself to come lie between husband and wife. We keep ours stitched tighter than a miser's purse. You lean back against the bolster and let the little chamber do its work. Light filters through the weave in honey-colored patches that drift across the blankets like sunlight seen from underwater. The wind outside is a muffled moan, as though the night itself is trying to speak through a closed mouth. In here, the only sounds are the slow breathing of the three of you, the occasional pop from the distant hearth, and the soft rustle of herbs when someone shifts. Privacy, warmth, memory, all sewn into the same cloth. After a long, delicious minute, you lift the curtain again. The main room rushes back. Colder, sharper, louder. The shock steals your breath for a second. You hadn't realized how completely the curtains had built a summer afternoon inside a January night. The woman is already smoothing the last blanket, tucking it with the same care a sailor reefs a sail before a storm. She looks up and gives you a small, conspiratorial smile. The smile of someone who knows exactly what she has made and exactly why it matters. You step out, letting the curtain fall together behind you like a theater curtain at the end of the best scene. The cold in the room feels almost insulting now, but you carry the memory of that woven cocoon against your skin the way you still carry the little wooden horse over your heart. Somewhere ahead, another glow, another quiet invention against the dark is waiting. You pull the door shut behind you and walk on, lighter again, richer again, ready for whatever the winter still has left to teach. You step inside and pull the heavy door shut behind you. The wind dies as if someone has slammed a gate on the night itself. The warmth hits you like a wall, not the polite, tended warmth of a hearth, but something deeper, older, animal. It rises from the packed earthen floor, from the thick layer of straw and manure that steams gently underfoot, from the broad flanks and slow breathing of the beasts. The air is thick with the sweet fermented smell of cattle, the sharp tang of goat, the dusty comfort of hay. Your lungs fill with it, and for a moment, the cold feels like a bad dream you've just woken from. A soft lantern swings from a roof beam, throwing gold across the low space. Two cows turn their great heads to regard you with mild, liquid eyes. A nanny goat chews thoughtfully, jaws moving in slow circles. Hens murmur and resettle on their perch, feathers fluffed into perfect spheres. Every creature is a living furnace, giving off heat the way a hearth gives off light. The man on the stool, face weathered, hands steady, ties off a length of leather and smiles. "Shut the door quick, friend," he says, voice low so as not to startle the stock. "We're warmer than the hall tonight." He's not exaggerating. The animals, 6 cows, 3 goats, a dozen hens, throw out more steady heat than any single fire you have met in the village. Their breath alone is a gentle steam that rises and is caught by the low thatch, then drifts down again like a living canopy. The thick bedding beneath them, straw trodden and manured and retrodden for months, has turned into a slow composting blanket that radiates warmth from below as surely as the beasts do from above. You step farther in and feel the floor itself pulsing with heat through the soles of your boots. It is the closest thing to walking on a hearthstone you have ever known.
The man pats the flank of the nearest cow. They give milk, they give dung for the fields, and on nights like this, they give us summer, he says. When the wind cuts like a scythe, we bring the little ones in here to sleep, safer than any cottage. You notice now, in the far corner, a low platform of planks has been laid over the bedding, and on it lie two small shapes wrapped in blankets. Children, no more than 5 or 6, curled against the warm side of a cow, the way sailors once curled against a galley stove. One small hand rests on the cow's broad neck, rising and falling with each slow breath of the beast. The child's face is flushed, peaceful, utterly trusting. The herdsman sees where you look and gives a soft laugh. Better than any feather bed. The cow complains less, and she never lets the fire go out. He rises, stretches, and moves to a pile of fresh straw. With a pitchfork, he tosses a thick layer over the soiled bedding, banking the heat the way another man banks a hearth. The cows shift appreciatively, hooves thudding softly. Some winters, he says, the old folks slept out here too, when the thatch froze inside the house. Said the breath of the herd kept the death chill away better than any charm. You stand in the golden half-light, surrounded by slow breathing and gentle heat, and understand something new. In the hardest months, warmth was not only a human project, it was a collaboration between species. People and livestock kept each other alive, sharing breath, sharing heat, sharing the long dark. The cow nearest the children lowers herself carefully into the straw, sighing like a ship settling at anchor. The little boy's arm slides naturally around her neck, and the great beast becomes a living, breathing hot water bottle. You draw one last lungful of the dense, fertile warmth, then ease the door open again. The night rushes back in, sharp, bright, hungry, but it meets resistance now. Something of the barn's heat has soaked into your bones, and you carry it with you like a secret lantern.
Somewhere ahead, another faint glow waits. The village is not finished teaching you how life refused to freeze. You step back into the snow, close the barn door gently behind you, and walk on, richer, warmer, and readier than before. You settled onto the edge of the low platform, and the warmth rises to meet you like a tide. The straw is deep, springy, almost hot beneath the coarse blanket. A lazy wave of cattle breath rolls over your face, sweet with hay, warm as fresh bread. Somewhere above, a hen gives a sleepy cluck and rearranges her feathers. The small sound is swallowed instantly by the greater breathing of the barn. The herdsman leans against a post, lantern light.
Somewhere ahead, another faint glow waits. The village is not finished teaching you how life refused to freeze. You step back into the snow, close the barn door gently behind you, and walk on, richer, warmer, and readier than before. You settle onto the edge of the low platform, and the warmth rises to meet you like a tide. The straw is deep, springy, almost hot beneath the coarse blanket. A lazy wave of cattle breath rolls over your face, sweet with hay, warm as fresh bread. Somewhere above, a hen gives a sleepy cluck and rearranges her feathers. The small sound is swallowed instantly by the greater breathing of the barn. The herdsman leans against a post, lantern light catching in the creases of his smile. On the nights when the thatch ices inside the house, he says, we bring the pallets out here. Children first, then the old ones, than whoever else the cold is winning against. Never lost a soul yet. He nods toward the two small bundles already curled against the cow's broad side.
One child has wriggled so close that the rise and fall of the cow's flank rocks him like a cradle. The beast does not complain. She simply lowers her great head and continues to chew, patient as the earth itself. Goats, he adds with a wink, are bolder company. They'll steal half your blanket and thank you for the privilege. Cows keep their dignity. Pigs, well, pigs don't know the meaning of dignity, but they'll warm your feet better than any stone from the hearth. He leads you to the pen where two fat sows lie in a nest of hay like pink boulders. Their breath steams in steady, contented puffs. One opens a lazy eye, grunts once, and goes back to sleep. The heat coming off them is astonishing. You can feel it on your shins, even standing a pace away. Some winters, he says, we open the door between byre and house and let the warmth walk in on its own four legs. The wall there, he taps the boards that separate barn from cottage, is warmer than any chimney back after midnight.
You rest your palm against the wood. It is true, the planks are body warm, almost throbbing with the slow pulse of the animals on the other side. Heat seeps through the cracks like light through a church window. Historians still argue over how often whole families slept among the beasts. Some say it was only in the hardest years when the frost came early and stayed late. Others point to the sheer number of cottages built with a byre under the same roof, one door for people, one for cattle, one wall between life and life. The truth, as always, probably depends on whose roof you were under and how cruel the winter decided to be. But standing here, surrounded by the slow, tidal breathing of creatures that never let their fires go out, the debate feels distant. Shame never entered into it. Survival did. The herdsman lifts the lantern higher so the light washes over the low rafters. Every breath in this barn is a prayer against the cold, he says quietly, and every night the cold loses.
A child sighs in sleep and burrows deeper against the cow's warm flank. The great animal shifts, making room without waking, and the rhythm continues. Breathe in, breathe out, stay alive. You draw one final lungful of the thick, living heat, then step back toward the door. The night outside is waiting, sharp, bright, merciless, but it meets you differently now. You carry the barn with you, the memory of cattle breath, of pig warmth, of children sleeping safer than any lord in his feather bed. You pull the door to behind you, gently, so the warmth stays inside where it belongs, and walk on through the snow, richer by another secret, warmer by another degree that no wind can steal. You step fully into the hall, and the door thuds shut behind you, sealing the night outside like a memory. The space is vast, longer than any cottage you have seen tonight, higher too. Great oak beams disappear into smoky darkness overhead, and the dying fire at the center throws a lake of red light across flagstones worn smooth by generations of feet.
The heat is not the sudden animal blast of the barn, nor the stubborn pocket trapped by curtains. It is slow, steady, almost regal. It has been here since dusk, soaking into stone and timber, and it will still be here when the first servant stirs before dawn.
A broad hearth, wide enough for a man to lie across, dominates the middle of the floor. The fire has burned down to a mound of glowing logs the size of millstones, yet the stones themselves pulse with stored warmth. You crouch and hold your palms an inch above them. The heat rises in gentle waves, patient and certain. One of the servants, an older man with flowers still ghosting his sleeves, pauses beside you, arms full of split ash for the morning. "This one never truly dies," he says, nodding at the hearth. "We rake it down, cover the coals, and by the time the cocks crow, it's ready to roar again. A cottage fire fights for its life every night. This one knows its king."
He is right. The sheer mass of wood and stone holds heat the way a mountain holds snow. Even now, hours past midnight, the air near the floor is warm enough that you can loosen your cloak without shivering. Around the hall, the last tasks of the night are finishing. A girl sweeps ash into a wooden bucket, humming under her breath. Two boys fold heavy wool blankets that were spread on benches for the household retainers who slept here earlier: men-at-arms, traveling merchants, the priest when the roads were too foul to ride home. All of them could have claimed a corner near this hearth instead of trudging through the snow to colder cottages. You walk the length of the hall, boots echoing softly. Tapestries, thick, faded, glorious, hang along the walls. Hunting scenes, saints, strange beasts with emerald eyes. They do more than decorate. They drink the warmth and throw it back, the way the curtains did in the poorer houses. Only here the scale is baronial. Near the dais, at the far end, stands the Lord's great bed. Not a simple frame, but a room unto itself. 4 carved posts rise like young oaks. From them hang curtains of deep green damask lined with fox fur. Even from here you can see the mound of quilts and feather mattresses within. No one will sleep in it tonight. The Lord is away at court. Yet the bed waits, smug with down and certainty, knowing it could swallow the coldest night whole. The servant sets his logs in a neat stack and straightens. "On feast nights we sleep 50 in here," he says, pride creeping into his voice. "On the worst nights, we sleep whoever can crowd in. The fire never minds extra bodies. The stones remember the heat from Michaelmas to Lady Day." He gestures toward a row of iron hooks along the wall, where travelers' cloaks still hang, dripping meltwater onto the flags. A pair of wet boots steams gently beside the hearth. Someone will wake to dry feet tomorrow, because this hall refuses to let the cold win. You linger a moment longer, letting the great quiet warmth settle into your bones.
It is not the intimate cocoon of the curtained bed, nor the fierce living heat of the barn. It is something grander, institutional, almost eternal. This fire has burned in this spot since before the conqueror, they say, and it will burn long after every soul now breathing is gone. When you finally turn toward the door, the cold outside feels almost insulting, a rude guest shouting after you have left a banquet. You pull your cloak tight, step over the threshold, and let the great door close with a heavy, satisfied thud. The night is still long, the snow still deep, the wind still sharp. But you carry the memory of a hearth that never surrenders, a hall that turns winter into a story someone else is telling. There are more doors, more secrets, more quiet victories waiting in the dark. You walk on, following the faint tracks of those who came before you, ready for whatever the village still has left to give. You settle on the bench, and the stone beneath you feels like sun-warmed earth in April. The great charred log, half buried in a bed of crimson coals,
glows with deep, patient veins of orange, the way a dragon might glow in its sleep. The servant crouches beside it, poking the ash with a long iron. "This one's called the wakeman," he says, patting the log's flank. "Feed it once at dusk, and it minds the hall till the cocks argue with the dark. Even when the flames are gone, the stones remember." He is right. The flagstones under your thighs, the massive hearthstones, the very walls themselves, all have been drinking heat since sunrise, and now give it back in slow, generous breaths. The hall is a battery of warmth, charged by centuries of fire. A young woman glides past with an armful of rushlights, long pale stalks dipped in tallow until they gleam like candles made of bone. She sets them in iron holders along the wall, then pauses to warm her reddened hands over the embers. "Better than our loft above the kitchen," she says, flexing numb fingers. "Up there the wind finds every crack. Down here, the stones still think it's midday."
She trims a wick with her small knife, and the sharp scent of tallow and dried rushes rises, simple, honest, enduring. One rushlight will burn an hour. A dozen of them will shepherd the hall gently into dawn. A gust sneaks through the high louvre overhead, stirring the tapestries. Woven hunters lift their spears forever. A unicorn lowers its horn in eternal salute. The heavy fabric ripples, then settles, hugging the stored warmth back against the walls. From a side door comes a cloaked steward, rubbing life into his arms. He taps the stone with a knuckle, warm as bread crust, and grins. "Build with stone and feed the fire well," he says, "and winter forgets where you live." He leads you to a small alcove near the dais, half screened by a worn arras. A low pallet of folded blankets waits there, pushed close to the wall that drinks the hearth's heat all day. "The lads draw lots for this spot," he whispers. "Last year, 2 of them sprinted across the rushes at bedtime and near knocked the trestle over."
Winter slid in triumphant, only to find old Bran already curled there like a furry lord. Hound one. They slept around him like pages around a king. The woman with the rushlights laughs softly, lighting the last one. A chain of tiny flames wakes along the wall, steady and gold. "Even the quality feel the cold," she says. "My lady keeps a stone at her feet wrapped in flannel, and the Lord's great bed has curtains thick as castle walls. But down here on the floor we have the best of it, the fire's own breath, the stone's memory, and the dog if he's generous." The servants begin to settle. A boy drags a cloak for a pillow. 2 girls stretch out back to back, sharing one blanket between them and another beneath. Someone starts a low song, 3 notes, repeated like a lullaby older than the hall itself. The rushes flicker, the embers answer with a soft pop, as though joining the chorus. You stand among them a moment longer, wrapped in the last exhalation of the day's fire.
The cold outside is a myth here. The stones refuse to believe in it. When you finally move toward the great door, every step takes you farther from the heart of the warmth and closer to the night's sharp edge. You pull the door open just enough to slip through. The wind rushes in, shocked to find you still alive with so much heat in your bones. Behind you, the door thuds shut. Ahead, the snow glitters under starlight, and the village sleeps on, wrapped in straw, wool, feathers, stone, and shared breath. There is still one last glow somewhere in the dark, one final secret the night has kept for you. You walk toward it, carrying the great hall inside your chest like a slow-burning log that will not die until morning. You kneel with them,
close enough that the faint heat of the dying fire brushes your face like a tired hand. The woman's movements are slow, almost reverent. With the little wooden rake, she draws a pale blanket of ash forward, folding it over the embers the way a mother tucks a blanket under a sleeping child's chin.
Each stroke is deliberate. Too little ash and the coals will burn themselves out in lonely brilliance. Too much and they will suffocate in their own gray shroud. She knows the exact weight her wrist must give, the precise moment to stop. Her husband sets the last small log, no longer truly a log, more a glowing bone of oak, into the cradle of ash she has made. He does not lay it on top, he buries it, pressing gently until only the faintest red eye shows through the dust. Tomorrow morning that eye will still be alive, ready to flare when the ash is raked away and a breath of air kissed across it. This is the real bedtime, he says quietly. We put the house to sleep before we put ourselves to sleep. The child, bare feet, hair tousled from an earlier wrestle with blankets, pads over and solemnly offers you the little bundle of moss tied with faded red thread. For the fire's dreams, she whispers, terribly earnest. Grandma says if the embers have something soft to hold, they stay warmer till morning. Her mother smiles without correcting her. Some truths are too useful to argue with.
You take the moss charm and tuck it gently at the edge of the hearth, just where the ash meets stone. The child nods, satisfied, and toddles back to her pallet. The woman smooths the final layer of ash with the flat of the paddle, worn black and shiny as obsidian from generations of the same motion. When she lifts it away, the hearth looks dead, a pale, lifeless mound. Only the tiniest wisp of smoke curls up, and the faintest warmth still radiates, patient as a heartbeat under snow. Tomorrow, she says, we will wake it with one breath and a handful of kindling. But tonight we trust the ash to be its blanket, and the dark to be gentle. She stands, brushes her hands on her apron, and the ritual is complete. The house itself seems to exhale. You rise with them. The room is already cooling, the fire's last gift given, but the memory of that careful burial lingers. Somewhere under the pale dust, a heart of oak still glows, waiting for morning the way a seed waits under winter soil.
At the door, the woman presses the blackened paddle into your hands for a moment, just long enough for you to feel its worn curve, its honest weight. Every house has one, she says. Every house needs one. You step back into the night. The cold snaps its teeth, delighted to have you again, but it finds you strangely unafraid. You carry the small moss charm in one pocket, and the memory of living coals under their gray quilt in the other. Somewhere ahead, one last glow, fainter, lonelier, braver, still flickers. You walk toward it, boots crunching through starlit snow. You carry every kind of warmth you have been given tonight against the final stretch of darkness. You stay crouched by the hearth a moment longer, watching the last rites of fire. The woman lifts a single coal, no larger than a walnut, its heart still glowing like a ruby in ash, with the tongs. She lowers it carefully into the center of the buried cluster, the place she calls the fire's heart. On nights when the wind sounds hungry, she says, we give it one more heartbeat to carry us through. The coal settles with a soft hiss, swallowed by gray. For an instant, the ash glows brighter around it, as though the fire itself inhales. Then the light sinks again into patient darkness. Her husband draws the poker 3 times across the surface, 3 slow, deliberate lines. My father saw the heat spreads more evenly, he says, half smiling. Maybe it does, maybe it only spreads the comfort. Either way,
we sleep better for it. The rushlight gutters lower, throwing long, dancing shadows across the walls. The girl finishes tucking the blankets, pulling an old cloak right over the feet of her younger siblings so no cold can sneak in at the bottom. The two little dogs nose their way under the edge, curling into tight commas of warmth against the children's shins. Their small hearts beat fast but steady, 2 more living hot water bottles added to the night's defense. The room is cooling quickly now.
You feel it on the back of your neck, along the floorboards, in the sudden sharpness of each breath. The hearth no longer throws warmth outward. It has turned inward, guarding its own life beneath the ash, like a badger in its set. The woman sets the tongs aside and brushes her hands together. A faint trace of rosemary, last summer's harvest, still clings to her fingers. Grandmother sprinkled the pinch on the coals before covering them, she says. Said it kept the dark from cussing too close. We don't always do it now, wood's dear and herbs dearer, but on the nights the wind howls like tonight, I still miss the smell. The rushlight gives one final flare and shrinks to a pinprick. In its dying glow you see the whole family already half asleep, shoulders rising and following together, the dogs sighing, the blankets forming a low hill that breathes in slow unison. The hearth answers with the faintest red pulse beneath its blanket of ash, a promise, nothing more, but enough.
You rise quietly. The cold in the room is already winning every corner the fire has abandoned, yet the family sleeps on, trusting the buried embers, the layered wool, the dogs, the shared breath of their own bodies. At the door, you pause. Behind you, the last glow of the rushlight dies and the cottage sinks into true darkness. Only the hearth still lives, quietly, stubbornly, faithfully, under its pale shroud. You step outside. The wind greets you like a slap, delighted to have you back. Snow stings your cheeks, the night feels suddenly deeper than before, but you are not the same traveler who entered this cottage. You carry the memory of a fire that refuses to die, of ash laid like a quilt, of a single extra coal placed at the heart of the night for the sole purpose of seeing a family through to morning. One final cottage, one final glow, waits somewhere ahead, smaller, lonelier, perhaps the bravest of all. You pull your cloak tight, smile into the teeth of the wind, and walk toward it, carrying every warmth you have been given tonight against the very last stretch of winter dark.
You sit among them, shoulders brushing, the bowl cradled in your hands like a small hearth of its own. The stew is thick enough that the wooden spoon stands upright for a heartbeat before slowly toppling. Fat glimmers on the surface in trembling golden islands. You bring it to your lips, and the heat moves through you in 2 waves. First, the steam against your face, then the rich, salty warmth sliding down your throat and spreading outward until even your fingertips tingle. The father tears a piece of dark rye bread and dips it, letting the broth soak in. Fire warms the room, he says, mouth half full, but this warms the blood. Empty belly, cold night. Full belly, you can laugh at the wind. His wife ladles another spoonful for the smallest child, blowing gently across it. Fat is the secret, she says. A skin of fat on top of the pottage holds the heat in the bowl the same way ash holds it in the hearth. By the time we lie down, our insides are still cooking.
The older boy leans in, eyes bright. Peas are best, he declares. 1 bowl of peas pottage and you wake up warm even if the blankets have slipped off in the night. My granddad swore a man could sleep in the snow on peas alone. They all laugh, quiet, comfortable, the laughter of people who have tested the claim and lived. She sets the smaller bowl before you. Dark, sticky cubes of salt pork, swimming in their own clear fat, the color of candle wax. This we keep for the blackest nights, she says. A mouthful before bed, and the cold forgets your name till morning. You take a piece. It dissolves slowly on the tongue. Salt, smoke, the memory of a pig that ate acorns under last autumn's sun. Warmth blooms deep in your chest, steady and unhurried, the way coals glow beneath ash. Around the table, spoons scrape, breath steams, cheeks flush. The dogs sit close, noses twitching hopefully, knowing that whatever falls from this table is meant for warmth as much as hunger. When the bowls are empty, the woman tips the last of the broth into each one, so nothing is wasted. Even the scraping of spoons feels ceremonial, gathering every drop of heat the pot is willing to give. You lean back, belly full, blood humming. The cold that waited outside seems suddenly far away, almost laughable. Somewhere under wool and straw, these people will lie down tonight with slow-burning furnaces inside their ribs, and the night will have to try harder than usual to reach them. The father wipes his mouth with the back of his hand and smiles at you across the steam. Fire can die, blankets can slip, but a warm gut keeps its own counsel till dawn. You rise at last, reluctant, the bowl still warm in your hands. The family presses the little bowl of congealed fat into your keeping. Traveler's portion, they call it. You tuck it inside your cloak, close to your heart, and step back into the night. The wind meets you with its old hunger, but tonight it finds a different man, one whose stomach glows like a slow ember, whose blood runs rich and hot, who carries an extra heartbeat of rendered fat against the dark. One final cottage, one final secret, still waits somewhere under the starlit snow. You walk toward it, warm from within, ready for whatever the winter still has left to teach. You push the door open, and the fragrance wraps around you like a shawl. Lavender, sage, rosemary, thyme, and something deeper, sweet woodruff perhaps, or meadowsweet, hang in thick bunches from every beam and nail. The air itself feels softer, warmer, as though the herbs have been breathing out summer all winter long. A woman stands at the hearth, turning a small iron pot on a trivet. Steam rises in slow curls, carrying the same scent that drew you here, only richer now, spiced with honey and something faintly sharp. She looks up and smiles the quiet, knowing smile of someone who has waited for you. "Close the door, love," she says. "The night is greedy tonight." You obey, and the cottage seals you in with its gentle perfume. Bundles of dried herbs hang everywhere, above the bed, over the windows, even threaded through the rafters like green and silver garlands. Some are tied with red thread, some with simple twine. The walls themselves seem to exhale calm. She ladles golden liquid into a small wooden cup and offers it to you. "Winter posset," she says. "Hot ale, milk, honey, and the garden's last breath. Drink it slow. It remembers July." You cup it in both hands. The warmth seeps through the wood into your palms, then down your throat in a slow, sweet burn. The herbs, lavender, sage, a whisper of clove, unfold inside you like petals opening in sunlight. Your shoulders drop without permission. She watches you taste it and nods, satisfied. My mother's mother taught that a body full of good sense sleeps deeper and wakes lighter. Cold can't find purchase when the blood smells of summer.
She gestures around the room. Every bundle has its purpose. Lavender above the bed keeps the head clear and the dreams gentle. Rosemary by the door guards the threshold from chills and bad luck. Thyme and sage near the hearth keeps the lungs strong when the air bites. Meadowsweet and woodruff tucked into the pillows sweetens the night and softens hard thoughts. Some of the bunches are smoked lightly over the fire, so their fragrance rises anew each evening. Others are sewn into tiny pillows, no bigger than a child's fist,
and warmed on the hearthstone before being slipped beneath a sore back or a fevered brow. She lifts one such pillow, soft flannel stuffed with hops, chamomile, and rose petals, and presses it into your hands. It is still hot from the embers. For travelers, she says simply, carry it against your chest when the wind cuts deepest. It will remember this room for you. The cottage itself is small, the bed narrower than most you have seen tonight, yet the air feels almost mild.
The herbs do more than scent. They seem to thicken the air, slow the escape of warmth, quiet the mind. Even the straw beneath the blankets smells faintly of mint. You breathe deeply and feel the posset settle in your stomach like a small, steady hearth of its own. The woman watches you with quiet pride. Fire warms the skin, she says. Food warms the blood, but scent warms the soul. On the longest nights, that is the part that must not freeze. She refills your cup without asking. You drink again, slower this time, letting the honey and herbs linger. When you finally stand to leave, she ties a small bundle, lavender, rosemary, and a single sprig of something silver green with a red thread, and presses it into your gloved hand. For the road, she whispers, so the cold smells you coming and steps aside. You step back into the night. The wind hits you hard, but the fragrance rises from your cloak like a shield. The herbs breathe with you, lavender against your throat, rosemary tucked close to your heart, and the winter, for once, seems uncertain how to proceed.
One last cottage, one last secret, still glows somewhere ahead. You walk toward it, wrapped in the scent of a garden that refuses to die, warm from the inside out, carrying summer in your pocket and July on your breath. You sit among them, knees almost touching the hearth, the cup of herbal brew still warm in your hands. The woman lifts the lid from the small pot, and the steam that rises thickens the air with thyme, honey, and something darker, licorice root perhaps, or dried rosehip. She stirs once, twice, then sets the spoon aside. My man brings what the hedges still remember, she says, nodding toward her husband as he shakes snow from a fresh bundle of yarrow and mugwort. Every plant has its own temper. Some give warmth, some give calm, some keep the lungs from rattling when the frost gets in. She takes a palmful of crushed lavender and chamomile, folds it into a square of thin linen, and ties it with 3 quick knots. The pouch after pouch appears in her lap like soft coins minted from summer.
Under the pillow, she says, or inside the shirt, right against the heart. By the time the fire's only ash, the scent has done its work. You breathe it in with every slow breath, and the cold forgets where you are. The boy, still grinning the conspiratorial grin of successful pranksters everywhere, slips a sprig of dried mint into your gloved hand. For the road, he whispers. If the wind gets too loud, crush it, it shouts back. The father hangs his new-gathered herbs on a string above the hearth, high so the rising heat can coax the last of the moisture out. Some winters the hedges give nothing, he says quietly, and some winters they give just enough. You learn to listen for the ones that still smell green under the snow. He lifts a small pouch, already warmed by the fire, and tucks it inside his tunic, right over his heart. Tonight needs rosemary and thyme, he decides. Sharp breath, steady pulse. Tomorrow we'll see. The woman moves to the bed and begins laying the finished sachets in a careful line beneath the top blanket. Lavender at the head
for quiet dreams. Chamomile along the shoulders for loosened muscles. A thumb-sized bundle of mint at the foot to keep the toes honest. She laughs. She presses one last pouch into your palm. Warm, fragrant, impossibly light. This one's rosehip and meadowsweet, she says, for the very cold nights when the heart feels far from summer. Keep it close. You tuck it inside your cloak, next to the little bowl of fat from the last house, next to the carved wooden horse from the barn. They nestle together like travelers sharing a single blanket. The family settles. Blankets rise and fall in the way gentle hills do under wind. The fire is already low, but the room is steeped in herb scent, so rich it almost glows. Even the rafters seem to breathe lavender. You rise. The woman touches your sleeve once, lightly, the way one touches a child who is leaving home for the first time. Walk soft, she says. The night is listening, but the herbs are talking louder. You step outside.
The wind is waiting, fierce and clean, but the fragrance rises from your cloak in steady, defiant waves. Lavender, rosemary, meadowsweet. Summer's quiet rebellion against winter's loudest month. You pull the pouch to your nose, breathe deep, and feel the scent settle behind your ribs like a small, stubborn sun. There is still one final light somewhere ahead, the very last cottage, the very last secret. You walk toward it wrapped in the smell of gardens that refuse to admit defeat, carrying more certainty with every step that the night, for all its teeth, cannot quite reach you tonight. You settle beside her on the low bench, close enough to feel the faint breath of the dying fire. The nightshirt in her lap is the color of old bone, patched so many times that the original cloth is almost a memory. Yet it is soft, almost silken from years of washing in wood ash and soft water. She smooths it across her knee and keeps stitching. Linen next the skin, she says without looking up. Wool over the top. Linen pulls the damp away from you. Wool keeps the warmth in. Together they do what neither can do alone.
She lifts the garment so you can see the inside. The seams are flat-felled, every edge turned so nothing rough touches sleep-tender skin. At the neck and cuffs, she has sewn narrow bands of softer wool, scraped thin with a teasel until it is almost like felt. These keep the cold from sneaking down the neck or up the sleeves, she explains. A finger width of wool at wrist and throat is worth a whole blanket if it slips off in the night. On a peg by the door hang the family's winter sleeping clothes. Long linen shirts for the adults, shorter ones for the children, and over them, heavy woolen gowns the color of storm clouds. Some have hoods, some are simply tubes of thick cloth with a slit for the head. Nothing is beautiful by daylight, but everything is engineered for the long dark. She holds up a child's tiny shirt. This one's lined with an old blanket I cut down, she says. Double linen, single wool between, light enough to move, warm enough to laugh at frost. She shows you the cleverest part. At the hem of each adult shirt, she has sewn a narrow pocket of wool.
For the hands, she says. When the cold creeps in at 3 in the morning, you slide your fingers in here and the shirt itself warms them back to life. No need to sit up and hunt for mittens. The husband comes in from banking the fire, cheeks red from the night air. He is already wearing his sleeping gown, a vast, shapeless thing of undyed wool that reaches his ankles and smells faintly of lanolin and wood smoke. He lifts his arms and the gown billows like a tent. Looks foolish, he admits, grinning,
But once you're under the blankets, it traps a pocket of air warmed by your own breath. By the middle of the night, you're lying in your own little summer. He pulls from a chest a pair of thick woolen hose that reach to the thigh. Legs lose heat fastest, he says. These keep the blood from turning to ice before it gets back to the heart. The children are already in bed now, wearing their linen shirts and little wool hoods that tie under the chin.
One small girl has her arms out of the sleeves entirely, hands tucked into the wool pockets at her waist, smiling in her sleep like someone who has solved a secret. The woman finishes her last stitch, bites the thread, and folds the nightshirt with care. "Clothes for sleeping are as important as clothes for working," she says. "Maybe more. You can mend a roof in the cold if you must, but you can't mend a body that's frozen through while you slept." She hangs the shirt on its peg, beside its mates, ready for tomorrow night, and every night until spring finally remembers its promise. You rise, touching the soft wool one last time. Outside, the wind rattles the shutter like an impatient visitor, but you are armored now, in memory if not in cloth. You know exactly how many layers of linen and wool can build between a body and the longest night. There is still one final cottage waiting, the very last glow in the village, small and stubborn and brave.
You step into the slicing cold carrying every warmth you have been given tonight. Straw, wool, feathers, stone, fat, herbs, and now the quiet genius of simple cloth worn in the right order. Nothing, not even winter, can take all of that away. You walk toward the final light, ready to see what the coldest hours still have left to teach you. You watch the quiet ceremony of dressing for the dark. Layer by layer, the family builds small private fortresses around their bodies. The father stands in his long linen shirt, soft from 100 washings, then pulls the heavy woolen jerkin over his head. It settles on his shoulders with the solid weight of a shield. He ties the cord at his waist, gives a little shrug to seat it properly, and already the wool begins to drink the last warmth of the hearth and give it back against his skin. Next come the long stockings, thick, hand-knitted, the color of peat. He sits, rolls them slowly up his calves and thighs, and fastens each with a woven garter just tight enough to keep them in place without pinching.
Cold starts in the feet and climbs, he says. Stop it early, and it never reaches the heart. The mother slips thin linen gloves onto her hands, only to the wrists, light enough that she can still feel the blankets when she tucks the children in. Over them, on the very worst nights, she will add the bulky wool mittens that now hang from a string by the door, thumbs worn smooth from generations of sleepy fingers searching for warmth. The little girl is already proud in her rabbit fur-lined socks. She lifts one foot and wiggles her toes so the soft fur flashes white in the firelight. Grandmother says the rabbits gave their warmth willingly, she announces, so my feet never have to be afraid. Her mother ties the girl's nightcap under her chin, soft linen against the brow, thick wool outside. Every garment is patched, darned, turned, returned. Nothing here is new, yet everything is precious. The wool still carries its natural lanolin. When you press your face briefly to the father's jerkin, you smell sheep, smoke, and safety. The woman folds the thick overtunic she has been mending and lays it ready for tomorrow night. "We wash only when the thaw comes," she says, unembarrassed. "The grease in the wool is another blanket we can't spare." She lifts a final piece, a wide, sleeveless mantle of heavy felted wool that the whole family shares on the very coldest nights. It is passed from sleeper to sleeper like a communal shield. Whoever wakes shivering claims it until the next person needs it more. One by one they move toward the bed. The straw mattress has already been warmed by the day's fire, and the careful layering of bodies will do the rest. They slide under blankets in their linen and wool armor, heads in caps, feet in socks, hands gloved or pocketed, cores wrapped tight. The fire gives its last small pop and sinks into embers. The room cools, but the family does not. They have dressed for battle against the long hours of darkness, and every stitch, every layer, every scrap of rabbit fur is a soldier in that quiet war.
You step back, careful not to disturb the hush that has fallen. The little girl is already asleep, one fur-lined foot sticking out from the blanket until her mother tucks it gently back in. At the door, you pause and look once more. 5 bodies, countless layers, one shared heartbeat of wool-warmed breath. Winter can howl all it likes. It will find no unprotected skin tonight. You pull your own cloak tight, feeling suddenly underdressed despite all you carry, and step into the night's final embrace. There is only one light left now, very small, very far down the lane. The last cottage, the last secret, the one that has waited patiently while you learned every other way humans refused to freeze. You walk toward it wrapped in everything you have been given: straw, wool, fat, herbs, stone, fire, and now the humble, stubborn genius of night clothes worn like armor. The cold is waiting, but it has never met anyone quite so thoroughly dressed for it. You smile into the wind and go to meet the final glow. You step inside, and the door thuds shut behind you, muffling the wind to a distant complaint.
The man is on his knees, back hunched, pressing a wet gray handful of daub into a hairline crack no wider than a knife blade. His fingers are black with clay and straw, yet he works with the calm certainty of someone tucking a child into bed. Each press of the spatula seals another breath of winter outside, where it belongs. His wife stands over him with the bucket, stirring slowly so the cow dung, clay, and chopped straw stay mixed. The smell is sharp: earth, manure, wet straw. But underneath it, you catch the fainter, comforting scent of the warm room they are fighting to keep.
Every autumn, the house tries to open itself to the cold, the man says without looking up. Every winter we close it again. The walls breathe with the seasons, and we breathe with the walls.
He finishes one crack and moves crab-like along the base of the timber frame, eyes hunting for the next betrayal. Wherever 2 beams have shrunk away from each other, he packs fresh daub, smoothing it with the flat of the spatula until the seam disappears. His wife lifts a fistful of loose moss, dry, golden, still smelling faintly of summer, and hands it to him. For the bigger gaps, she says. Daub holds the weather, moss holds the warmth. You watch him stuff the moss deep into a wider split, then seal it over with a final layer of daub. When he is done, the wall looks as solid as stone. She points to the corners where floor meets wall. There, old rags, wool, linen, even fragments of worn-out hose have been twisted into ropes and wedged tight. Wind loves corners, she says. We give it something to chew on that isn't us. Above the door hangs a heavy mat of woven rushes, ready to be lowered at night like a portcullis. Along the bottom of the walls run low barriers of stacked turves,
Cuts of earth with the grass still clinging, another living seal against the crawl of cold across the floor. The man sits back on his heels and wipes his hands on a rag. Stone houses laugh at winter, he says, but Wattle and Daub only sighs and waits. If you listen close in January, you can hear the house asking to be mended. He gestures around the single room. Every crack you can see has been filled at some point this winter, some with pale new daubs still drying, some darkened by years of smoke and repeat repair. The walls are a patchwork diary of every hard frost the family has outlived. His wife lifts a small basket of wool clippings, sheared scraps too short for spinning. These go wherever the wind whispers loudest, she says, and tucks a pinch into a fresh seam near the window shutter. Wool forgives more than clay. You run your hand along the wall. Where the daub is newly laid, it is cool and slightly damp, but behind it, the older layers are warm. The house itself is holding the day's heat and refusing to give it back. The man stands, stretches, and gives the wall an affectionate pat, the way another man might pat a faithful ox.
Tomorrow the wind will find new cracks, he says, and tomorrow night will close them again. That is the bargain we made when we built her. Outside, the cold presses against the walls like a living thing testing for weakness. Inside, the house stands firm, patched, packed, stuffed, sealed, breathing slow and steady with its people. You step out again. The wind snatches at you, but now you know it has to fight past moss and rag and daub and wool before it can even reach the door. One last cottage, one last glow, the very last light in the village. You walk toward it carrying the knowledge that even the walls themselves are part of the long, quiet conspiracy against the cold. You press the last tuft of wool into the gap beside the doorframe, and it disappears like a secret swallowed by the wall. The girl watches, solemn and proud. Old clothes never die, she says. They just move into the walls to keep guarding us. Her mother smooths the final strand flat with her palm. Wool remembers the sheep that grew it, she adds quietly. Sheep stood outside in worse weather than this and lived. A little of that stubbornness stays in the fleece. Together, you step back and look at the house the way a captain might look at a ship before a long voyage. Floor, thick woven rushes, still faintly sweet with last summer's meadowsweet scattered among them. Walls, wattle laced with daub, patched with clay, stuffed with moss, lined with rags and wool clippings. Windows, shutters braced with cloth and straw, frost held at arm's length. Roof, thatch, packed so tight it hums when the wind leans on it. Straw shoved deep into every cranny by long sticks and longer memories. Hearth, stones that will still be warm when the stars fade. The man rests a hand on the nearest beam. The timber is dark with age and smoke, scarred by generations of careful knives and careful hands. She creaks, she sighs. She tries to open herself to the cold every winter. And every winter we answer her back. Not tonight. He lifts the heavy rush mat that hangs inside the door and hooks it into place. It falls with a soft thud, another living seal against the night. The fire is now only a single red eye beneath ash, yet the room holds its warmth the way a clenched fist holds a coin. Every crack is stopped, every gap stuffed, every breath of wind turned away at the border. The little girl tugs your sleeve and points to the darkest corner. A brand new patch of daub still glistens, the handprints of father and child pressed side by side into the wet clay like an ancient signature. "That one's from this morning," she whispers.
We caught the wind sneaking in before it even knew it was caught. You lay your own palm beside theirs. The clay is already firm, already part of the wall, already learning how to stand guard. Outside, the wind circles the cottage once, twice, looking for the place it used to get in. It finds nothing but wool, moss, straw, daub, and the quiet, unyielding love of people who refuse to be cold.
You step out for the last time tonight. The final light, the very last glow in the entire village, flickers far down the lane, small and brave and waiting. You pull your cloak tight, smile at the house that now stands stronger because you helped close one more crack, and walk toward that distant spark, carrying the knowledge that even the walls themselves are woven into the long, patient conspiracy against winter. Nothing, not wind, not frost, not the longest night of the year, can get past all of you tonight. She cradles the wrapped stone the way a mother cradles a child's hand. This one goes at the feet, she says. By the time we blow out the rushlight, the bed is already smiling. She lifts the long-handled warming pan again, slides it deep between the blankets, and moves it in slow, sweeping arcs, left to right, head to foot, the way a baker smooths dough. Where the pan passes, the heavy wool billows and settles again, exhaling a soft breath of heat that smells faintly of iron and last summer's lavender still trapped in the mattress.
Her husband watches with the quiet pride of a man who forged the pan himself. "Grandfather swore by stones," he says, tapping the dent in his own pan. "Father swore by iron. I swear by both. Stones hold the heat longer, but iron gives it quicker. On a night like this, we use whatever the fire is willing to lend." He tips a careful measure of glowing coals from the hearth into his pan, no more than a shallow cupful, closes the pierced lid, and hands it to you. The handle is warm through your glove. The weight is satisfying, like holding a small, obedient animal made of fire. You slide it beneath the blankets beside his wife's path. The two warm fronts meet somewhere under the wool, and the bed sighs, a long, contented sound that makes the children laugh from their corner. The woman lifts the lowest blanket so you can see. The straw mattress is already giving up its chill, the linen sheets losing their crisp, icy bite. In a few more passes, the entire bed will feel like it has been sleeping in sunlight.
She takes the wrapped stone, places it near the foot, then adds a second one, still naked from the fire, this one for the middle, so the warmth rises like a slow tide from toes to heart. "Poor man's bed warmer," she says, patting the stone. "Costs nothing but patience and a strong back to carry it from the hearth." Her husband hangs the long-handled pans on their hooks, ready for tomorrow night and every night until spring. The coals inside will cool slowly, safely trapped behind iron and wool. Already the bed looks different. The hollows where bodies will lie are softly steaming, the blankets collapsed into welcoming curves instead of stiff, reluctant folds. The children clamber in first, squealing at the sudden luxury of warm sheets. They burrow like rabbits into hay, feet seeking the stones, shoulders wriggling until every inch of skin finds a pocket of heat. The woman smooths the top blanket, tucks the edges tight the way a sailor reefs a sail before a storm, and steps back.
"Cold can have the night," she says quietly. "It just can't have our bed." You hand the warming pan back, its handle now almost too hot to hold. The iron ticks softly as it cools, a small, satisfied sound. Outside, the very last glow in the village has almost winked out. One final cottage, one final secret, the coldest, perhaps bravest of all, is still waiting. You step into the night carrying the memory of iron sliding between sheets like a promise, of stones that remember fire long after the hearth forgets,
of a bed that refuses to be cold no matter what the dark threatens. The wind snatches at you, but it is already too late. You are warm to the marrow, and the final light is calling. You let your hand linger beneath the blanket a moment longer, feeling the slow tide of warmth rise to meet your palm. The bed has become a small private summer. The straw beneath the sheets has lost its winter bite. The wool has softened, and the faint scent of rosemary and apple peel drifts up like a promise that the night will be kind.
The boy sets the clay jug on the hearthstone with both hands, careful not to spill. Steam curls from its narrow mouth, water heated while the bed was warmed, ready now for chilled fingers and sleep-heavy faces. His mother lifts the warming pan one last time, slides it out, and sets it safely on the stones. The lid gives a soft, metallic sigh as the last of the herb-scented heat escapes. "Enough," she says. "Any more and we'd be sleeping on toast." Together they fold the blankets down, trapping the warmth exactly where bodies will lie. The stones at the foot are nestled in their wool wrappings. The warming frame is pushed back beneath the bed, like a faithful dog returning to its corner. The husband hangs both long-handled pans on their hooks. Their iron bellies tick gently as they cool, still glowing a dull cherry through the pierced lids. You stand. The room itself feels different now, quieter, gentler, as though the cottage has exhaled and decided to be merciful tonight.
The woman presses something small into your hand, a smooth, palm-sized stone, still warm from the hearth, and wrapped in a scrap of wool the color of heather. "For your pocket," she whispers, "so the road remembers what the bed learned." The boy offers you a shy smile, and a single dried apple peel from the bowl, curved like a tiny boat, still fragrant. You tuck it beside the stone. At the door, you pause. Behind you, the family is already climbing into the waiting warmth. Husband first, then wife, then the boy slipping between them like a small, hot coal of his own. Blankets rise and settle. Someone sighs, the deep, satisfied sigh of a body that knows it has won the night. You step outside. The wind hits you hard, delighted to find you alone again, but the stone in your pocket answers with steady heat. The apple peel breathes summer against your ribs, and the memory of that bed, warmed by iron, stone, herbs, and careful hands, walks with you like an invisible companion.
There is only one light left in the entire village now, the very last cottage, small and distant, glowing like a single candle set in a window for a traveler who is very, very late. You smile into the dark, pull your cloak tight, and start toward it. Winter has thrown everything it has at you tonight. Wind, ice, loneliness, the long, hungry hours, and you are still warm. The final secret is waiting, and you are ready. The monk's voice is low, almost lost beneath the faint echo of distant chanting that never quite stops in this place. Fire warms the body, he says, but too much warmth lulls the soul. We keep only enough heat to keep the flesh alive so the spirit stays awake. He lifts the single blanket on the nearest bed, undyed wool, much mended, thinner than any you have seen tonight. Beneath it lies only a coarse linen sheet and the straw-filled mattress. No pillow save a small wooden block wrapped in cloth.
Each brother sleeps in his habit, he continues, touching the heavy wool of his own robe, the same garment by day and by night,
It is warm enough when we lie close, yet never so warm that sleep becomes a temptation instead of a necessity. He gestures along the row, 20 beds, sometimes 30 in winter when traveling brothers seek refuge, set so near that a man's shoulder nearly touches his neighbor's. The shared breath of 30 men, the slow furnace of 30 hearts, is the only fire allowed here. You notice small details now. Each bed has a thin horsehair blanket folded at the foot, used only during the deepest cold, and even then with reluctance. The windows are unglazed, but fitted with wooden shutters pierced by tiny crosses. Through them, the wind enters freely, carrying frost that glitters on the stone floor like spilled salt. Between the beds, on the floor itself, lie several large, smooth stones, dark with age and use. The monk lifts one and turns it so you can feel its lingering warmth.
From the kitchen hearth after Compline, he explains. We carry them in silence and place one between every 2 beds. They give back the day's heat until maddens. Nothing more is permitted. He sets the stone down gently. It will cool long before the first prayer bell, but by then the brothers will be on their knees in the chapel, cold sharpening their attention like a whetstone. You ask the question that has been growing since you crossed the threshold. How do they bear it? The monk smiles, small, untroubled. Cold teaches us what we are not, he says. We are not our comfort. We are not our warmth. When the body shivers, the soul is quiet enough to listen. He leads you to the end of the dormitory where a single larger bed stands apart, the infirminarians. Here alone the blanket is thicker, a small brazier glows beside it, and a second horsehair cover is allowed. For the sick, he says simply. God is merciful to weak flesh. From the chapel the chant rises again, nearer now, the voices of men who have already risen once tonight and will rise again before dawn.
Their song is thin, cold, and impossibly steady. You step back into the corridor. The monk inclines his head in farewell. Outside, the wind has dropped to a whisper, as though even winter itself stands in awe of what it cannot conquer here. You walk away from the monastery, carrying the strangest warmth of the entire night, the knowledge that some people choose the cold on purpose, and having chosen it, sleep soundly beneath a single blanket and the shared breath of brothers. The village behind you is dark now, every hearth banked, every bed warmed by wool or stone or herbs or sheer stubborn love. Ahead, the snow stretches clean and moonlit toward morning. You pull the little wrapped stone from your pocket, press it against your heart, and start the long walk home. Richer, warmer, and quieter than you have ever been. You stand among them in the half-dark, the lantern's small circle of light moving from face to face like a slow blessing. They lie straight and still, hands tucked inside wide sleeves or folded on their breasts, hoods drawn up so only the pale ovals of their faces show above the blankets.
Breath rises in faint, regular clouds that mingle and drift toward the vaulted ceiling, the only warmth the room is allowed. The young monk who showed you the warm water jug now lies motionless, eyes closed, lips barely moving, already rehearsing the next round of psalms in silence. The jug beneath his mattress gives off no visible heat, yet you know it is there, a secret kindness pressed against the small of his back, like a quiet act of mercy the rule does not forbid.
An older brother, near the end of the row, has drawn his feet up inside the hem of his habit and wrapped the lowest corner of his blanket around them, permitted because frostbite would hinder work and prayer alike. His face is calm, almost luminous in the moonlight that slips through the cross-shaped slits in the shutters. No one shifts restlessly. No one sighs or pulls the blanket higher. The cold is simply there, accepted, worn like another garment. The monk with the lantern sets it on the floor so the flame stands no higher than a man's heart. Warmth of flesh is fleeting, he whispers. Warmth of prayer is not.
He lifts a pinch of dried thyme from the small bowl, lets it fall onto the lantern's tiny flame. A thread of sharp, clean scent rises, brief, permitted, gone. It is the only luxury the night will offer. Somewhere a bell will ring again soon, perhaps in an hour, perhaps in 2, and 30 men will rise from these hard beds without complaint, barefoot on frost-dusted stone, to sing in a chapel even colder than this room. They will do it tomorrow night and the night after, all the way to Candlemas and beyond, until one morning the wind finally turns its face away and the thaw begins. You back quietly toward the door. The monks do not stir. They have already learned the hardest and gentlest lesson of the winter, that perfect comfort is not necessary for perfect peace. Outside, the night feels almost mild after the dormitory's sacred chill. You pull the little wrapped stone from your pocket one last time, press it to your lips in silent thanks to the villagers who fought the cold with every scrap and ember they owned, and to the monks who met it with open hands and unshivering hearts.
Then you turn toward the east, where the first suggestion of dawn is only just beginning to gather behind the hills. The long winter night is ending. You walk home carrying more warmth than any fire could give. You settle beside them, close enough to feel the fire's breath on your face and the slow thaw of wool and leather. The girl pulls her cloak tighter, though she is no longer shivering. The ferryman was gone for the winter, she says, but he leaves the shed open for travelers. One wall missing, wind screaming through, yet better than the open road. Her brother nods. We burn 2 handfuls of twigs, just enough to warm a pot of ale and keep our fingers alive. Then we slept back to back, like spoons, hoods over our faces, feet toward the little fire. When the flames died, we still had each other's heat. He lifts his cloak to show you the trick they use. Each wears a short, sleeveless sheepskin jerkin under the cloak, fleece turned inward.
Light enough to walk in, heavy enough to sleep in. Between the fleece and our shared breath, we woke without frost on our eyelashes. Across the room, the lone wanderer has drawn his fire pot closer. He feeds it a single lump of charcoal no bigger than a walnut. The glow brightens, then settles again into patient red eyes behind the pierced lid. "Never let it go out," he mutters, more to himself than to you. "A dead fire pot on the road is a dead man by morning." The innkeeper moves among his guests, topping up mugs, laying extra logs on the fire with the quiet pride of a man who knows his hearth is the only thing standing between these travelers and the wolves of winter. "Some nights," he says, "I sleep in my clothes by the door, listening for the knock that comes too weak to wake anyone else." He points to a row of low benches along the wall, each already claimed. Those who cannot pay sleep here by the hearth. Those who can pay sleep upstairs where the loft holds the day's heat. Those who have nothing but a story sleep wherever there is room, and we find a corner. A peddler in the corner unwraps a long, narrow bundle, a wool blanket sewn with dozens of tiny pockets along one edge. Into each pocket he slips a smooth,
warm stone taken from the hearth. When he rolls himself in the blanket, the stones lie along his spine and thighs like a string of small, faithful dogs. Poor man's warming pan, he laughs. Costs nothing but a strong stomach for carrying rocks. Another traveler, a woman with a pilgrim's badge pinned to her cloak, shows you the soles of her boots. Thick felt stitched on over the leather, still steaming. Felt drinks the heat from the fire, she says. Put your feet up near the flames for a quarter hour, and you carry the warmth with you half the night. The innkeeper sets a bowl of hot oat pottage in front of anyone who looks too hollow-cheeked. Eat, he commands gently. A warm belly is the best inn of all.
Slowly, the room settles. Boots are lined up to dry, cloaks hung like sleeping bats. Firepots and stone-filled blankets arranged around bodies that have learned exactly how little they can survive on and still keep walking tomorrow. You finish the last of your ginger ale, the mug now cool in your hands, and feel the road's ache finally loosen its grip. Outside, winter still prowls, hungry and tireless. Inside, travelers sleep in a careful pile of shared breath, borrowed heat, and small, fierce inventions. Firepots glowing like hearts under cloaks, stones tucked against spines, bodies pressed shoulder to shoulder because two hearts beat warmer than one. You pull the little wrapped stone from your pocket one last time, lay it on the hearth to drink tomorrow's heat, and find a place among them. Dawn is still hours away, but the night has run out of ways to kill you. You close your eyes, surrounded by the soft snoring of strangers who have become, for one night, the warmest family you have ever known. Winter has lost another round. The manor rises ahead of you now, a dark bulk against the moonlit snow, its high stone walls capped with fresh white.
Torches burn in iron brackets beside the gatehouse, hissing softly when snowflakes drift too close. A watchman peers down, recognizes a traveler who has been expected, or perhaps simply recognizes another soul refusing to freeze, and the smaller wicket gate creaks open. Inside the outer yard, the air changes at once. The wind is tamed here, broken by high walls and the bulk of stables and kitchens. You smell wood smoke, roasted meat, warm horses, and something sweeter, spices carried on the breath of the great hall itself. A steward in a fur-lined cloak meets you at the inner door, bows, and leads you through passages already warming your face. Rushlights in iron sconces throw gold on tapestries and polished armor. The stones underfoot are no longer cold. The whole house is breathing heat, the way a dragon breathes in its sleep. He brings you at last into the great chamber above the hall, the Lord's own sleeping room. A fire roars in a hooded fireplace large enough to stand in. A carved bed, as big as a peasant's cottage, dominates the room, its four posts thick as young oaks, hung with curtains of deep crimson damask lined with sable.
Within, layers of feather mattresses rise like fresh bread. Quilts of down and silk gleam in the firelight. Yet even here, winter is not mocked. A maid is on her knees before the bed, sliding a long copper warming pan between the sheets, its lid chased with the family's crest. She moves it in slow, practiced sweeps, while another servant follows with an embroidered linen bag filled with hot bricks wrapped in flannel. These are tucked at the foot and along the sides, 6 in all. On a low table sits a silver basin of spiced wine, kept hot over a spirit lamp. The Lord, a tall man still in his daytime velvet, lifts the lid, and the scent of cinnamon, cloves, and honey fills the room like incense. He greets you with the easy warmth of a man who has never truly been cold, yet who respects the cold all the same. Even stone walls and sable curtains are not enough, he says, gesturing at the bed. Winter finds the cracks in princes as easily as peasants. We simply have more layers to answer it.
He shows you the final touch. A small brazier of hammered silver stands on the floor beside the bed. Glowing charcoal breathes behind a pierced lid shaped like a castle. A few drops of rosewater and ambergris have been scattered on the coals. The perfume rises in slow, luxurious waves. The lady of the house, already in a fur-lined gown of silk, lifts a corner of the bed curtain so you can see inside. Between the sheets lies a soft wolfskin, fleece turned upward, and over that a coverlet stitched with tiny pockets of down, so light it seems to float. She laughs when she sees your wonder. We do not merely sleep. We disappear into warmth until morning. Yet even here there is discipline. The Lord lifts a small hourglass from the mantel. When the sand runs out, he says, the fire is banked, the brazier carried away, the curtains drawn tight. Too much heat makes a man soft. We take only what we need to keep the cold from our hearts, literally and otherwise.
Servants move silently, drawing the heavy curtains, banking the great fire until it is a mountain of glowing caves, setting a single candle in a glass lantern so the Lord may read his prayers if he wakes. You are offered a cup of the spiced wine. It slides down like liquid sunlight. Before you leave, the Lord presses a tiny silk pouch into your hand, embroidered with gold thread, warm from sitting near the brazier. Inside are 3 sweet almonds roasted in honey and a single clove. For the road, he says, so you remember that winter bows even to those who bow to it. You step out of the chamber, down the winding stair, past the dying torches and the sleeping watchmen. The gate swings open, and the night rushes in again, fierce and hungry. But now you carry every kind of warmth there is. The stubborn, patched warmth of peasants, the fragrant warmth of herbs, the disciplined chill of monks, the shared warmth of travelers, and finally the lavish, perfumed warmth of lords who can afford to wrap the night itself in sable and rosewater.
The snow is falling thicker now. The first pale hint of dawn still hours away. You pull your cloak, only wool, only one cloak, tight around you, smile at the wind, and start the long walk back through the sleeping village. Winter has shown you all its faces tonight, and not one of them has managed to make you cold. The lord of the chamber, still in his fur-trimmed robe of deep burgundy, sets the brass vessel on a low stand beside the bed. Steam no longer rises from it, yet when he tips it toward you, the stones inside glow like sleepy coals. River stones from the summer, he says, baked all day in the kitchen ovens, then carried up in insulated boxes. They give their heat slowly, the way a good wine gives its flavor. He lifts one with tongs and slips it into a flannel pouch embroidered with his wife's initials. The maid takes it and places it beneath the lowest mattress, right at the center where 2 bodies will meet. 2 more follow, one for the feet and one for the small of the back.
The noble woman draws the great bed curtains halfway closed, so you can see how completely they seal the space. Inside, the air already feels different, thicker, softer, almost humid with captured warmth. A small silver bell hangs from one post. She flicks it gently, and it gives a muted chime. If the stones cool too quickly, she explains, we ring once. A servant sleeping in the alcove outside brings fresh ones without ever opening the curtains fully. The cold never finds us. On a side table stands a tiny brazier no larger than a helmet, its charcoal perfumed with amber and rose. A pierced lid shaped like a rose, lets threads of fragrant smoke drift upward. She lifts the lid and adds 3 drops of some dark oil. The scent of summer oranges suddenly fills the little kingdom inside the curtains. Even the floor around the bed is considered. A thick wolf pelt rug lies atop the carpet, and beneath the bed itself, a second, older rug has been folded double, so no hint of chill can rise through the boards. The Lord pours 2 fingers of hot spiced wine from a silver pitcher kept warm over a spirit lamp. He offers you the cup. "Drink," he says. "In this house we believe winter must be fought with every sense. Warmth against the skin, spice on the tongue, perfume in the lungs, color before the eyes." You sip. Cinnamon, honey, and something darker. Cloves, perhaps, or nutmeg, bloom across your tongue and slide down like liquid sunset. The maid finishes her work. A final goose-down quilt is shaken until it swells like a cloud, then laid atop the fox fur coverlet. She steps back, and the noblewoman herself draws the curtains fully closed. For a moment you see only a wall of crimson damask glowing in the firelight. Then she opens a hand-width gap, and the golden space within looks like a private sunrise. "Inside there," she says softly, "the wind forgets our names." From somewhere below comes the muffled thud of the great hall fire being banked for the night.
Up here, the only sounds are the gentle tick of cooling brass, the faint rustle of sable against silk, and the slow, steady breathing of a room that has decided winter is a guest who may knock but will never be allowed in. You are given a small parting gift, a silk pouch no larger than a quail's egg, warm from sitting beside the brazier. Inside are 3 sugared violet petals and a single clove. "So the coldest mile home tastes of this chamber," the Lord says. You bow, the curtains close fully, and the great bed swallows its occupants in a hush of fur and feathers and spiced air. Outside again, the wind leaps at you like a joyful dog, delighted to have you back. Snow stings your cheeks, but you smile, because tonight you have seen every possible answer to winter. The peasant's stubborn daub, the monk's holy cold, the traveler's shared breath, and finally, the noble's perfumed, curtained, stone-warmed, fur-lined defiance.
You press the tiny silk pouch to your lips, taste violet and clove, and walk into the last dark hours before dawn, carrying the certain knowledge that somewhere, in every kind of house, human beings are winning against the night in their own fierce, beautiful ways. Winter is vast, but humanity, tonight, is warmer. You step inside, and the door shuts out the night with a soft thud. The warmth that greets you is small, but fierce, like a bird cupped in 2 hands. 3 children move in the low glow of a single tallow lamp and the dying hearth. The eldest girl, perhaps 9 winters, kneels on the hearthstone, palms spread above the embers the way flowers open to the sun. "I'm keeping the warm in my hands," she explains seriously, "so I can carry it to bed and give it to my toes." Her younger brother, bare feet, hair sticking up like thistledown, is already burrowed under a pile of blankets on the box bed built into the wall. Only his nose and 2 bright eyes show above the wool.
"The blankets are a cave," he whispers loudly, "and I'm the bear. Bears don't get cold." The smallest, a girl no more than 4, stands on a low stool while her mother pulls a long woolen nightgown over her head. It is 3 times too big, clearly handed down from an older sibling, and its sleeves swallow her hands completely. "My arms are hiding," she giggles, flapping the empty sleeves like wings. Their mother lifts the littlest one down and guides her to the bed. Tonight we all sleep together, so the cold has to fight 4 hearts instead of 1. She shows you how they do it.
First, the box bed is lined with straw that still smells faintly of summer meadows. Over the straw lies a thick woolen mattress stuffed with carded fleece. On top of that, 2 heavy blankets and 1 patched quilt stitched from scraps of every color the family has ever owned. The children clamber in like puppies, eldest first, then the boy in the middle, the littlest tucked against her mother's side when she joins them. Feet find feet, knees tuck behind knees, small heads nestle into the curve of bigger arms.
Their mother reaches under the pillow and pulls out 3 treasures. A smooth, warm stone wrapped in red flannel. Tonight's bed warmer, heated while the porridge cooked. She slips it down to the foot of the bed. For the toes, the eldest explains again, solemnly. A tiny cloth rabbit stuffed with dried lavender and warmed by the fire. The littlest clutches it to her chest. Bunny remembers summer, she says, already half asleep. A wooden spoon, still warm from stirring the milk porridge. The boy presses it against his cheek and grins. It's my sword against bad dreams. Their mother banks the fire with practiced care, then slides in last. She pulls one final blanket, an old cloak of her husband's, over all 4 of them. The box bed has a sliding wooden door. She pulls it almost shut, leaving only a hand's breadth for air and the faint glow of the lamp. Inside that small wooden cave, the children's voices grow softer. Tell the warm story, the middle one pleads. Their mother's voice is a low, steady hum in the dark. Once there was a little house made of blankets and straw and love. The wind came and knocked, but the house only laughed, because inside were 4 hearts beating together, and 4 hearts together make a fire nothing can put out. You stand quietly as the story fades into gentle breathing. The lamp is turned low. The cottage settles into its nighttime shape. Outside, winter prowls and sniffs at the door, but inside the box bed, 4 small bodies and 1 large one have woven themselves into a single warm creature that dreams of summer rabbits and porridge spoons and caves that never get cold. You slip out as quietly as you came. The night is vast and white and sharp, but you carry the picture of that tiny glowing world. 3 children curled like commas inside their mother's arms, a red flannel stone at their feet, a lavender rabbit against a sleepy heart, and the soft, certain knowledge that love, even more than wool or fire, is the oldest and best way humans have ever invented to keep winter from winning.
Dawn is still far off, but somewhere a child is dreaming of bears and warm-handed sisters, and the night, for all its teeth, cannot reach them. You walk on, smiling, lighter than you have ever been in snow. You sit among them, low to the ground, close enough to see the children's breath rise in tiny clouds that mingle above the blankets like friendly ghosts. The eldest girl, Foxchild, has curled herself into a perfect ball, knees to chest, arms wrapped tight. The warm stone now passed to her brother, pressed against his belly like a secret heart. Foxes know, she whispers, eyes already heavy. If you make yourself small, the warmth stays inside. The boy, Bearchild, lies flat on his back, arms flung wide as if claiming the whole bed, but his feet have found his sister's shins, and his head rests against the toddler's soft curls. Bears sleep all winter, he declares,
in a voice that is already drifting toward dreams, and wake up big.
The toddler, nestled in the warmest pocket between his siblings, has both fists tangled in the blanket and one thumb in his mouth. The too large nightcap has slipped over one eye. He doesn't bother to fix it. He is already in whatever country small children visit the moment the light goes out. Their mother tucks the final corner of the great blanket, pulling it up until only 3 small noses and a tangle of hair remain visible. She slips the lavender mint sachet under the edge of the pillow, where the scents can drift across their faces all night. "Smell keeps the dark gentle," she says quietly. The father lowers the lamp until only a fingernail of flame remains. In that tiny glow, the clay fire guardian on the hearth seems to watch over everything. Round, homely, older than any of them. He lifts one last thing. A small wooden cup still warm from the hearth. Inside is a spoonful of honey mixed with warm milk. He carries it to the bed, kneels, and lets each child take a single slow sip. A bedtime communion older than the church itself. Then the lamp is snuffed.
The room sinks into darkness, broken only by the faint red eye of the banked fire and the softer glow of the warm stones somewhere under the blanket mountain. 4 small bodies shift, settle, and begin the slow, steady breathing that means the night has been tamed. From the blackness comes the eldest girl's sleepy voice, barely a thread. The foxes and the bear and the little cub are all safe in the den now, and the warm is bigger than the cold. Nothing answers but the soft rustle of straw and the quiet creak of the house rocking its children to sleep. You rise, careful not to let the rushes whisper too loudly, and slip toward the door. Outside, the wind is still prowling, sharp as ever, but inside that small cottage, a fox, a bear, a cub, and 2 tired parents have woven themselves into a single living hearth, and winter, for tonight at least, has lost the battle before it even began. You close the door without a sound, pull the little silk pouch of sugared violets to your lips once more, and walk on through the snow, carrying the newest and brightest warmth of all. The certain knowledge that children, with nothing but blankets, stories, stones, and each other, can make a summer fierce enough to laugh the coldest night to shame. Dawn is closer now. The longest winter night is almost over, and humanity, in all its sizes, shapes, and inventions, is still winning. You breathe in the sharp, green bite of the herbs and feel your head clear as though a window has opened inside your skull. The old woman sits opposite you, her shawl drawn close, yet her hands move with steady warmth over the small things on the table. A bowl of dried rose hips, a twist of cinnamon bark, a handful of tiny pine needles still fragrant with resin. Winter presses inward, she says, tapping her chest. Cold drives the blood to the heart and leaves the hands and feet forgotten. The mind grows heavy like wet wool, so we coax the blood outward again and lighten the mind before it sinks. She lifts a small iron cup, pours hot water from a kettle that has been simmering at the edge of the hearth, and drops in a pinch of her mixture: sage, rosemary, ginger, a curl of cinnamon, 3 dried cloves. "Drink this an hour before sleep," she says, sliding the cup toward you. "It wakes the inner fire without waking the body too much. The blood remembers it is allowed to travel to the fingers and toes again." You sip. Heat blooms down your throat, spreads across your chest, then rolls outward in slow waves until even your ears tingle.
She watches the effect with quiet satisfaction. Some winters, the cold settles in the lungs like an unwelcome guest. Then we burn a little pine resin and breathe the smoke, just enough to open the passages. Or we warm a cloth with hot salt and lay it on the chest so the breath learns to move freely again. From a shelf, she takes a small linen bag filled with cherry stones that have been baked warm. This goes between the shoulder blades, she says, pressing it gently against your back for a moment. Cold knots the muscles here first. Warm stones loosen the knot so sleep can find you. She shows you others. A band of soft wool soaked in warm wine and wrapped around the throat for those whose voices grow hoarse from icy air. A paste of mustard seed and honey spread on the soles of the feet to draw the cold downward and out. A single spoonful of honey mixed with pepper and warmed milk taken at bedtime to keep the inner furnace stoked till dawn. Much of what we do, she admits, comes from watching grandmothers and guessing why it worked. Some of it is prayer dressed as plant. Some of it is plant dressed as prayer. In winter, the body does not care which is which, so long as the result is warmth and sleep. She rises, moves to a small box bed in the corner, her own, and pulls back the blanket. Beneath the wool lies a thin mattress stuffed with dried hops and lavender. For restless nights, she says. The scent climbs into the brain and tells the thoughts to lie down. Finally, she lifts a tiny vial of dark oil, rosemary and clove in warm almond oil. She lets one drop fall onto your wrist and rubs it in with her thumb. The scent rises sharp and sweet. Within moments, you feel your pulse steady. This, she whispers, is what we use when the cold has gone too deep for blankets or stones. One drop on each wrist, one at the hollow of the throat, and the body remembers it is still alive. She closes the vial and presses it into your hand. Take it. The road home is long, and the night is not finished with you yet. You thank her, the oil still tingling on your skin, the taste of spiced infusion lingering like a small hearth in your chest. When you step outside again, the cold is waiting, sharper, cleaner, more honest than before. But now your blood runs lighter, your breath comes easier, and the scent of rosemary and clove rides with you like an invisible cloak. Winter is still vast, but tonight, even the ancient healers have given you one more way to walk through it unharmed. Dawn is near now. You turn toward the pale seam on the horizon, carrying every warmth humanity has ever invented: stone, wool, story, spiced wine, shared breath, and the quiet green fire of herbs. And you are no longer merely enduring the night. You are answering it. She places in your palm a small, stoppered horn no longer than your thumb. Inside, dark oil glints with flecks of gold, clove, rosemary, and something resinous that smells of pine forests at midsummer. One drop on the tongue when the cold feels too heavy, she says, closing your fingers over it. It wakes the inner sun. Even when the night is blackest, the body remembers it is still a creature of light. She walks you to the door. The wind has quieted. Snow falls straight and slow, as though the sky itself is breathing out the last of its anger. Before you step over the threshold, she touches your wrist, just above the pulse. Tell them all, she whispers, the peasants, the monks, the lords, the children, the travelers. Tell them the healer says, winter is long, but the blood is stubborn. Keep it moving, keep it warm, keep it kind.
That is all the medicine there has ever been. You tuck the tiny horn beside the warm stone, the sugared violets, the lavender rabbit, the fire pot coal, the silk pouch of clove and almond. Every warmth of the night now travels with you in one small pocket against your heart. Outside, the eastern sky has begun to loosen its grip on darkness. A thin line of pale rose appears where the hills meet the snow. The longest winter night is ending. You turn toward it, boots light on the fresh powder, breath rising like incense, every kind of warmth humanity ever invented beating in steady rhythm beneath your ribs. Winter came. Winter saw. Winter did not conquer.
You smile, press your mittened hand to the small treasury of gifts against your chest, and walk into the coming dawn, carrying proof that even the coldest night on earth cannot put out the fire people keep passing, hand to hand, heart to heart, age after age. You sit beside her in the near dark, close enough to feel the small, frightened heat coming off her shawl. Outside, the frost keeps drawing its silent lace across the shutter. Inside, the last ember in the hearth gives one tired pulse and sinks deeper into ash. She keeps her voice low, the way people speak in churches or graveyards. Grandmother said the year has two kinds of nights, she whispers. Summer nights are for forgetting. Winter nights are for remembering everything. She pulls the shawl tighter around her shoulders. When the fire burns high, dreams stay small and polite. When the fire dies, the room grows big and the dreams grow tall. They walk right out of the dark and sit on your chest until you wake. She glances at her sleeping family.
Mother speaks to people who died long ago. Father stands in the snow and listens to wolves that never open their mouths. My little brother cries about a black river that tries to carry him away. And me, I always hear footsteps behind me that stop when I turn. She shivers, not from cold. Last winter, I dreamed of a woman made of snow standing at the foot of the bed. She didn't speak, only looked at me with eyes like frozen stars. When I woke, there was frost on the blanket, exactly where her feet had been. She is quiet a moment, then adds, almost shyly, "Sometimes the dreams are kind. Once I dreamed my dead grandfather came and laid his hand on my forehead. It was so warm I slept the rest of the night without waking. In the morning, the others said I smiled the whole time." She turns to you, eyes wide in the ember glow. "Do you think the dark really comes inside when the fire goes out? Or is it only that we finally have time to listen to what was always there?"
Before you can answer, the father mutters again in his sleep, a low, troubled sound. The girl reaches across, and without waking him, rests her small hand on his arm. His brow smooths almost at once. She smiles a little sadly. "Grandmother said winter dreams are like wolves at the door. If you greet them quietly and give them a place by the hearth, they lie down and sleep. If you bar the door and shout, they circle all night." She reaches under her shawl and pulls out a tiny knot of red wool thread tied around a single dried rowan berry. "I keep this under my pillow," she whispers. "Rowan keeps the night gentle. Most nights it works." A sudden gust rattles the shutter. Frost hisses softly against the wood like fingernails. The girl does not flinch this time. She only leans a little closer to you, the way her brother leans toward the warm stone. Outside, the long winter night is still hungry. Inside, a girl with Rowan and stories keeps watch over her sleeping family.
holding the thin border between dream and dark, with nothing but steady breath and the small, fierce courage of the very young.
You stay a little longer, sharing the silence, until her eyelids begin to droop, and the rowanberry slips from her fingers to rest against her heart. When you rise at last, she is already curling back into the nest of blankets, pulling the edge up over her ear like a fox going to earth. At the door you pause and look once more. 5 bodies breathe in slow unison. The frost on the shutter has drawn a perfect tree of ice across the wood, and somewhere inside the dark the winter dreams prowl, circle, sniff, and, finding the door guarded by a girl's quiet courage and a single red berry, finally lie down to wait for spring. You step out. The cold takes you again, but gently now, almost respectfully. You walk toward the horizon, where the first faint wash of rose is beginning to bleed upward through the snow-laden clouds, carrying one more warmth no one can see, the knowledge that even the longest, darkest, dreaming night cannot get past a child who refuses to be afraid of it. Winter is almost over. The girl, the rowan, and the sleeping wolves have seen to that. You stand in the lane and let the village speak. First, the fence. A slow, deliberate groan as each plank shrinks a hair's breadth in the cold, pulling against the nails that hold it, singing its small winter song of resistance. Then the roof beams of the nearest cottage answer. Long, low creaks like old men turning over in bed. The thatch above them crackles faintly as ice needles form and shift. A shutter somewhere loosens in its frame and taps, once, twice, a hesitant knock no one will ever answer. From the well comes a sharp, crystalline ping. Water frozen in the bucket has swollen and split the iron hoop. The sound rings out clear and lonely, then dies into the snow. Over the fields, the ice on the river speaks loudest of all, a deep, resonant crack that rolls across the stillness like distant thunder, followed by a chorus of smaller pops as the surface adjusts to its new, thicker skin.
Even the snow itself has a voice tonight. When the wind moves high above, the top crust whispers, a dry, papery hush, as millions of tiny ice feathers brush against one another. You close your eyes, and the whole village becomes a single, slow-breathing creature made of wood, iron, water, and frost. Every beam, every nail, every frozen blade of grass is singing the long, low note of winter contraction. A dog barks once far away, startled by a crack it cannot name, then thinks better of it and falls silent. An owl crosses the moon without a sound, the only living thing brave enough to move. You walk on, letting the cold orchestra play around you. Here a gate hinge gives a thin metallic sigh. There a bucket left outside the door answers with a dull, hollow thunk as the ice inside settles. The church bell, though no one rings it, gives one low, mournful note all on its own, the cold tightening the rope until the metal itself decides to speak.
And beneath everything, steady as a heartbeat, the soft creak, creak, creak of the great oak at the edge of the village, as its sap freezes and its heartwood shrinks. You stop in the middle of the lane, surrounded by the quiet chorus of a world turning itself inside out with cold. Nothing is still. Everything is singing. Winter is not silent. It is only waiting for someone quiet enough, awake enough, cold enough to listen. Dawn is closer now. a pale seam of rose widening along the horizon. You stand among the hidden music of frost and wood and iron, pockets full of every warmth humanity has offered you tonight, and you understand the final, gentlest secret. Even the coldest night is alive, and it sings to anyone willing to walk slowly enough to hear. You smile into the thin, brightening air, pull the rosemary and apple pouch to your nose one last time, and start the last stretch toward morning, accompanied by the quiet, patient, unbreakable song of winter itself. She presses her finger gently to the wooden shutter, then pulls it open just a crack, no wider than a knife blade.
Cold air rushes in, sharp as vinegar, but she does not flinch. "Listen," she whispers. At first there is only silence, so complete it rings in your ears. Then it comes, a faint, almost musical pop. Then another, and another, scattered across the village roofs like the first hesitant notes of a distant harp. Tiny crystals of frost, formed in the night, are beginning to feel the first breath of dawn. They shrink, fracture, and sing. Pop, pop, pop. A soft, crystalline rain of sound, no louder than seeds falling on dry leaves. She smiles, eyes shining in the dimness. "That is winter saying good morning," she says. "When you hear the roofs applaud, you know the night has lost its grip." The old man nods beside her. "And when the applause stops," he adds quietly, "the sun is truly up and the world is allowed to move again." You stand between them at the open shutter, 3 breaths mingling in the cold, listening to the village wake one tiny crack at a time. Pop, 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 pop. 1,000 invisible glass bells ringing in the thatch.
Somewhere a rooster, fooled by the faint rose on the horizon, tries a rusty crow and thinks better of it. The frost keeps singing, and for the first time all night, the great wheel of winter feels, just slightly, as though it has begun to turn forward. You close your eyes and let the small, delicate applause of the morning wash over you. Every warmth you have gathered, stone, wool, herb, story, song, spiced wine, shared breath, children's courage, healer's wisdom, the quiet music of frost itself, rises together in your chest like a single, steady flame. The longest night is over. Winter has sung its coldest, darkest, most beautiful song, and humanity, in all its stubborn, inventive, listening glory, has answered back, note for note. You step away from the window. The old couple close the shutter with gentle care, as though tucking the night back into bed. Outside, the pale rose has become a clear, cold gold. Dawn has arrived. You turn your face to it, pockets full of summer scents and children's dreams, heart full of every secret the night was willing to tell, and you walk into the new day carrying the certain knowledge that no winter, however long, however fierce, has ever yet managed to silence the small, unbreakable music people and ice and dawn keep making together. The night is finished. The song goes on. You kneel in the half-dark, close enough to see the frost glittering on their eyelashes. The mother's voice is barely a thread, yet steady. "We are 5 hearts in one small nest," she whispers. "That is the last fire we have." The children, 2 small, 1 smaller, are pressed so tightly together they have become a single breathing creature. Their cheeks are flushed against the cold, but their eyes are bright with the strange, fierce joy of having survived the night so far. The father reaches out one trembling hand and touches your sleeve. "Feel," he says. You slip your fingers beneath the edge of the topmost blanket.
Inside, the air is warmer than the room. Not warm, never warm, but alive. A pocket of stubborn heat clings to their bodies like moss to a stone. It is the heat of blood refusing to surrender, of lungs still pulling in the next breath, of arms and legs braided together so tightly that no cold can find a way between. The youngest child, no more than 3 winters, has burrowed so deep only a tangle of hair and one mittened hand show. That hand clutches a corner of his mother's shift with the desperate certainty of a climber holding the last rope. The eldest, a boy of 7 or 8, whispers through chattering teeth, "We played the game Mama taught us. We pretend we are 5 coals in a dead fire, and if we stay close enough, we can glow until morning." His mother manages the ghost of a smile. "We told stories without voices," she says, "just lips moving against each other's ears. Stories about summer, about bread baking, about the sun so hot we had to hide in the shade. The children swear they could smell the bread."
The father adds, voice shaking with cold and pride in equal measure, "Every time one of us started to drift towards sleep and loosen an arm, another would pull tighter. We took turns being the outside. Whoever was coldest got moved to the middle. That is how we kept the smallest ones from freezing." You see it now, the careful rotation they must have performed all night long, shifting like slow gears, making sure no single body bore the full weight of the dark. The mother lifts the edge of the blanket a finger's breadth, just enough for you to glimpse the tangle of limbs and wool and desperate love beneath. "See," she breathes, "still warm, still ours." Outside, the first true hint of dawn touches the frosted window, a pale, cold gold. The father hears it in the changing light and laughs once, a cracked, triumphant sound. "Listen," he says. From every cottage in the village now comes the soft scrape of shovels against hearths, the clatter of flint on steel, the sudden whoosh of new flame catching tinder.
Life is waking. He gathers his family closer, if such a thing is possible. "Hold fast, little coals," he whispers. "Morning is coming to borrow our fire and give it back 1,000 times brighter." You stay only long enough to see the first neighbor push open the door, lantern swinging, arms full of glowing embers in a clay pot, the village's ancient answer when one hearth fails. Light spills in. Heat follows. The children's eyes go wide as the new flame meets their small, defiant warmth and leaps into proper, roaring life. You step back into the lane. Behind you, 5 hearts that refused to go cold beat louder now, wrapped in wool, story, rotation, and the oldest magic of all, the promise that no one in this village will ever let another family face the dark alone. The sun lifts its edge above the horizon, small, fierce, and suddenly undeniably victorious. Winter has made its final coldest point, and humanity, as always, has answered, "Not tonight. Not while we have each other."
You walk into the young day,
carrying the last, brightest warmth of the entire long night, the certain knowledge that even when every fire dies, love still knows how to burn. You set the cloth-wrapped jar on the cold stones of the hearth. Even through the layers, you can feel the faint pulse of life inside. 3 or 4 coals no larger than hazelnuts, glowing like sleepy red eyes. The father's hands shake too much to strike flint. You take the striker from him, kneel, and blow the ashes apart until the gray dust reveals yesterday's last fragment of charred log. A breath, 2 breaths, careful, worshipful, and the coals from the jar tumble onto the waiting wood. For a terrible heartbeat, nothing happens. Then a thread of smoke rises, curls, thickens. A tongue of flame licks up, uncertain, then greedy. Another, and suddenly the hearth remembers its purpose. The fire catches with a soft roar that sounds in this frozen room like the loudest trumpet ever blown. The children's eyes go wide. The puppy lifts its head and gives one astonished bark. The mother's sob is half laugh, half prayer. She presses her face into her husband's shoulder while the warmth, real warmth, honest, growing warmth, begins to push the cold back toward the corners. The eldest girl scrambles from the blanket mountain, dragging the puppy with her, and holds her small hands to the new flame as though greeting an old friend who was feared dead. Within moments, the room changes color. Shadows retreat. Frost on the inside of the shutters begins to weep tiny tears. The father, tears on his own cheeks now, grips your forearm hard enough to bruise. "We thought dawn would come and find us stiff," he whispers. "Instead, it finds us alive." He reaches for the ember jar, cradles it like a newborn, and sets it carefully on the mantel. "This jar stays here until my youngest grandchild is old enough to be taught," he says. "Never again will this house forget." Outside, the first true ray of sun slips between the cottages and strikes the frosted window. The ice veins glitter once, bright, defiant, beautiful, then begin to run. You step back as neighbors crowd the doorway, faces you recognize from every cottage you visited tonight, carrying armfuls of burning kindling, pots of hot broth, extra blankets, their own triumphant smiles. No one speaks of heroism. This is simply what the village does when one hearth fails. Every other hearth answers. You slip out while the room fills with voices and steam and the smell of wood smoke and hope. The sun is fully up now, small, fierce, and utterly victorious. Winter has thrown its worst. It has lost. You walk away from the village, pockets full of every gift the night pressed into your hands. Rosemary and apple peel, a carved wooden bird, a single clove, a drop of healing oil, the memory of 5 hearts that refuse to go cold. Behind you, smoke rises straight and strong from every chimney, as though the village itself is breathing a long, grateful sigh. Ahead, the snow glitters like scattered diamonds under a sky washed clean. The longest night is over, and humanity, with its embers, its stories, its stubborn, shared, astonishing love, has won again. You smile, press your mittened hand to the small warmth against your heart, and start the long, bright walk home. Winter will come again, but never, not once, has it ever managed to keep the fire from catching. You stand in the lane and watch the village open its eyes. One by one, the doors creak, the shutters swing, the people step into the pale gold that has finally conquered the night. No one cheers. No one needs to. There is only the quiet, universal language of faces lifted to the low winter sun, the slow closing of eyes, the deep inhale, the small involuntary smile that says, without words, We are still here. The night did not take us. A woman lifts a toddler to her hip. The child burrows into her neck, but his eyes stay fixed on the light, wide with the simple wonder of being allowed another morning. An old man leans on his stick and watches smoke rise straight and true from every chimney, as though the village itself is breathing a single, grateful sigh.
Two boys chase each other across the frozen yard, leaving dark footprints that steam faintly, proof that blood still runs, that legs still work, that childhood has survived intact. Even the animals join the silent celebration. A goat bleats once. A dog shakes frost from its coat and barks at the sun. The newborn calf staggers to its feet and noses its mother's warm flank as though greeting an old friend. You walk slowly through it all, past every doorway you entered in the dark, past every hearth you watched come back to life. No one asks your name. No one needs to. They know what you know now, that every winter night, no matter how long or how fierce, ends exactly like this, with ordinary people stepping into ordinary light, carrying nothing but the quiet, unbreakable certainty that they have once again refused to let the cold write the last line of their story. The sun climbs a little higher, still pale, still weak, but undeniably victorious. Somewhere, a woman begins to sing, a low, sleepy morning song about spring coming, about bread rising, about love that keeps its embers alive through even the darkest hours. One by one, other voices join.
You stand in the lane, pockets full of rosemary and apple peel, of carved birds and healing oils, of the memory of 5 hearts that became a single fire when every other fire failed, and you let the song wash over you. Winter is not finished. There will be other nights, other storms, other times when the darkness seems absolute, but this morning, at least, the village is warm, the sky is light, and humanity, small, stubborn, astonishing humanity, is walking out into the day wrapped in nothing more than wool and wonder and the oldest magic there has ever been, the refusal to surrender the fire. You smile, pull the little pouch of summer scent to your face one last time, breathe in rosemary and apple and every secret the night gave you, and start the long walk home under a sun that has never once, in all the winters of the world, failed to rise for the people who kept each other alive until it did. The longest night is over, and love, as always, has won. You stand at the crest, and the village below exhales with you. Every chimney lifts its thin, steady plume, small white prayers against the pale sky. Every window glows with the soft gold of rekindled hearths. Every breath you see drifting from doorway and stable and cloaked shoulder is proof that the longest night has lost its wager once again. The cold is still there, but it has been tamed. It no longer prowls, it only waits, patient now, knowing its turn will come again another year, another lifetime, another winter, but not today. Today belongs to the small, fierce, ordinary miracles, to the blacksmith's forge already roaring for any hand that needs warming, to the monk walking home with frost on his lashes and peace in his heart, to the travelers laughing as they swing into saddles warmed by last night's shared fire, to the mother stirring porridge while her children's cheeks turn pink again, to the farmer flexing stiff fingers and grinning at the simple fact that they still flex. You feel it all settle into you, not as memory, but as presence. The weight of the night lifts the way frost lifts from a window pane when the sun finally finds it. Slowly, quietly, completely. Your shoulders drop. Your breath lengthens.
The rosemary and apple scent in your pocket, the carved bird, the drop of clove oil, the sound of 5 hearts beating under dying blankets. They all soften into one quiet, steady warmth behind your ribs. You are no longer carrying the night. The night has become part of you, and you have made it gentle. Behind you, the village hums with the small, contented sounds of morning. A spoon against a bowl, a goat bleating for breakfast, a child's laugh, the soft creak of a door opening to let the new day in. Ahead, the fields glitter like a promise kept. You take one last slow breath of cold, clean, victorious air. Close your eyes for the length of a single heartbeat, and let the dawn finish what the night began. Then you turn and walk home under a sun that has never once failed to rise for the people who kept the fire alive until it did. Winter will come again, but for now, for this one bright morning, the world is warm, and you are part of the warmth. Sleep softly. The night is over. Morning has you.
Hey everyone. Tonight, we're stepping away from thermostats, electric blankets, and the soft orange flicker of a gas fireplace. We're walking straight into a night so cold it feels personal, like the air itself has decided you don't belong here. Snow is already whipping past your face in hard diagonal sheets, the kind that stings more than it falls. Your first inhale slices down your throat like broken glass. The wind leans into your chest, testing the seams of your coat, almost curious whether you'll turn back. You won't, not yet. You've come to feel what the first waves of American frontier families felt when they realized the continent's winter was not a season, it was a siege. Quick favor before we go any deeper. If this kind of raw history pulls you in, hit the like button and consider subscribing. Only if it's your kind of thing, no pressure. And drop a comment with where you're watching from and what time it is there right now. I love seeing how far the cold reaches.
Lights down low, breath slow. Here we go. You push the door open on a world that never learned the word mercy. The snow under your boots doesn't crunch softly, it cracks like thin ice giving way. Each step sounds louder than the last, as if the ground is warning you to reconsider. The storm isn't content to fall, it wants to get inside your clothes, under your skin, behind your eyes. Early travelers described nights exactly like this one, when the wind sounded like a living thing trying to tear the roof off the sky. You pull your scarf higher. The wool is already stiffening with frost. Your fingertips pulse with the first warning throb of real cold. Somewhere ahead through the white blur, you sense the faint outline of a settlement, 5 or 6 cabins at most, huddled together like animals trying to share warmth they don't actually have. Historical records from the Ohio Valley, the Cumberland Gap, and the Upper Missouri confirm what your body already knows. Winters in the 1780s to 1830s routinely plunged to minus 30 degrees Fahrenheit or minus 34 degrees Celsius or lower, sometimes for weeks.
One settler on the Illinois frontier in 1830-31 wrote that the ink froze in his pen while he sat 3 feet from the fire. Another in Minnesota Territory measured negative 47 degrees Fahrenheit, that's negative 44 degrees Celsius, in 1835. Indoor water buckets turned to solid blocks overnight. Cattle froze standing up. This wasn't weather. It was a slow, patient predator. A sudden gust slams into you, forcing your eyes half shut. The air smells metallic, almost electric. Your nostrils burn. Somewhere in the dark, iced branches scrape together with a sound like old bones. Then you see it. A single cabin,
smaller than a modern garage. Logs chinked with mud that has long since cracked and fallen away. The door hangs crooked on leather hinges, moving slightly, even though no one has touched it. The wind is breathing for it. You're reminded of a detail preserved in dozens of period letters. Many families smeared their faces with bear fat or goose grease before stepping outside in deep cold.
The layer acted as a primitive barrier, slowing heat loss and reducing the risk of frostbite on cheeks and noses. One French fur trader wrote that after applying it, his face shone like a greased pig, but he still had his ears when spring came. Desperation breeds ingenuity. Your boots sink to mid-calf now. Each lift feels heavier. You reach the cabin and drag a gloved hand across the nearest log. The wood is iron hard and radiating cold straight through the leather. A split wide enough to admit a bayonet runs from roof to foundation, big enough to whistle when the wind shifts. Scholars still debate whether those first generations were reckless or simply had no reference point. Most came from Virginia Tidewater, the Carolinas, or the British Isles, places where hard winter meant a late frost on the apple blossoms. Nothing in their lived memory prepared them for a climate that could drop 40 degrees in 6 hours and stay there until April.
You rest your forehead against the frozen log for a second, feeling the bite through your hat. Necessity didn't give them the luxury of turning back. Land was freedom, or at least the promise of it. So they stayed, and the cold taught the curriculum. You push the sagging door. The hinges, rawhide strips stiffened by ice, groan like something alive. Inside, the only light is a sickly gray leaking between the logs. The dirt floor is frozen into uneven ridges. Your heel skids, and you catch yourself on the wall. The temperature inside is barely different from outside. Your breath blooms in thick clouds that refuse to rise, hanging at chest height like reluctant ghosts. A thin ribbon of snow still slides under the door, moving across the floor as if it has somewhere to be. You pull the door shut behind you. The latch is nothing more than a carved wooden toggle. It barely catches. For a moment, you stand perfectly still, listening to the cabin settle and the storm argue with itself outside. Your shoulders loosen, but only a fraction. Because you know, and every settler who ever ducked through a doorway like this one knew, that the real fight starts now, keeping the tiny spark of heat inside your body alive until morning. There's no chimney, no stone hearth, not even a proper ring of rocks, just a shallow, fist-sized scoop in the frozen dirt where someone once coaxed a handful of flames to life. You crouch beside it. The gray ash is hard as cement. When you brush it, a few black flakes drift up like dead moths. The last trace of heat fled hours ago, maybe days. You rest your bare knuckles an inch above the surface and feel nothing, except the slow, steady theft of warmth from your own skin. You whisper to yourself, people slept here. Not once. Night after night after night. You try to see it. Bodies curled tight on pine boughs or buffalo robes, spread straight on the iron ground, knees drawn to chests, children tucked between parents like spoons in a drawer,
Breath freezing on beard stubble and eyelashes. The wind punching the walls so hard the whole cabin flexes. Journals from the 1810s and 1820s repeatedly describe families waking to find a half-inch of snow on their blankets inside the room by morning. A small, hand-sized square has been cut into the far wall to serve as a window. You step over and scrape a circle through the thick frost on the inside of the logs. Outside, the storm has turned the world into a single moving sheet of white. Trees thrash like drowning men. Footprints disappear almost before the boot is lifted.
You picture a woman pressing her lips to a child's ear, promising tomorrow will be warmer, even while her words crystallize and fall like salt. Your fingertips trace the gaps between logs. Wind slides through every seam the way water finds every crack in a dam. Some chinking has already fallen out. You can push 2 fingers straight into the night.
Maintaining these shelters was a full-time job. One Missouri settler wrote in 1818 that he spent more time patching his cabin walls than farming. Every warm spell softened the clay. Every hard freeze split the logs a little wider. You close your eyes and just listen. The cabin sings in a low, steady moan, half lullaby, half threat. Snow hisses against the bark roof like dry sand poured on tin. Underneath it all is the heartbeat rhythm of people who refuse to die. Patch, stoke, melt snow for water, patch again, pray, sleep with an axe beside the bed in case the roof caves. Your own pulse slows. The terror you carried through the door softens into something closer to reverence. The cold is still absolute, but it no longer feels personal. It's simply the price of being here. You stay another quiet minute, letting the small, brave space hold you the way it once held them. Then you push the door again. A wedge of snow topples inward and spreads across the floor like spilled milk. You step back into the blizzard, collar high, scarf frozen stiff across your mouth, and angle toward the next structure up the slope. This one isn't even a cabin yet, just ribs. Walls rise only to your waist, logs laid green in still bleeding sap that is frozen into amber tears. The roof is a loose quilt of bark slabs and crooked branches. Every gust lifts a corner and slaps it back down. Snow pours straight through the open doorway and out the far side in a perfect white blade. Inside, the storm is the only tenant. A broadaxe lies half buried in frost, its handle wrapped in rags gone stiff as board. 2 wedges and a froe rest on the stump, exactly where frantic hands abandoned them. You can almost hear the moment they fled. The first low growl of thunder in a sky that had been clear an hour earlier. The temperature falling so fast, breath turned to needles. The sudden knowledge that unfinished walls are no walls at all.
Historical accounts are full of these half-built homes. During the brutal winter of 1830-31 along the upper Mississippi, surveyors found dozens of claim shanties exactly like this, abandoned mid-construction when early blizzards arrived in October and never left until April. Families who thought they had weeks to finish suddenly had hours. Some dragged their children miles through waist-deep drifts to reach neighbors who at least had 4 walls and a chimney. You stand in the open skeleton and feel the full insult of the wind. There is no corner to hide in, no illusion of shelter. Snow coats your shoulders in seconds. You picture yourself here when the sky first darkened, heart hammering, trying to notch one last log while your fingers refuse to close around the handle. You picture scooping a toddler against your chest, grabbing the one quilt you own, and running for any roof that already had smoke coming out of it. This house will not save anyone tonight.
And yet, come spring, if spring ever comes, someone will return, pry the iced tools out of the ground, and start again. Because that is the other half of the story the storm never quite manages to erase. Most frontier families didn't reach their claim until the sun had already begun sliding south. 6 months on the trace, on the river, on the trace again. Ferries delayed by high water, axles snapping in July mud, children burning with fever in August heat. By the time the wagon creaked to a stop on their 160 acres, the maple leaves were bleeding red, and the first hard frost glittered on the pumpkin vines back in Kentucky. Winter wasn't coming. It was already here. You feel that unforgiving calendar in the wind knifing across your face. The season never waited for walls to reach the eaves. You drop to one knee inside the unfinished shell. The ground is frozen into sharp little ridges. When your fingertips graze it, they flare with pain, as though the earth itself is warning you away.
No amount of buffalo robes or patched quilts could make this spot habitable tonight. Your breath bursts out in heavy, rolling clouds that sink straight to the floor instead of rising. The air is too cold to let them climb. Looking up, you count the gaps between logs, some wide enough to pass a fist through. Every slot is a chimney in reverse, sucking warmth out faster than a body can make it. You remember a passing detail from a traveler's 1809 memorandum. Parties building in late fall would sometimes keep singing old hymns, river chansons, anything, as they swung the axe and drove the wooden pegs. The effort of singing forced deeper breaths, kept blood moving to the fingers, and, they swore, raised the temperature inside the half-raised walls by a degree or two. Science says vibration alone can't do that, but desperation has its own physics. You stand and step to the edge where the roof should be. Snow lands on your lashes and melts from the heat of your blink.
The whole structure shivers like a colt in a thunderstorm. Yet every notch is cut clean, every corner squared with care. Someone stood right here, beard rimed with ice, telling himself that if he could just get the plate logs on before dark, his wife and babies would have a fighting chance. Hurry is carved deeper than the axe marks. Scholars still trade papers about whether these people were foolishly optimistic or tragically short on daylight. The answer is both, and neither. They knew how to raise a house in settled country. They simply had no idea the continent would withhold the weeks they needed to do it. You back out into the storm. Snowflakes land like hot sparks on any skin still exposed. Chin down, shoulders hunched, you push on across the clearing. Each step punches through crust and plunges to the knee. The ground rises and falls in long, lazy swells, now masked under drifting white. Ahead, a darker shape resolves out of the haze. Another cabin, a little farther along in its berthing.
Walls stand shoulder high on you. The roof is almost complete, except for a ragged fringe where the last bark sheets never got lashed down. Snow funnels of snow pour through those gaps in steady, silvery ropes. You set your numb hand against the door. It resists, swollen with frost. You throw your weight into it. Wood scrapes on wood, and the gap widens just enough for you to slip sideways into the dimness. Inside, the roar drops to a muffled growl. The wind no longer claws your cheeks. It only strokes them with icy fingers through the remaining cracks. The dirt floor has been scraped smoother, almost leveled. In one corner lie half a dozen hand-hewn puncheon planks, someone's future bedstead, measured and split, waiting for the night when we have time. Your shoulders loosen a fraction. After the open skeleton you just left, this feels almost palatial. On a night like this, 4 walls and 3/4 of a roof would have seemed a palace.
Yet the cold is still winning. It seeps up through the soles of your boots, radiates from every log, pours down from the open ridge like chilled mercury. You picture the family that will claim this space, backs pressed to the only completed corner, children folded inside adult coats, parents taking turns breathing warm air across small blue fingers while promising, "Just 1 more month and we'll have the chimney finished." You walk the narrow circuit, trailing your glove along the wall. Frost blooms wherever you touch. Snow sifts through the roof gaps and lands in soft,
luminous piles that glow faintly in the half-light. You stop, close your eyes, and simply breathe with the room. The storm outside is a wild animal pacing the perimeter, testing every seam. But in here, barely, stubbornly, there is still a pocket of air that belongs to human beings. It isn't much. It is everything. You stand in the half-light and let the truth settle. For thousands of families, this was the real frontier.
Not the broad fields they would plow next spring, but this narrow, shaking box while winter hammered the roof like it wanted in. The storm outside is no longer just weather. It has weight, intention, appetite. You feel it in your slowing heartbeat, in the way your lungs hesitate before pulling in another knife-cold breath. You leave the half-walled cabin behind and step back into the blizzard's open mouth. The wind snaps your hood back, then slithers under the collar like it's been waiting for you. Snow has climbed to your waist in places. Every stride is a bargain. You give effort, the storm gives resistance. Old journals called these blizzards white wolves or the long knife because they stalked, circled, and cut without ever showing teeth. Ahead, another cabin squats low, almost apologetic, half swallowed by a drift that curves against its windward side like a frozen wave, frozen mid-crash. Snow has sealed the door completely, a smooth bluish wall rising clear to the eaves.
You press a glove to it. The surface is dense, wind-polished, and strangely less vicious than the air that's flaying your cheeks. The drift has turned the cabin into a buried seed. You scoop with both hands, clawing until the top of the door frame appears under a crust of ice. When you shoulder the door, it fights back, then gives with a muffled pop, exhaling a lungful of trapped, dead-cold air. You slide through sideways and pull it almost shut behind you. Inside, it's quieter, but not quiet. The whole building trembles whenever the storm lands a heavy punch on the roof. Snow has bulldozed its way over the threshold in a single pale tongue that glitters in the faint light leaking through a knothole. Each footstep cracks like thin ice. A broken stool. A toppled stool. A straw tick dragged into the corner and pounded flat by bodies that slept here in rotating shifts, so someone was always awake to knock snow off the roof before it caved the ridgepole. You can almost hear the whispered countdown. 2 feet, 3 feet, Lord, not much more.
You kneel at the shuttered window. The boards bow inward under tons of drift. When you lay your palm against them, you feel a slow, steady push, as if the storm is leaning its shoulder against the cabin, patient and endless. Diaries from the winter of the deep snow, 1830-31, in Illinois and the Black Hawk War frontier in Wisconsin, describe doors frozen so solid that families chipped ice for hours or climbed out the smoke hole with ropes. One woman wrote that her husband cut a new doorway in the back wall with an axe because the front had vanished entirely for 5 days. Yet here's the quiet irony pressed against your glove. That same mountain of snow is also a blanket. Packed tight, it plugs every chink, turns the wall into something almost insulated. Travelers and naturalists noted it with amazement. Indians had known it for centuries. Snow, the very thing that threatened to bury them alive, sometimes became the only thing, keeping the last degree of warmth from bleeding out into the night.
You stand there, hand still on the drift, feeling the faint warmth your own palm gives back through the leather. The cabin creaks, the wind howls, the snow keeps falling. But in this buried room, something small and stubborn is still negotiating with winter, and for a moment the balance feels almost even. A half-remembered whisper from old campfire tales drifts up. Some families claimed the snow itself chose who would see spring. When drift sealed the door tight and the wind suddenly dropped to a murmur, grandmothers would stroke a child's hair and say, "The winter man is leaning against the house tonight.
He only presses on the cabins he means to carry through. It was superstition wrapped in mercy, the only way to turn terror into something almost protective. Modern historians still bicker over how often people were truly snowed in. A few say only the legendary once-in-a-generation storms did it. Others point out that after the third or fourth winter, most diarists stopped bothering to mention it, the way sailors stopped writing, "Wet again today."
The silence in the record probably means it happens so regularly, it became background noise, like hunger or wolves. You stand in the dim, half-buried room and let that argument fade. The walls feel solid under your palm, almost warm compared to the screaming air outside. The drift outside is both prison wall and down comforter. The same snow that could kill you is also the reason the temperature inside hasn't dropped another 10 degrees. It's a bargain no one asked for, but everyone learned to accept. You picture the family that once slept here. 4 or 5 bodies curled like commas on the straw, breathing the same small pocket of air over and over, telling stories in whispers so their voices wouldn't wake the storm. Time to leave. You set your shoulder against the door. It resists, stubborn as a mule. You shove harder. Snow cascades in with a soft hush. You squeeze through the gap, and the wind slaps you awake, stinging every inch of exposed skin. Behind you, the door swings half shut again, sealing the little tomb of stillness you just left. Outside, the world has turned luminous. The clouds are low and glowing, scattering whatever faint daylight leaks through. Drifts roll across the clearing like slow, frozen surf. Every breath you take hangs in front of you for a second, then shreds apart. You start walking again, high-stepping through snow that clutches at your knees. The realization settles in your bones. Snow was never just enemy or friend. It was both, every night, all winter long. It could bury your doorway and your hope in the same hour it saved your life by stopping the wind. You climb a low rise. The storm's voice changes pitch, moaning up the hollows and rattling the iced branches like 1,000 small bones. The sound is older than the trees, older than the trails, older than the idea of ownership scratched onto a land grant. Ahead, through the blowing veil, another shape resolves, smaller than any cabin you've seen so far, more crate than house. A lean-to, maybe, or a traveler's hasty refuge. The door, 2 rough planks on leather hinges, shivers in the wind, half open, as if someone stepped out for firewood and simply never returned. You wade closer. Snow has poured across the threshold and lies in a smooth ramp inside. The air coming out feels motionless, heavy, almost warmer than the gale, the way the inside of a cave feels when you're standing in a blizzard. You step in. The space is barely wider than your outstretched arms. One corner holds a flattened heap of straw, still shaped like a body that lay there a long time. A few rags, once a shirt, maybe a child's dress, are scattered across the dirt. Nothing else. No hearth, no window, no loft. Just 4 low walls, a sagging roof, and the lingering sense that someone curled up here, pulled misery around them like a blanket, and waited for morning that might or might not come. You stand in the middle of that waiting and feel the storm lean against the outside walls, curious, patient, endless. You lower yourself all the way to the straw, slowly, the way someone would who knows the ground is going to bite. The stalks crackle and stab through every layer you're wearing. There is no give, no softness,
just a dry, prickling mat that might as well be a fakir's bed of nails made from last summer's grass. This is what bed meant for thousands of first winter families. No corded rope, no ticking, no frame. Just whatever the prairie or the riverbank offered, spread straight on frozen dirt. Court records and land office testimonies from the 1810s, 1840s repeatedly mention households that slept on the floor until the second or even third spring. Lumber went to doors, roof shingles, or a puncheon table first. A raised bedstead was a luxury you earned after you'd survived long enough to deserve it. You stretch out, coat and all. Instantly, the cold climbs your spine like ivy.
You pull your knees to your chest the way they must have, small as possible, a living knot trying to keep its own core alive. Breath by breath, you feel the heat you brought in with you, bleeding downward into the ground. The earth is greedy. It never gives back. Near the wall lies a small, burst, homespun sack. A handful of goose and turkey feathers have escaped, stiff as porcupine quills. You pick one up. It crackles between your fingers. Travelers' accounts describe mattresses stuffed with whatever the season provided. Milkweed silk in autumns, dried cattail down, even unraveled rope where nothing better offered. One proud Missouri settler in 1821 wrote home that his family finally slept on the finest feather bed west of St. Louis. A lumpy, rustling bag that held maybe 3 pounds of feathers and a lot of hope. You let your head rest on the straw. Overhead, the roof creaks. Every hard gust shakes loose a faint silver rain of snow that glitters on its way down and melts against the warmth of your cheek. Your breath rises in slow, heavy clouds that hover a moment, then sink again. The air is too cold to hold them up. Through a thumb-wide gap between two logs, a needle-thin draft slides across the floor and lifts the loose straw like invisible fingers. You place your bare hand over the crack and feel the cut of it. Sharp, precise, patient. Every settler learned to hunt these drafts the way sailors hunt leaks. Old shirts, moss, clay, corn husks, pages torn from almanacs. Anything to slow the creep of cold along the ground where sleepers lay. A letter from the Sangamon country in Illinois, winter of 1836, describes a mother waking to find the wool blanket white with hoarfrost, 2 inches in from the edge, as though Jack Frost had laid a lace trim while we slept. The moisture of their own breathing had frozen solid during the night. Beautiful and terrible. Against the far wall stands the splintered remains of a crate, someone's future bedstead, abandoned when the nails or time ran out. Many families broke up the wagon that brought them west to gain the boards for a single raised bunk. You can almost hear the conversation. Sleep 6 inches off the ground and lose the ability to leave if the crop failed, or keep the wagon and feel the cold crawl straight into your bones every night. Most chose bones over bondage. You lie still and listen to the small, constant adjustments this room demands of anyone who hopes to wake up in it. Shift the straw an inch to the left when the north wall starts breathing ice. Tuck the youngest between 2 adults so the child becomes the living hot water bottle. Trade sides at midnight so no one's shoulder stays against the ground too long. Historians argue over how often families actually played this nightly game of musical bedding. Some say it was constant, others that only the poorest or unluckiest bothered. But every surviving journal agrees on one thing. The floor was always the final opponent, and it never tired, and it never lost unless you outlasted it until morning.
You draw one more deliberate breath, tasting old grass and older cold. Then push yourself up. The straw clings to your coat in sharp, dry needles. Outside, the storm is still hungry. Inside, the little box has done its best. It is not much, but for one more night, it was enough for someone. You stand just inside the doorway and let the door thud shut behind you. The change is so sudden, it almost staggers you. One heartbeat ago, you were fighting for every degree of warmth. Now the air feels thick, humid, almost tropical by comparison. Your cheeks burn as blood rushes back into them. The single room is larger than any cabin you've entered tonight, yet every inch is claimed. A waist-high partition of crooked slabs splits the space like a rickety fence. On the human side, 2 low platforms of crates topped with straw and patched quilts, a family's entire estate of comfort. On the animal side, 1 bony milk cow, 2 shaggy goats, and a massive ox whose flanks steam gently in the half-light.
Their combined breath rolls upward in slow, heavy clouds that cling to the rafters before leaking out the smoke hole in a thin, reluctant ribbon. The smell is overwhelming at first. Manure, soured milk, wet wool, and the sweet rot stench of trampled hay. But underneath it runs something else, something that loosens the knot in your chest. Raw, undeniable heat. It rises from the big bodies like bread from an oven. This was common enough that period, surveyors barely remarked on it, yet rare enough that Eastern newspapers treated it as scandalous when they heard. In the severest settlements, Minnesota Territory in the 1820s through 30s, Michigan's Upper Peninsula, the Red River Valley, families routinely wintered their stock indoors. A single cow could raise the temperature inside a 16 by 20 cabin by 15 or 20 degrees, sometimes the difference between frostbite and merely misery. One Swedish settler in Wisconsin, 1856, calculated that his ox produced as much heat as a small hearth, burning 2 hours a day, and he didn't have to feed the fire's split wood at 3 in the morning.
You step closer. The cow turns her head, regards you with mild, liquid eyes, then resumes chewing with slow, deliberate patience. The goats shift and bleat softly, more curiosity than alarm. The ox simply exhales, a warm gust that flutters the edge of a hanging blanket on the human side of the partition. You can picture the nightly ritual. Children sent in first to burrow under quilts already preheated by the day's lingering animal heat. Parents banking the single precious fire in the clay and stick hearth, then blowing it out entirely once the beasts began giving off their steady warmth. Sleep came easier with the sound of contented chewing and the knowledge that the cow's great heart was pumping furnace air into the room all night long. You move to the family side and rest a glove on one of the straw-stuffed ticks. It is lumpy, damp, smells strongly of goat, yet it radiates comfort like a promise. A patched wool blanket lies folded at the foot. When you lift it, a puff of trapped warmth rises and brushes your face.
Someone slept here last night, maybe an hour ago. The straw still holds the shape of a small body. Overhead, the roof groans under its white load, but the sound is muffled, distant. Inside these walls, the storm feels negotiable for the first time tonight. The animals and humans breathing the same air, sharing the same fragile pocket of survivable temperature. An unspoken pact. We will all keep one another alive until morning. You stand there long enough for the frost to melt from your eyelashes and drip warmly down your cheeks. The ox snorts once more, a low, rolling thunder that vibrates through the plank floor and into your boots. Outside, the blizzard still rages, hungry and endless. In here, life has drawn a circle around itself and dared the winter to break it. You take one more slow, deliberate breath of the thick, living warmth, then turn toward the door.
There are more cabins ahead, more stories the storm hasn't finished telling. But you carry this one with you now. The night the frontier learned to sleep pressed flank to flank with the beasts that fed them, banking on shared heartbeat and shared breath to outlast the cold. You rest your forearm along the top rail of the partition and let the heat roll off the ox's broad back into your sleeve. The great beast shifts his weight, the boards beneath your boots creak, and a fresh wave of warmth rises like steam from a kettle. Frost still clings in stiff curls around his neck and shoulders, evidence of the world he was dragged in from, but the rest of him glows, pink skin under coarse hair, exhaling slow, deliberate clouds that taste of sweet hay and summer pastures locked away until spring. This was never elegance, it was engineering born of desperation and brilliant in its simplicity. Moravian missionaries in the 1790s, Norwegian homesteaders in the 1860s, French-Canadian voyageurs all the way back to the 1600s. When the mercury vanished from the bottom of the thermometer, they moved the livestock inside.
A single mature cow, breathing and digesting through the long night, could throw off as much steady heat as a fireplace burning 4 armloads of oak. Many families simply could not spare that much wood. Some had no chimney yet at all, so the partition went up, sometimes nothing more than a row of barrels or a rope strung with blankets, and everyone agreed to share the same breathing air until April. You cross to the human side and kneel beside the smallest sleeping pallet, pushed right up against the divider so a child could lie with one cheek to the boards and feel the slow pulse of animal warmth on the other side. The blanket is heavy, hand-woven wool still carrying its natural lanolin. It smells of sheep and smoke and countless nights pressed against frightened hearts. You lift a corner and the fibers release a faint puff of trapped heat that drifts across your face like a sigh. A tender detail surfaces from old Norwegian settler letters. Parents claimed their children slept deeper when the cow was breathing on the other side of the wall.
The slow, tidal rhythm. Inhale 4 seconds, exhale 4 seconds, pause, repeat. Worked better than any lullaby. Modern sleep studies quietly confirm what those mothers knew by instinct. The low-frequency resonance of a large ruminant is remarkably close to the pink noise that lulls human brains into delta waves. At the tiny window, you trace a finger through the frost feathers. The glass, if there ever was glass, is long gone. A scrap of oiled rawhide has been stretched across the opening instead. It rattles like a drum with every gust. Through it, you glimpse the storm's white fury, then turn back to the room where lantern light glimmers on wet animal eyes and the slow rise and fall of ribs. The contrast is almost dizzying. Outside, a world sharp enough to kill. Inside, a humid, breathing ark riding the flood of winter. Historians still debate how ordinary this was. Some insist it happened only in the most godforsaken corners of settlement. Others unearth tax rolls and stable inventories showing dozens of households officially listing 1 cow wintering in-house. The truth, as usual, lived in the middle. It was common wherever firewood was dear, chimneys unfinished, and children too small to lose.
You drift back to the folded stack of blankets, lift the top one, and give it a gentle shake. Dust and tiny flecks of straw spiral up, catching the lantern light like slow-motion fireflies. You picture a mother smoothing this same blanket over shoulders already shivering, whispering, "Just listen to old Bess breathing. She'll keep us warm till morning." A hard gust slams the cabin. The roof answers with a deep, woody groan. Snow sifts through a half-patched seam overhead and falls in a glittering curtain that melts the instant it touches your sleeve. You tilt your face up to it, let a few flakes settle on your lips, then brush them away.
One last lungful of the thick, living air, wool, manure, hay, hope, and you turn toward the door. Your boots leave dark, wet prints across the straw-strewn floor, temporary signatures, soon to be trampled by hooves and bare feet again tonight. You pull the door open only wide enough to slip through. The storm rushes in to greet you, furious at having been kept out this long. Behind you, the latch clicks shut, and the faint ribbon of smoke keeps rising, wavering but unbroken, a quiet promise against the dark. You step back into the blizzard, carrying the warmth on your skin like a secret, proof that on the very worst nights the frontier ever threw at them, people and beasts learn to breathe as one creature, large and stubborn and alive. You step out of the animal-warmed cabin, carrying a pocket of heat against your ribs the way someone might carry a live coal wrapped in wool. The storm punishes you for it immediately. Wind knifes under your collar, snowflakes strike your cheeks like thrown grit, and the warmth you stole begins to leak away with every heartbeat. You pull your coat tighter and trudge on, wishing you could fold the memory of that ox's breath around your shoulders like an extra cloak. The next cabin sits a little lower in the clearing, its roof bowed under a thick white thatching. Ice has welded the door shut in a glassy seam.
You brace your shoulder and heave. The seal snaps with a sound like breaking bone, and the door swings inward on protesting leather hinges. Inside, the air is still and dead cold. No lantern, no hearth, no living furnace of beasts. Only the sharp smell of frozen wood and the faint metallic bite of extreme low temperature. Broken chairs lean together like drunks. In the corner, someone has built a careful nest entirely out of clothing. You kneel. The pile is deliberate. 3 heavy wool coats spread flat as a foundation, then shirts, trousers, petticoats, and skirts layered like shingles of fabric until the mound is thick enough to blunt the floor's bite. On top lie 2 buffalo robes turned hair-side in, frozen stiff as sheet iron. Everything is white-rimmed with hoarfrost. You lift one of the greatcoats. It weighs as much as a child, and the wool is coarse enough to scour skin. When you shake it, the frost falls in a soft shower that glitters once in the dim light, then vanishes against the boards.
This is what people wore to bed. Every stitch they owned from skin out. Stockings stayed on feet, mittens stayed on hands. Scarves were wound so tight only eyes and nose showed. One 1832 letter from the Des Moines River country describes a mother finding her toddler's eyelashes frozen together in the morning because the child had fallen asleep with only a narrow breathing hole in her wrappings. You lower yourself onto the clothing mound. It gives unevenly, a button here, a thick collar there, the ridge of a belt buckle pressing into your thigh. It is clumsy and lumpy, yet unmistakably better than bare boards. The layers trap the small heat your body still carries from the last cabin. You can almost feel how exhaustion would finish the job, the weight of all that wool pressing down like a firm hand saying, stay still, conserve, breathe shallow, and you might wake up again. A curious note surfaces from old Midwestern folklore. Some claimed that sleeping under the full press of every garment in the house produced a heaviness that invited the long, sweet sleep.
They said dreams came slower, deeper, more vivid, as though the body cocooned itself against the killing cold, and the mind, grateful for any mercy, slipped into a trance that lasted until the first gray light. Science would later call it mild hypothermia-induced narcosis, but to them it was a gift, winter's only lullaby. Along the wall, a row of pegs still holds the family's outer armor. Coats hanging open like empty bodies, sleeves outstretched and stiff.
You touch one. The fabric crackles, and the arm stays bent exactly as the last wearer left it, perhaps hurrying out at dawn to break ice on the water bucket or check traps before feeling returned to fingers. You sit a moment longer, letting the cold settle and the silence deepen. The storm prowls the roof, but in here, the only sound is the soft creak of frozen cloth whenever you shift your weight. Then you stand, brush the frost from your knees, and step back into the blizzard.
The door groans shut behind you, sealing the little clothing fortress exactly as you found it, waiting for bodies that may never return, yet perfectly ready if they do. The wind hits like a slap, but the memory of that heavy wool nest travels with you now, another quiet lesson in how people turned the very tools of survival into the only bed they had. You lean into the wind, head down, each step a small negotiation with snow that wants to keep your boots. The cold has worked its way through every seam now. The memory of animal heat and heavy wool feels like something you dreamed in another life. Your breath streams out in thick banners that freeze almost before they vanish. Ahead, a darker bulk rises out of the blur, larger than any cabin you've entered this night. Longer, lower, half swallowed by a drift that curves over the roof like a breaking wave. One corner of the structure is already buried, only the ridgepole and a crooked chimney stub poke above the white.
You struggle through the last waist-deep stretch and reach the wall. Logs here are massive, whole cottonwood trunks barely squared, chinked with clay that has cracked and fallen away in fist-sized chunks. You run a glove along the wood and feel the deep scars of the broad axe. Someone felled and shaped these giants with nothing but muscle and time. The door is heavier than any you've met tonight, bound with rawhide instead of iron. It fights you, then gives all at once. You stumble inside and pull it shut against the wind until the latch clicks. The space opens around you, one long, dim room, almost a hall. No lantern, no animals, no clothing nest. Just a single enormous hearth built of river stone at the far end, black with old soot and cold as graveyard iron. Above it, a crude crane still hangs, a kettle-shaped shadow frozen mid-swing. But what stops your breath is the sleeping arrangement. Along both side walls, rough bunk frames have been built right into the logs, too high, like the berths of a ship. Each bunk is wide enough for 2 or 3 bodies and lined with pine boughs gone silver with age. Over the boughs lie buffalo robes, bear skins, patched quilts, and what looks like an entire elk hide still carrying its coarse winter hair. The lower bunks are only a foot off the floor. The upper ones require a notched log ladder. Everything is arranged with military precision, as though an entire extended family once slept here in ordered rows, smallest children on the inside wall, adults on the cold outer edge. You step closer. The air is still frigid, but not the killing, bone-deep cold of the smaller cabins. The sheer mass of the logs and the packed snow insulating the outside walls have turned this house into something closer to a cave that once held fire. You climb the short ladder to an upper bunk and lie back. The pine needles crackle softly, the hide smell of smoke, musk, and long-gone summers on the plains. From this height you can see the whole room's full length, 12 bunks, maybe 14. Enough for parents, children, grandparents, maybe a hired hand or a passing traveler granted shelter. Everyone breathing the same air, sharing the same slow drift of warmth rising from the dying coals someone would have banked before climbing the ladder. A detail you've read in diaries clicks into place. These long, double-tiered stockade or fort cabins were common in the earliest years of a settlement.
when neighbors were miles apart and blizzards could last a week. Families sometimes slept 20 to a room, head to toe like cordwood, because body heat was the one resource no storm could steal. One 1818 traveler on the Missouri described waking in such a bunkhouse to find his beard frozen to the buffalo robe and the breath of the man beside him crystallized on his own cheek. Yet no one had lost fingers or toes that night. You let your arm dangle over the edge of the bunk. Your glove brushes the log wall. It is cold but not icy. Somewhere deep in the stones of the hearth, a faint memory of heat still sleeps.
You can almost hear it, the shuffle of many bodies settling, the creak of green wood in the fire, a low murmur of voices trading stories or prayers until exhaustion won. Outside, the same storm that howls tonight would have prowled these very walls, testing every chink, while inside the long room slowly filled with the steady collective warmth of human beings refusing to die separately. You stay long enough for your pulse to slow to the rhythm of that must have rocked this house on 1,000 winter nights. Then you climb down, boots thudding softly on the packed earthen floor. At the hearth you crouch and lay a bare hand on the stones. They are colder than a grave, yet you can still feel the ghost of every fire that ever burned here, the heat that once rose in waves to keep frost from the faces of sleeping children. You stand, draw one last breath of the heavy, smoke-tinted air, and walk to the door. When you open it, the storm rushes in again, furious at having been kept out of this house too.
You step through the gap and pull the heavy door shut behind you. The blizzard swallows you instantly, but something new travels with you now. The knowledge that on the very longest, coldest nights, people once packed themselves together like matches in a box, struck one small spark of shared warmth, and kept it burning until morning. The snow keeps falling. The next shadow is already waiting ahead. You kneel in the near dark and let the tiny heartbeat of the embers draw you in. The glow is no bigger than a cupped hand, yet it feels louder than the storm outside. A stubborn, living thing refusing to surrender. The clay bowl is ancient looking, its rim blackened and chipped by countless nights just like this. A few finger-thin splinters lie scattered around it like broken bones. You pick one up. It is so dry it almost crackles in your glove. Someone sat right where you are now, snapping kindling by feel in the dark so the noise wouldn't wake the children, feeding the coals one precious twig at a time. Frontier journals are full of these night lamps, when the wind howled too hard to keep a full fire, or when every stick of wood had to be counted like coins. Families nursed a handful of embers the way sailors nursed the last fresh water. A shard of pottery or a broken plate became a lid to trap heat. A scrap of bark served as a bellows. One 1834 account from the Sangamon Valley tells of a woman who kept the same 3 coals alive for 9 straight days during the Great Snow, moving them from bowl to bowl when the first cracked, whispering to them the way another person might whisper to a sick child. You ease a curl of birch bark from the little fire start box and lay it gently across the glow. For a moment, nothing happens. Then the edge blackens, curls, and a needle-thin flame licks upward. The temperature in the room doesn't change much, but the darkness retreats an inch, and your lungs loosen as though someone just opened a window you didn't know was there.
You settle back against the post. Cold climbs your spine from the frozen dirt floor, but the ember light paints soft orange across your knees, and for the first time tonight, that is enough. You can almost hear the quiet rituals, the soft puff of breath when someone leaned close to coax the glow brighter, the rustle of a blanket as another sleeper stirred and asked in a hush, "Still with us?" And the murmured answer, "Still with us."
Scholars still argue over how universal the practice was. Some insist only the poorest or most isolated bothered. Others point out that every attic and museum from here to the Dakotas seems to hold at least one soot-blackened ember bowl. The truth probably shifted house to house and winter to winter. Some nights you could afford a roaring fire, some nights you could not. And on the very worst nights, you learned to speak softly to a handful of red eyes in a clay dish and trust them to keep you alive until morning.
You watch the tiny flame you fed climb the bark curl, flare once, then sink back into patient coals. The glow, steady pulse of it matches your own heartbeat now. Outside, the storm prowls and claws at the logs, but in here the small red heart keeps its vigil. You stay long enough to feel the difference between freezing and merely cold. Long enough to understand why someone might have whispered, "Good boy," or "Stay with me," to a bowl of embers the way another person speaks to a faithful dog. Eventually you rise. The glow dims behind you as you move to the door, but you carry its memory like a coal tucked inside your coat. Small, almost weightless, yet enough to start the next fire when the time comes. You push the door open, the storm lunges in, hungry again. You step through and let the darkness swallow the little room once more, trusting the embers to keep their ancient promise until someone else, or morning itself, comes to relieve them. The snow is deeper now, the night blacker, but you walk on carrying that faint red heartbeat against your ribs, proof that even the smallest light, carefully tended, can outlast the longest winter night. You ease the door shut, and the storm's roar drops to a dull, distant thud. The room is so narrow, your outstretched arms could almost touch both walls. It feels less like a cabin and more like a wooden womb, built to hold exactly what it was meant to hold. 3 human beings refusing to let the night take them. They lie in a tight row on the packed earth floor, outlined under a single mountainous quilt that rises and falls almost imperceptibly, as though the blankets themselves are breathing. You kneel. The heat rising from the mound is faint but unmistakable, the last ghost of bodies that once pressed together here, shoulder to shoulder, hip to hip, breath mingling in the small space between faces. There is no mattress, no straw tick, only a folded wagon canvas for a ground cloth, and then layer upon layer of patched fabric. A man's worn frock coat turned inside out, a child's outgrown dress, burlap feed sacks bleached and softened by 100 washings, pieces of blanket too ragged for anything but this final duty.
Every scrap has been stitched and restitched, turned and reused until the original color is only a memory. The weight of it all is astonishing. You lift one corner, and your arm sinks as though you've taken hold of a sandbag. This was called spooning for life in the old letters. Personal space was a luxury. Survival demanded contact. Travelers caught by sudden blizzards wrote of waking in strange cabins, pressed against strangers, cheek to beard or braid. Everyone understanding without words that an inch of separation could mean frost-bitten toes by morning. One Michigan settler in 1837 described a night when 12 people, family, neighbors, 2 passing fur traders, slept in a 14 by 16 cabin like sardines in a tin. Yet every soul walked out alive when the sun finally showed itself 4 days later. You let the corner fall back into place. The quilt settles with a soft papery sigh, as though relieved to keep guarding its secret.
In the half-light, you can make out the faint outline of faces that aren't there. A father on the cold outer edge, taking the worst of the wall's chill on his back. A mother curved around a child in the middle, perhaps another child tucked against her chest, small boots still on because boots that would be shared with a sibling at dawn, so no one walked barefoot to the woodpile. The air itself feels thick with their absence, warm breath that lingered long after the bodies left, heat that pooled under the quilts and rose slowly toward the low rafters. You lay your bare hand just above the fabric and feel the warmth kisses your palm, fragile, precious, earned. For a moment, you almost lie down in the empty space they left. There is room for one more if you curl tight, just to feel what it was like to be the fourth corner of that stubborn human square.
Instead, you simply rest your forehead against the edge of the quilt mound and breathe with them, slow and deliberate, the way they must have done when the wind screamed loudest. Outside, the storm keeps its vigil. In here, 3 bundled shapes and 1 impossible quilt once turned a killing night into just another night that ended in morning. You rise quietly, careful not to disturb ghosts that aren't yours to wake, and back toward the door. When you open it, the wind tries to shove you backward, but you slip through and pull it shut with both hands, sealing the small, fierce warmth inside once more. The blizzard swallows you again, yet you walk lighter now, carrying the shape of that shared bed against your ribs like a second heart, proof that on the very coldest nights, people simply became one larger animal, wrapped itself in everything it owned, and dared the winter to try harder. The snow keeps falling. Somewhere ahead, another cabin is waiting to teach you what comes next. You lean into the gale, head down, the image of that single living quilt still pressed against the inside of your eyelids. 3 bodies, maybe 4, maybe 6 on the worst nights, stitched together by nothing more than breath and necessity, forming one stubborn creature that refused to let the cold win. The wind tries to peel the memory away, but it clings like frost. Each step is heavier than the last. Snow has climbed above your knees. Every lift and plunge sends a shock of cold up your legs. The world has narrowed to the small circle of white your eyes can still make out, and the steady, aching rhythm of moving forward. Then the next cabin appears, low and stubborn, half dug into the side of a gentle rise, as if the settlers tried to burrow into the earth itself for protection. The roof is not shingled, but thatched with prairie grass and sod, now buried under a thick white cap. A thin, almost invisible wisp of smoke rises from a clay and stick chimney no wider than your arm, fighting its way upward before the wind slaps it flat. You reach the door, really just a quilt hung over a low opening, and push the heavy fabric aside. Warmth hits you like a physical blow. The space is tiny, scarcely 10 feet across, the ceiling so low you have to stoop. The floor has been dug down a foot below ground level. The walls rise from there like the sides of a root cellar. In the center, directly under the smoke hole, a small flames lick around 3 wrist-thick logs arranged in a star. The fire is modest, almost polite, yet it has turned the little den into something just this side of habitable. And the sleeping arrangement is unlike anything you've seen tonight. The entire floor, except for a narrow walkway around the fire, is one continuous raised platform of earth and logs, packed hard and covered with pine boughs, then a thick layer of buffalo robes fur side up. The robes overlap like shingles, creating a single, seamless bed that fills the room wall to wall. There is no where one person ends and another begins. The whole space is designed for a family to lie down together as one organism, feet toward the fire, heads against the back wall, the outermost adult taking the coldest edge the way a whale takes the waves for the pod. You step out of your boots and onto the platform. The buffalo hair is still warm. Someone was here not long ago. The heat rises gently through the thick fur and into the soles of your stockinged feet.
You lower yourself and lie back. The ceiling is close enough that you could touch it with your knuckles. Smoke drifts lazily upward, carrying the scent of pine resin and roasted earth. This is a half-faced camp or dugout bunkhouse raised to its final form. Part soddy, part earth lodge, part desperate ingenuity. Plains and prairie settlers used the design when timber was scarce. The earth itself became insulation, wall, and mattress all at once. A good one, banked with snow, could stay above freezing inside, even when the world outside fell to -30.
You stretch out full length. The robes mold to your body. The packed earth beneath holds the day's heat like a slow oven. Above you, sparks ride the smoke column and disappear through the hole into the night. You can almost feel the invisible weight of bodies would have added. Children tucked between parents, grandparents on the warmer inner curve, maybe a dog curled against someone's legs, every heartbeat contributing to the common pool of warmth. A fragment from an 1840s homestead claim journal surfaces. We sleep all in a row like loaves in a pan, and when the wind howls worst, we are warmest, for we are one long loaf together. You lie there long enough for the fire's small crackle to become the only sound in the world, long enough for the buffalo hair to thaw the ice in your coat sleeves, long enough to understand why some families never bothered building separate beds even when spring came. Why waste lumber when the earth itself would cradle you if you asked it right?
At last you sit up, reluctant, and pull your boots back on. The robes sigh as they lose your shape. You step down into the narrow walkway, feed the fire one cautious stick so it will still be alive for the next traveler, and duck back through the quilt doorway. The storm greets you with a roar, astonished that anything warm dared step outside again. But you carry the dugout's heat with you now, banked under your ribs the same way the earth banks fire. Low, steady, almost secret, ready to keep one more body alive until morning. The snow keeps falling, deeper, whiter, endless. Somewhere ahead, another shelter waits, holding whatever final lesson the frontier winter still has left to teach. You lower your head and walk on, carrying every shared bed, every coal, every breath you borrowed tonight. Proof that people once learned to become their own hearth when the world forgot how to be kind. You kneel in the hush and let the quilt mountain draw you in like a slow tide.
The topmost cover is a faded log cabin pattern, squares of indigo and turkey red, now softened to dusk and rose. Beneath it waits a second quilt, then a third, then a fourth, each heavier than the last, until the stack feels less like bedding and more like a deliberate act of burial in reverse. You press your palm into the center, and the layers sink, exhale, and close again, reluctant to give up whatever heat they still guard. This is a burrow bed, a winter womb. Frontier families in the northern prairies and lake states perfected them. Straw heaped thick on the floorboards, then blankets, robes, coats, grain sacks, anything that could be spared, piled so deep that a person disappeared completely, leaving only a breathing hole the size of a teacup. One 1849 Michigan diary records a mother boasting that her 3 children could vanish so thoroughly under the quilts at night that she finds them in the morning only by following the warm spot with her hand. You lift the corner and the scent rises. Wool washed and wood ash lie, smoke, the ghost of summer sun on line-dried cotton, and yes, something greener, crushed sage or sweet clover, tucked between the middle layers the way later generations tucked lavender sachets in drawers. a small fierce kindness against the long months when nothing green lived outside. You slide your arm deeper, all the way to the elbow. The heat is astonishing, not hot, but alive, the way the inside of a loaf is alive 5 minutes out of the oven. The straw underneath crackles softly, releasing a papery breath that smells of last year's meadow. You understand instantly why children begged to sleep in the hole. Once the quilt settled, the weight pressed you into a pocket where your own warmth could not escape. The darkness was absolute, the storm reduced to a muffled heartbeat against the roof, and the only world left was the slow rise and fall of the blankets above your face.
A Norwegian settler on the Minnesota prairie in 1863 wrote that on the worst nights she and her husband slept with their 4 children in one such burrow, the youngest in the very center, like the pit in a peach, and when they woke in the morning, the quilts were stiff with frost on top, yet the inside of their nest was almost too warm to leave. You lie down on the very edge of the mound, cheek against a patch that might once have been a flour sack, and let the layers settle over your shoulder. The weight is immediate and astonishing, like being held by a patient, enormous animal. Your breath comes back to you warm against your own lips. For 30 seconds, the storm forgets your name. Scholars still debate how common the full burrow bed really was. Some say it was universal wherever firewood was short and chimneys smoked or froze. Others insist most families managed with ordinary quilts and a trundle bed. Both can be right. In a mild winter, you slept like a civilized person. In a hard one, you became a seed planted deep under fabric and straw and trusted spring to find you out. You stay long enough for the cold in your coat to begin retreating. Long enough for the faint herbal breath of the quilts to settle in your lungs like a promise. Then you push yourself up reluctantly and smooth the layers back into place. The mound sighs, accepting your absence the way good earth accepts a seed. At the door you pause, hand on the latch, and look back. In the dimness, the quilts looked less like bedding and more like a low hill someone might mistake for ordinary ground, until they pressed a palm to it and felt the stubborn warmth still sleeping underneath. You step outside. The storm lunges, delighted to have you back. Snow seals the doorway almost before you pull it shut, as though the cabin itself wants to keep its secret burrow undisturbed.
But you carry its lesson with you now. On the very longest nights, people learned to disappear completely, to become nothing but breath and heartbeat under a mountain of cloth, trusting their own small heat to hold the winter at bay, until the pale edge of morning finally crept across the topmost quilt. The wind howls harder, sensing it has almost won. You lower your head, smile against the sting of flakes, and keep walking. There is still one more shelter ahead, and the night is far from finished teaching you how warmth was once invented. Night after night, body after body, quilt after quilt, in a land that never promised to be kind. You cradle the stone a moment longer, letting its quiet heat soak through the leather of your gloves and into the small bones of your hands. It is heavier than it looks, dense, patient, ancient, the kind of weight that feels like borrowed time. River stones were currency in a winter cabin.
Children were sent to the creek in late autumn with gunny sacks, told to choose only the roundest, smoothest ones, no sharp edges, no hidden cracks.
A good stone, heated cherry red in the evening fire, and then double wrapped in wool or deer hide, could hold useful warmth for 6 or 7 hours. More than one diary records a mother slipping a wrapped stone between her children's feet at bedtime, then retrieving the same stone, still lukewarm, to warm her own hands while she started breakfast at 4 a.m. You set it down exactly where you found it, nestled in its little nest of patched flannel, and notice 2 more stones nearby, cooler now but still warmer than the surrounding air. A triangle of heat, placed so feet or hips or a small back could rest against them through the long night. The bed itself is simple: straw over boards, 2 buffalo robes, 1 quilt. Nothing like the towering burrow you just left, yet the stones turn it into something cleverer, an oven built for human loaves.
You can picture the ritual: fire banked low, stones rolled out with a green stick, wrapped quickly before their glow faded, carried like precious eggs to the waiting bed. Then the family sliding in, arranging themselves around the warm islands the way boats anchor near a lighthouse. A German settler on the Missouri in 1839 wrote that on the coldest nights his wife kept 4 stones going at once, 1 at the children's feet, 1 at theirs, and 2 more laid on the hearth to be swapped in at midnight when the first pair cooled. He claimed the stones made winter bearable and marriage sweeter, because no one had to fight over who got the warmest spot. The stones simply moved to whoever needed them most. You press your bare palm to the nearest robe. The heat is faint now, but unmistakable, like a memory of a fire that burned hours ago, still refusing to leave. You imagine a child curling around this very stone, the way you once curled around a hot water bottle, cheek against warm flannel, breathing in the faint smell of wood smoke trapped in the weave.
Scholars still find these wrapped stones cached under floorboards or lined up along cabin walls like silent sentinels. Some argue they were everyday tools. Others say only the poorest families bothered once they had a proper hearth. Both are right, depending on the year, the wood supply, the ferocity of the storm outside. You stand, brush a few crumbs of frost from your knees, and step back toward the door. Before you leave, you nudge the warmest stone a fraction closer to the center of the bed, an old habit you didn't know you had, making sure the next person who lies here will find it exactly where a cold body needs it most. Outside, the storm has redoubled its efforts, driving snow sideways, erasing your tracks almost before they form. But the stone's heat stays with you, a small, smooth weight against your ribs, proof that people once learned to bottle fire itself, wrap it in rags, and tuck it into bed beside them like a faithful dog. The night is growing thinner now. The sky behind the clouds has begun to pale at the edges, but there is still one more cabin waiting. One final way people stole warmth from a world determined to take it back. You pull your collar high, lean into the wind, and keep walking, carrying every borrowed degree you've gathered tonight like embers in your pockets, ready for whatever the frontier winter still has left to say. You linger at the threshold, one hand on the latch, the other still holding the ghost heat of the stone against your palm. The cabin feels like a heart that has learned to beat very slowly so it can keep going all winter. Every detail tells the same quiet story. Nothing here is wasted, nothing is accidental. The small stack of kindling is split no thicker than your wrist, easy to light, quick to burn, just enough to heat the stones again tomorrow. The basket of scorched wrappings sits within arm's reach of the bed. No one wants to cross a freezing floor and bare feet at 2 a.m. to fetch cloth. Even the placement of the stones is deliberate. One pair near where adult feet would go, one pair higher up for a child's back or a pregnant belly, one spare kept on the hearth edge so it could be swapped in without ever letting the fire die completely. You picture the nightly choreography, the careful rolling of the glowing stones out of the ashes with a green stick, the quick double wrap in singed flannel,
The soft grunt as someone carried the hot bundle to the bed and slid it under the quilt like contraband sunlight. The sigh that always escaped when cold toes finally met that steady, stored warmth. A Swedish settler in Iowa, 1854, wrote that her youngest called the stones night sheep because they lay quietly at the foot of the bed and kept everyone from wandering too far into the cold in their sleep. Another family in the Dakota Territory claimed they could tell how hard the winter would be by how many stones they had to be heated each evening. 3 was ordinary, 5 was serious, 7 meant pray.
You step back to the bed one last time and press your bare hand to the blanket directly above the warmest stone. The heat rises through straw and wool like a slow tide, steady, patient, utterly reliable. It is not dramatic. It will never roar or crackle, but it will still be here when the fire is only ash, when the wind has stolen every spark from the chimney, when even the memory of summer feels like a lie. This is what the stones taught. Fire is beautiful, but stored fire is love. You finally open the door. The storm barrels in, eager to reclaim the space, but for a heartbeat the cabin resists, the stones holding their ground, the blankets keeping their shape, the whole small room breathing out one last lungful of earned warmth against the night. You pull the door shut and stand in the blizzard again. Snow instantly erases your footprints, but the heat stays cupped in your palms like a secret you are now sworn to carry.
The sky has begun to pale at its eastern edge, a cold iron gray rather than black. Dawn is still hours away, yet something in the air has shifted. The storm is tiring. There is only one more cabin visible now, a low, dark shape almost lost against the whitening world, its doorway facing away from the wind, as though it already knows the final trick people used when every other warmth had been taken from them. You lower your head, draw the memory of river stones close around your heart, and start walking. The frontier winter is almost finished speaking. You want to hear the last word. You settle onto the low stool and let the ember glow paint soft orange across your wrists. The warmth is fragile, almost shy, yet it reaches straight into the marrow the storm has been trying to freeze all night. The clay pot above the coals is small, barely big enough for 4 cups, its sides ringed with the pale ghosts of 1,000 boilings. The handle is wrapped in a twist of homespun, gone shiny from years of use.
You lift it carefully. A faint slosh tells you a finger's depth of water still sleeps at the bottom, too precious to pour out, ready for the next mouth that needs warming from the inside. This was the last line of defense when wood ran low and the night ran long. A kettle kept gently simmering, refilled with snow melted in a tin cup, so it never quite emptied. Herbs or bark or nothing at all added for flavor or for hope. People called it storm tea, warming water, or, in the bluntest cabins, hot drink. Anything that turned the core of a body from ice back to human for a little while. A Norwegian woman on the Minnesota frontier in 1862 wrote that her family measured the winter in cups. Every evening the kettle went on, every adult drank 2 cups, every child 1, and if they could, still had water enough for a second round before dawn, they knew they had won another day. She claimed the ritual was half medicine, half prayer.
You lift one of the cups again and breathe in the ghost scent clinging to the rim. Pine needle, sassafras root, a whisper of something almost like mint. Nothing that would impress a city tea shop. Everything that could keep despair from taking root in a child's chest at 3 a.m., when the wind sounded like it would tear the roof off and carry it to Canada. The embers sigh as a draft sneaks through the chinking. You lean forward and shield them with your hands the way you've seen done in every cabin tonight.
and the glow brightens just enough to show you the rest of the room. A single low bed built from split logs, blankets thin but many, and in the corner a row of tin cups hanging from pegs like bells waiting for morning. You understand now why the cups are left half full. It is not carelessness, it is strategy. A cold cup can be set directly on the coals and be drinkable again in minutes. Every swallow bought time for blood to reach fingers and toes, for hearts to remember their proper rhythm, for sleep to come without the terror of freezing in it. One traveler in the Wisconsin pinery, 1840s, told of arriving at a cabin where the father greeted him with nothing more than a tin cup of hot water flavored with a single hemlock needle. "Drink," the man said. "It's all we have tonight, but it's warm, and warm is half of alive." You tip the last drops from the cup you hold into your mouth. It is barely lukewarm now, yet it slides down like forgiveness, spreading a small sun behind your ribs. Outside, the storm is tiring. The wind has lost its sharpest edge, the snow falling straighter, almost gentle. Dawn is gathering itself somewhere beyond the clouds. You set the cup back on the table exactly as you found it, handle turned the same direction, ready for the next pair of cold hands. Then you stand, stretch life back into legs gone stiff, and walk to the door.
Before you leave, you pause, listening. In the hush between gusts, you can almost hear the soft clink of cups being filled, the quiet murmur of voices trading the same 4 words every frontier family knew by heart. Drink it while it's hot. You step outside. The air feels different, still cold enough to burn the lungs, but no longer murderous. The sky has shifted to the color of wet iron. The longest night is finally loosening its grip. Behind you, the cabin settles, embers keeping their small red watch, kettle waiting, cups patient on the table. You pull your coat close, smile against the wind that has become merely weather instead of executioner, and start the slow walk back through the drifts. The storm has told you everything it knows. How people became quilts, became stones, became animals, became embers, became cups of hot water when there was nothing else left. How they turned their own bodies into the only hearth the winter could not put out. Morning is coming.
You carry its first faint promise, and every borrowed degree of warmth you gathered tonight, back into the white world that is already beginning to soften around the edges. The frontier winter has spoken its last word, and the word is, we were warm enough. You sink your fingers deeper into the nest of hides and feel the warmth rise up like a slow breath. This is the final shelter, the deepest trick the frontier ever learned. When wood failed, when quilts weren't enough, when even the river stones had given up their last degree, people turned to the animals they had taken from the land and asked them, one last time, to give back heat. The nest is built the way a wild creature would build it. Thick, coarse deer hides on the bottom to blunt the frozen floor, softer doeskin next, then fox, rabbit, and in the very center, the luxurious black inner fur of a winter-taken bear turned hairside in. The outermost layer is heavy bear skin, claws removed, head still attached in one case, turned so the thick ruff forms a natural windbreak for the sleeper's face. Every hide overlaps its neighbor by half, creating a single, seamless envelope that traps air the way a bird's feathers trap it. You press your cheek to the bare fur. It is still, miraculously, body warm. Someone curled here not long ago. Maybe minutes, maybe hours, and the nest has not yet forgotten them. This was called going to ground, or sleeping in the robes. Families who lived by hunting, and often from trapping, would spend entire winters in such beds, emerging only to check lines or melt snow for water. One French-Canadian voyageur, wintering on the upper Missouri in 1805, wrote that he and his partner slept inside a single buffalo robe lined with wolf, so warm that we woke sweating while the water bucket beside us was solid ice. A Plains Métis woman in the 1870s told a missionary that her children never knew what it was to be cold at night until they moved into a frame house with only blankets like white people.
You ease yourself down into the nest. The hides sigh and shift and close around you like a living thing. Instantly, the storm's voice drops to a muffled thud, as if someone has pulled the whole world away and left you floating in a pocket of perfect stillness. The smell is strong: tanned leather, wood smoke, wild musk. Yet it feels like the safest scent in existence. Your breath comes back warm against your own face. The cold that has ridden your bones all night loosens its grip and slides away, ashamed. You understand now why some families, even after they could afford feather beds and iron stoves, kept one robe nest in the corner for the old hard winters that might come again. It wasn't nostalgia, it was insurance. Researchers still argue over numbers: how many households relied on raw hides versus tanned, how often people slept literally inside the skins versus atop them. But here, curled in the last cabin of the night, the debate feels distant and pointless.
The proof is the heat that is already gathering under your collar, the way your heartbeat slows to match the slow pulse of the nest itself. You lie still long enough for the difference between freezing and surviving to become a memory rather than a threat. Long enough for the bear's fur to warm against your cheek like the flank of a sleeping friend. Then, gently, you climb out. The hides settle back into their waiting shape, patient, ready for the next body the storm tries to claim. You stand at the door, pull the bear robe one last time across your shoulders like a cape, and breathe in the wild scent that says, "We took, and we gave back, and we lived." Outside, the wind has finally begun to tire. The snow falls straight now, soft and deliberate, as though the storm itself is laying a quilt over the world. You step into it without fear. Behind you, every cabin you visited tonight, the half-built shells, the animal-shared rooms, the ember bowls, the stone-warmed beds, the burrows of quilt and robe, stands quiet, holding its small hoard of borrowed warmth exactly as you left it, waiting for morning, or for the next traveler who needs to remember how it was done. You carry all of them with you now, the weight of wool and stone and hide and steam and breath. One long, unbroken chain of heat passed hand to hand across 100 merciless winters. The sky is the color of weak coffee in the east. Dawn is coming, slow but certain. And for the first time all night, you are not walking toward warmth. You are walking with it. You let yourself sink all the way down. The hides open just enough to receive you, then close again, like a slow, deliberate mouth. The bear fur settles across your chest with the weight of deep water. The fox pelt you pulled over your shoulders tucks itself along your neck as though it remembers the shape of a throat.
Deer hide cushions your hips. Rabbit lines the hollow beneath your knees. Every breath you take comes back warmer, richer, tasting faintly of smoke and pine and something wild that has never known a stove. The sound changes first. The storm is still there. You can feel it in the faint tremor of the logs, but the thick pelts swallow its voice until the wind is only a dull heartbeat against the outside wall. Even the creak of the cabin softens, muffled by layers of hair and fat and memory. A child once said it felt like sleeping inside a wolf's dream. You understand now why some old trappers and Matisse hunters refused feather beds even after they could afford them. Wool is patient, but fur is alive. It moves with you when you shift. It breathes when you breathe. Gives back the heat your body makes instead of letting it leak away into the floor. There is no cold spot, no draft sneaking up your spine. Only the steady animal certainty that you are, for this one night, the safest thing in the woods.
You pull the edge of the great bear hide higher. Its weight pins your shoulder, and the sensation is not frightening. It is protective, the way deep snow protects the roots sleeping beneath it. Your pulse slows, your thoughts loosen. You can almost feel the hundreds of nights this nest has already held. The hunter coming in at dawn with frost in his